Chapter 51. Hunter's Clothes. Under the moonlight. Chen Qi thought for a moment, the forest was not suitable for cooking. So, at his suggestion, he and the flower witch went to the clearing at the entrance of the hunting ground. The view was wide, the night scene was nice, the wind was comfortable, and there were the sounds of birds and insects. A good place for a picnic. Chen Qi sat down, took some branches and tools for lighting a fire, and began to set up a small barbecue grill. The flower witch, holding a heavy treasure chest, stood there, staring blankly. Such skillful handling! Is this what a chef does? He is really well prepared. But why would a chef come to the crack? Why does he have the old hunter's keys? Question mark-shaped flowers popped up on the flower witch's head. Because Chen Qi had the old hunter's keychain in his hand. In the eyes of the flower witch, Chen Qi seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious aura, making him elusive. This person must not be simple, the flower witch thought to herself. Chen Qi sliced the roasted meat and then skewered it with branches. The ingredients I brought can only make some barbecue. Do you eat spicy food? A little, spicy. I prefer sweet. The question mark-shaped flowers immediately turned into expectant little yellow flowers. The flower witch sat cross-legged, wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth, and then placed her hands on her legs, obediently waiting for the meat to be done. Chen Qi glanced at the flower witch. Her sitting posture seemed to be some sort of dining etiquette. According to the information compiled from the game forum, the flower witch was a member of a top transcendent family in the Golden Flower Bird Kingdom, a genuine noble. The Golden Flower Bird Kingdom had the reputation of being a nation of art, and its great families were very particular about etiquette. Therefore, the flower witch had a mysterious pursuit of elegance. Chen Qi placed the skewered meat on the grill, lit the charcoal, and thought to himself. I didn't expect to meet the flower witch now. In the early stages of the game, the flower witch had not made any major moves, existing only as a mysterious character in the newspapers. Many opportunities to become stronger were inseparable from major events. The flower witch was someone destined to do big things, and so was he. Therefore, as long as he mingled in this vast sea, it was only a matter of time before they met each other. However, meeting the flower witch so early did come as a bit of a surprise to him. As the fire gradually grew stronger, the smell of meat began to permeate the air. Chen Qi looked at the box next to the flower witch, reached out, and asked. Flower witch, the meat is almost done, how about we divide the items in the box? The flower witch's gaze shifted from the barbecue, paused, and then said. Okay, sure. She quickly handed the box to Chen Qi. Chen Qi took the box, wondering why the flower witch seemed completely unconcerned about the distribution of the items inside. He used the key to open the box. Inside the box, there was a handgun, a piece of clothing, some gold coins, and some herbs. Chen Qi picked up the clothing, and a special prompt appeared before him. Hunter's clothes. Nature form, void. Description: this equipment is made from the skin of a mist fox, providing a certain degree of defense and featuring the active skill Phantom. Phantom, activating this skill creates a mist around the wearer, concealing their presence. Note: Sneak, Hunter. Strike their weak points from behind, destroy them. A transcendent piece of Void-type stealth equipment. Void represented nothingness, and much of its equipment was related to concealment. But why use the verb strike in the note? Chen Qi muttered, feeling the texture of the clothing in his hand. It was dark grey with a slight matte texture, and mist fox fur lined the inside. This clothing was made from transcendent materials and could also help him withstand bullet impact. Compared to the ordinary clothes he was wearing, this was a considerably powerful piece of armor. Good stuff. Chen Qi looked at the handgun next. Beast Hunter handgun. Nature form, blade. Description: this seemingly ordinary handgun can actually increase the bullet's power by at least 3 times. Note: blow off those beasts' heads. This was a revolver made of transcendent materials, with a conventional bullet caliber. Its power was a notch above that of a collector's, making it a decent small weapon. Chen Qi then looked at the gold coins, a total of 5, not very large, probably worth around 300,000 shell coins. As for the herbs, they filled half the box with blood-colored toothed grass. Blood saw grass could be used to make berserk potions, which caused people to lose their rationality and significantly boosted their strength for a short time. Such a large amount of blood saw grass should be worth about 500,000 shell coins, but if made into berserk potions, the price would at least triple. Chen Qi estimated the value and said, "I'll take this hunter's clothes, and the other 3 items are yours, Flower Witch. How about it?" The hunter's clothes were the most expensive item in the box. The Flower Witch looked down, glanced at it, and first took the herbs. I don't use guns, so the gun is yours too. In that case, I'll be taking much more valuable stuff. Chen Qi glanced at the Flower Witch. Her attention was still completely on the barbecue. The Flower Witch thought for a moment. Is that so? But if I take the handgun, I would just sell it in a store, cheapening it for those merchants. How about this, if we meet again, and if you have special herbs, give them to me. Herbs? Chen Qi pondered for a while. He couldn't easily acquire herbs, but he had a deep Sea Affinity, and he should be able to get a lot of sea-related herbs. All right. Chen Qi thought about it. He couldn't make potions. If he had good herbs, they could indeed be given to the Flower Witch. The Flower Witch's gaze remained fixed on the barbecue. Although she mentioned meeting, she felt their chances of meeting again were slim. After all, she was a witch destined to do big things. The next time Chen Qi saw her, it would most likely be on the newspaper's front page. The scent of roasted meat wafted through the air. The Flower Witch still sat calmly. It seemed that to hide the fact that she was hungry, she had never voluntarily mentioned eating. Chen Qi took out 2 bottles of wine and said, "Flower Witch, the meat is almost done. We can start eating now." Chapter 52. Night Talk in the Forest. The bonfire burned, emitting a warm and bright light. Chen Qi used soul seasoning, sprinkling it with cumin. A fragrant aroma instantly filled the air. The Flower Witch eagerly picked up a large beef skewer, put it to her mouth, blew on it, and bit off a piece. Chen Qi had already eaten, so he wasn't hungry. Speaking of which, the Flower Witch was of noble birth and had likely tasted many delicacies, even those made from expensive transcendent ingredients. Her palate might be quite picky. Chen Qi asked expectantly. "How is it?" The Flower Witch swallowed the meat, and the savory taste blossomed in her mouth. "It's not bad, quite delicious," answered the Flower Witch. Although her expression remained calm, super happy little yellow flowers and rare joyful little pink flowers instantly sprouted on her head. To be precise, it was extremely delicious. Why could a beef skewer cooked by a chef be so delicious? She actually felt that this simple beef skewer was the most delicious thing she had ever eaten in her life. It could even compare to food made from dragon meat. What kind of seasoning had been added? She quickened her eating pace. Chen Qi looked at the Flower Witch. Although the Flower Witch was still trying hard to maintain dining etiquette, her small movements had become noticeably rougher. It was clear that the child was truly hungry. "Don't choke." Chen Qi took out a bottle of sweet wine and handed it to her. "By the way, Flower Witch, may I ask why you appeared in the Witch Sea and why here?" Chen Qi asked curiously. In the beginning, no one knew the whereabouts of the witch. Her appearance in a low-rank hunting ground crack was quite a rare event. The Flower Witch took the wine and drank a large gulp. She had eaten too fast and choked. The Flower Witch looked at Chen Qi, not appearing malicious, just genuinely curious. After thinking it over, she answered. "Due to some matters, I am not wealthy at the moment. I came to this crack to find some items and to make some money on the side. As for why I appeared in the Witch Sea." The Flower Witch thought for a moment, then felt no harm in telling him. "You must have noticed, I am no ordinary person. I suffer from a very serious rare disease. It's so rare, you wouldn't know. Blood flower disease." Chen Qi uncorked the bottle of wine and also took a sip. Alas! The Flower Witch was taken aback, for hers was an extremely rare disease. Chen Qi looked at the Flower Witch again. The Flower Witch's attire was shorts and a short shirt designed for mobility. However, because her body was covered with flowers, visually, it looked as though she was wearing a short floral dress. The reason the Flower Witch was covered with flowers was due to a severe disease known as blood flower disease. This disease was akin to a curse where flowers would grow on the body periodically. Though the flowers granted the Flower Witch power. If not cleaned regularly, they would penetrate deep into the nerves of the body, reaching the heart and brain, eventually turning her into a terrifying monster covered in flowers. Cleaning these flowers was also tremendously painful. Each flower plucked felt like pulling a steel needle embedded deep into the flesh. The flowers would severely drain life force. Normally, those suffering from blood flower disease didn't live past 30. How did you know? The flower witch looked at Chen Qi, curious. She had missed a chance to flaunt her knowledge. This was a disease unique to the golden flower bird kingdom. In her eyes, Chen Qi was becoming more mysterious. I've read about it in books. Chen Qi said. Although blood flower disease was extremely rare, due to its beauty, it was recorded in many books about strange diseases. Oh! The flower witch nodded. You should know, blood flower disease is very difficult to cure, so one of my reasons for coming to the Witch Sea was to seek treatment for blood flower disease. Oh, I see. Chen Qi pretended not to know. Then, suddenly, the flower witch lowered her voice. As for my second goal, it has to do with the deep secrets of the sea, and things far away. Her lips curled up slightly as she spoke in a low voice. It's better that you don't know this secret. Chen Qi frowned. Drat, it's a dreaded riddler. However, he probably knew the flower witch's second goal. Her goal, as well as the main storyline of the Witch Sea area, was to stop the great whale. According to the trailer, the great whale was a terrifying creature from outside the New World, seen as an embodiment of nature, a personification of natural disasters. Powerful fleets, dense artillery, seemed insignificant in front of the great whale. It was said that the entire crack tide originated from its breath. And at the end of the crack tide, it would cross boundaries, bringing destruction to the Witch Sea. The great whale was a keyword in the main storyline of the Witch Sea. Both the black whale pirates and the flower witch were connected to the great whale. Since the deep sea hunter had also resisted the great whale in legends, the deep sea hunter treasure line was also considered a critical subplot. However, if you thought like the average citizen of Moonstone City, stopping the great whale had nothing to do with the flower witch. These matters should be left to the professional navy and the more powerful hunters behind Shell Country. With the flower witch's power, let alone opposing a great whale, she even struggled against the upper ranks of some of the black whale pirate crew. The flower witch was only third rank, like him, both in their developmental stage. In front of the real tide, she too was infinitely weak and powerless. Players deduced from her words that the flower witch's purpose was to stop the great whale. But how exactly she intended to stop it, and why she needed to, remained a mystery. Chen Qi looked at the flower witch. They were merely acquaintances for now, not close enough to share secrets with each other. The flower witch sipped her drink, her cheeks tinting slightly red. It had been a long time since she had tasted such delicious barbecue, a long time since she had a full meal. She was truly blissful. The flower witch opened up a bit more, resting her head on her hand, and continued in a mysterious tone. You know? I'm not really the flower witch you imagine. What, aren't you the flower witch from 100 years ago, who turned people into fertilizer? Chen Qi mouth hung open, going along with her performance. Surprise! The flower witch smiled slightly. No mistake, I am the successor to the title of the flower witch, but my current strength still falls short of the legendary flower witch. As she spoke, the flower witch's tone got slightly excited. But one day, I'll surpass her, and then, I'll take a new title for myself. Then, I'll be famous across the ocean. Famous across the ocean. Chen Qi gave a slight smile. Is that so? In the process of becoming stronger, as long as they survived, eventually, they would all be famous across the ocean. Then, the flower witch looked at Chen Qi. Although she still felt he was hiding some secrets, for now, he seemed to be just a regular chef. His cooking skills were not lacking. If the food is delicious, he's probably not a bad person. The moonlight spilled down, and the meat was almost finished. The flower witch touched her belly. It was about time to say goodbye. Chen Qi thought it over and finally asked. By the way, flower witch, if I find the herbs, where should I look for you? According to the game forums, the flower witch should have a special secret base in Witch Sea. The flower witch could be considered the strongest pharmacist in Witch Sea. If he could get some special herbs, he could go directly to the flower witch to create powerful transcendent potions. Find me. The flower witch was startled. The flower witch placed her hand on her forehead, lowered her head, and changed the topic. There's no need for that, you're a chef, right? The sea is becoming treacherous. If possible, please sail less, and do more of what you want to do. The storm was coming, and monsters were surging like the tide. Pirates, monsters, most people could only pray when facing these terrifying beings. In the flower witch's view, in the face of a great disaster, ordinary people should spend time with their families, see people they want to see, do things they want to do. Find her. She was a witch about to undertake a big task. The places she stayed were incredibly dangerous. Being near her would bring misfortune. Moreover, even she was not sure how long she could survive in this tide. May we meet again by fate, but it's better you pray we don't meet again. The flower witch stood up, wiping the grease from her mouth. Is that so? Chen Qi smiled inwardly. All the major sections' main quests were truly hellish in difficulty. Before he traveled through time, most of the quests involving the main story were where players met their doom. With his current strength, getting involved in anything related to the flower witch was indeed far too dangerous. But for some reason, he always had a feeling that the next time he saw the flower witch wouldn't be too far off. Chen Qi stood to tidy up, packing the hunter's clothes, beast hunting pistol and seasonings into his backpack card. Then, may we meet again by fate, flower witch. Suddenly, Chen Qi glanced at the flower witch, thinking of something. It seemed like she wasn't ready to leave the crack yet, as she had something to take care of. Could she really be here for the deep-sea hunter's treasure? Chen Qi thought for a moment, shook his head, and left the crack. After Chen Qi left, the flower witch sighed with relief. Inside the hunting ground crack, she still had some unfinished business. At the very beginning, to make a graceful entrance, she had tossed away her identity-concealing cloak. Without this cloak, the moment she stepped out of the crack, she would undoubtedly be chased for interviews. The price of elegance. The flower witch looked carefully at the exit and finally found a worn cloak. After putting on the cloak, she pulled out a map marked with water globes, glanced at it, and shook her head. It seems this was a fake treasure map, there was no treasure in this crack. See you again if fate allows on the ocean. As the flower witch walked away, a few melancholic little blue flowers appeared above her head. The ocean's tide was extremely turbulent, and the tasks she was about to undertake were too dangerous. She did not want to involve the weak. But she was also not quite sure how long she would live. Before she died, she should eat well a few more times. That barbecue was rather tasty. As a chef, he probably ran his own restaurant. Maybe she should have asked where his restaurant was. Regret, so much regret. Chapter 53, The First Pet. Moonstone City, within the 3rd Civilian District. Chen Qi stepped over the narrow, pitch-black tunnel, emerging from the crack's entrance. The Black Rabbit gang might very well be lying in ambush at the crack. Chen Qi cautiously surveyed his surroundings. The time flow in the crack synced with reality. By now, night had fallen, and moonlight bathed the chaotic city in this remote corner of the world. Chen Qi scanned the area. The dilapidated streetlights flickered, walls were covered with bullet holes and smoke stains, some shops were completely ruined, and the air was tinged with a hint of gunpowder. The moment he emerged, a drunken plumber by the street and a woman reading the newspaper on a rooftop both glanced his way simultaneously. Among them were gang informants. Gangs, like rats, made full use of their numbers to oppress the weaker individuals. Guarding the entrance to the crack, then robbing the weaker parties of their rewards was a common trick among many gangs. Although apart from the flower witch, there should be no one else who knew about his defeat of the old hunter. But it couldn't exclude the possibility that someone had guessed it from various hints. After all, in the hunting grounds, apart from the flower witch, he was another overseer. Of course, no matter what, he had been chosen by the old hunter as an overseer. For a gang like the Black Rabbit gang, unless they could gather a team of 10, they likely wouldn't dare make a move rashly. If they dared to take action, they were welcome to try. Chen Qi walked along the street towards his small houseboat. As long as he wasn't facing a widespread assault, he was confident that he could defeat the members of the Black Rabbit gang. Chen Qi walked briskly along the street. Guest. Suddenly, a voice stopped him. In the dimly lit corner ahead, an old man reading a newspaper was sitting. Only on MVLEMP year. It was the newsstand old man who gave him information. The old man flipped through his newspaper, then said to Chen Qi. Guest, it seems you've had a fruitful day, but let me remind you imprudently that rabbits are always vengeful. If possible, please make sure to leave this rabbit den tonight. However, don't worry too much, the king of the rabbits isn't in the den right now, but has gone to the Moonstone Islands. Gang members have their own territories, the area he was in belonged to the Black Rabbit gang, and was also known as the Rabbit Den. The leader of the Black Rabbits isn't in Moonstone City, hey. Chen Qi looked at the old man. As a light seer and also a member of the Transcendent Organization Press, the other party's speed in obtaining information was first-rate. Chen Qi said. Thank you for the warning. The old man adjusted his glasses. Guest, I want to ask, did the flower witch really appear in the hunting grounds? And is she the same flower witch from 100 years ago? Chen Qi pondered for a moment before answering. The witch indeed appeared, but based on my personal judgment, she doesn't quite seem like the flower witch from 100 years ago. The newsstand old man's pupils contracted, and then his brows furrowed. Is that so? Then Perlo has missed out on a huge piece of news. Everyone apart from you has been scooped up by the major newspapers. Scooped up by newspapers? The appearance of the flower witch was undoubtedly big news throughout the Witch Sea. For this news, the press would definitely interview the hunters participating in the hunting grounds. Am I going to be in the news? Chen Qi scratched his head. Then, the old man continued. Guest, please be very careful in your travels recently. Witches are considered ominous symbols in other nations, and their appearances generally signal the onset of major disasters. Of course, the crack tide is a disaster in itself. With that, the old man looked at Chen Qi, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. However, guest, I never expected you to be chosen by the old hunter as an overseer. Initially, I thought you were just a chef, but it seems I was mistaken, you are a formidable chef indeed. The newspaperman had seen many people, and it had been a long time since he had so greatly misjudged someone's strength. Even his intuition told him that the other party might even be related to clearing the crack at the hunting ground. Not bad. Chen Qi answered modestly. However, he had not yet fully mastered the body forging skill and breathing technique. In the player guide, one only qualifies as a first-order transcendent after fully mastering the body forging skill and breathing technique. Of course, that's the standard for power-focused players and more than sufficient to handle ordinary gang members. After bidding farewell to the old man, Chen Qi quickened his pace towards the port of Moonstone City. He had an urgent matter to attend to. In the hunting ground, the most important item he had obtained was 7 deep-sea water elves. And to awaken their true form, the deep-sea water elves needed to be placed in seawater. Chen Qi arrived at the port and lit the boat's lamp. The port was crowded and bustling, not a good choice for awakening the deep-sea water elves. Chen Qi thought for a moment and decided to drive the small houseboat to the waters near Moonstone City. Going out to sea at night was very dangerous due to the high chance of encountering sea beasts. But for Chen Qi, this was no problem. Moreover, as long as he stayed within the range of the lighthouse of Moonstone City, many monsters wouldn't dare to attack him. Chen Qi drove the small houseboat to the sea waters outside Moonstone City. He placed 7 small water balls into the seawater, waiting for the deep-sea water elves to hatch. By tomorrow morning, they should be hatched. Following that, Chen Qi took out the white mist breathing skill card and used it. The card dissipated at his fingertips like white mist. Knowledge of the breathing technique surged into his mind. You have successfully absorbed white mist breathing. Your stamina has significantly increased, your agility +1. Chen Qi took a deep breath and felt the air flow through various parts of his body. After mastering the breathing technique, both his speed and the calmness of his movements would vastly improve. Like the body forging skill, the breathing technique still required some time to practice to be fully assimilated. Immediately after, Chen Qi proceeded with his routine exercises, aiming to fully master the body forging skill and breathing technique as soon as possible. Your constitution +1, your strength +1. Your stamina has slightly increased, your agility +1. The movements of the body forging skill were very intense. Chen Qi felt the sweat on his body and the incremental increase in physical strength. Unknowingly, the night grew deep, and from afar at sea, he could see dark shadows continuously passing under the water. Dangerous entities. Chen Qi tiredly looked at the sea. To date, apart from the nearshore overlord, he hadn't encountered any dangerous transcendent sea beasts at sea. Not encountering dangerous sea beasts, he didn't know whether to consider this good luck or bad luck. Next, he could actively seek out these sea beasts. Chen Qi closed his eyes, lay on the bed, and fell asleep. The next day, the flames of daytime ignited, and the warm sunlight shone on his face. The bedridden Chen Qi opened his bleary eyes and looked towards the chandelier inside the boathouse. Suddenly, he felt a heavy, somewhat slippery sensation on his chest. And a bit soft. What could it be? Chen Qi instinctively grabbed the jelly-like thing at his chest. Before him, a slime blinked its blue eyes at him. Chapter 54, Night of the Monsters. This. Chen Qi pinched it with his hand. So soft. He suddenly sat up from the bed and looked around the boat cabin. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. Such a soft thing, and there are 7 of them. At that moment, exactly 7 round, fluffy deep-sea water elves were blinking their big blue eyes at him, awaiting commands. At that moment, a new prompt also appeared in front of him. Deep-sea hunter cultivated deep-sea water elves. Description: deep-sea water elves, compared to ordinary water elves, have absorbed the power of the deep sea. They possess higher intelligence, a temporary floating ability, stronger recovery skills, and greater combat capability. Additionally, deep-sea water elves also help accelerate your boat. Each of these deep-sea water elves possesses the water bomb skill. Note: the best pet beast choice for your voyages. 7 deep-sea water elves, silently awaiting your command. Chen Qi looked at the 7 slimes, no, the 7 deep-sea water elves. They seemed quite intelligent. Come to my hand. Chen Qi said. The nearest one among them paused for a moment, then with a pop, it jumped onto his hand. Pretty clever. Chen Qi thought. The deep-sea water elves master a skill called water bomb, which can instantly create a powerful water explosion around their body. Chen Qi, whose main character is a pet beast trainer, preferred to use the handheld water bomb. The so-called handheld water bomb is akin to throwing a water elf like a hand grenade. Go, deep-sea water elves! Water bomb! Chen Qi stepped out of the boat cabin and fiercely grabbed the water elf in his hand, smashing it violently toward the sea surface. Boom! A massive explosion of water burst up from the sea surface. Just like a torpedo exploding above the water. Its explosive power was enough to flip over a small boat. After the explosion, the water elf quickly absorbed seawater to replenish its energy. Deep-sea water elves could move swiftly in the sea and rapidly replenish their energy. The power isn't small at all. Chen Qi was surprised, the power was already comparable to a hand grenade explosion. As a former pet beast trainer, he naturally knew the strength of this skill. This type of pet beast, possessing strong regenerative abilities, was extremely rare even in the golden flower bird kingdom. Its body, mainly composed of water, had strong resistance to physical damage and incredible recovery abilities in seawater. Moreover, as a bomb, deep-sea water elves could also track their enemies. It was as if his little houseboat had 7 refillable tracking torpedo missiles. To own one of these powerful pet beasts in the 2nd tier would already be considered lucky, and now he had 7. Chen Qi pictured the sight of 7 missile-like deep-sea water elves circling around him. In such a case, perhaps, he could even handle a duel with Teacherin, a 3rd-rank mage. It could be said that, deep-sea water elves significantly enhanced his marine combat capabilities. Not bad, not bad. Subsequently, Chen Qi tested the 2nd function of the deep-sea water elves. Accelerating the boat. Under his command, 7 deep-sea water elves swiftly gathered together at the rear of the small houseboat, then violently pushed the houseboat forward. Whoosh! Under the propulsion of the deep-sea water elves, the small houseboat burst forward with unprecedented speed. Not bad, not bad. Chen Qi flicked his finger, and the 7 deep-sea water elves obediently returned to the small houseboat. Unlike regular pet beasts, deep-sea water elves only needed to absorb seawater to restore energy. Anyway, his little houseboat now also had a pet. In time, he wondered if he could teach them to clean the boat cabin and give massages. Chen Qi thought. Although he had only touched them for a moment, the touch of the deep-sea water elves was truly excellent. If placed in a bathtub, they could also be incredibly fun toys. Chen Qi walked out of the boat cabin, spreading his arms, feeling the sea breeze blow past. And just then, he heard a bird call. Wait, the sky. Chen Qi looked up. There, in the sky, a huge dove was flying. A dove? Chen Qi raised his head, suddenly thinking of something. Could it be the miracle reporter, Perlu from Moonstone City? At that moment, a terrifying thing happened. Above the dove, a figure abruptly fell from the dove. A plane crash? Chen Qi was startled. I finally found you, boss. Accompanied by a terrifying greeting, the shadow, accelerating downwards, plunged like a missile straight toward his little houseboat. It was the miracle walker Perlu, no, specifically, a human-shaped missile. If the little houseboat were hit by this human-shaped missile, it was likely to be flipped in an instant. His newly bought boat. This guy. Chen Qi pupils suddenly dilated, and he quickly commanded the deep-sea water elves. He had them urgently push the small houseboat forward. Boom! Miracle Reporter Perlo hit the water, creating a huge splash. Phew! Chen Qi patted his chest, calming his startled heart in the boat. Phew, on the high seas, humans are indeed more terrifying than sea beasts. Especially humans falling from above, are a terror among terrors. Then, he walked to the edge of the boat, stretching out his hand. Miss Reporter, are you all right? Falling from a great height, even into water, could still cause significant harm to the body. Did this person come down accidentally, or did they jump intentionally? Pei Lu extended her hand out of the seawater, grabbed Chen Qi's hand, and climbed up. It's fine, I took 4 years of physical education at Bay Country Royal University. I'm practically a half-athlete. It's just a dive. A couple of days of rest, and I'll be good. Chen Qi pulled Pei Lu up from the seawater. Her body showed only a few minor injuries. This girl is genuinely tough. Although Pei Lu only had a first-tier spirit power field, her body had a frightening level of hardness, which was one of the main reasons players believed that Pei Lu was hiding her true strength. Once on the boat, Pei Lu's eyes were red as she coughed up seawater and then stood up. Boss, do you know? I've been looking for you for so long, almost thought I couldn't find you. Look, I'm so excited, I fell off the pigeon. Pei Lu sat on the ground. Having fallen into the water, she somehow looked a bit pitiful. Hey, don't rush. Calm down a bit. Chen Qi crossed his arms and asked curiously. What's the matter? Is it about food? Pei Lu naturally walked into his boathouse and said. Do you even need to ask? Of course, it's about the Flower Witch. This is big news that has shocked Moonstone City. For the sake of the story, all major newspapers are moving into action now. However, other newspapers, and even that damned junior of mine, have signed confidentiality agreements with the participants of the hunting grounds. Then Pei Lu wiped her eyes and looked at Chen Qi. Fortunately, I heard from the old man at the newsstand that you participated in the crack, and you probably weren't interviewed. Moreover, he told me that you might be a key figure. Boss, if it weren't for you, I would miss out on the most explosive news Moonstone City has had this month. You actually saw the Flower Witch. Pei Lu looked at Chen Qi, her eyes full of envy. Is that so? Chen Qi felt some emotion. The speed of these journalists was faster than he had imagined. Pei Lu was someone who would stop at nothing for newspaper sales. Despite her fame, she wasn't without competitors. The Witch Times, adept at pushing boundaries, had always been a strong contender against her. In fact, they had already surpassed the White Dove Times in sales this year. Chen Qi remembered that in the game's new activities, there was a special faction war centered around the sales of the Witch Times and the White Dove Times. Players would be responsible for gathering or fabricating big news to boost their respective newspapers' sales. He should now be considered a player on the side of the White Dove Times. Chen Qi took out some peanuts and handed them to Pei Lu. So, Miss Reporter, what do you want to ask? Pei Lu brushed back her wet hair, took out her notebook and pen. What happened in the hunting grounds, the Flower Witch's appearance, including the color of the flowers on her head and her attire. If possible, please tell me her body measurements. The more detailed, the better. So much information? Are you sure you're not capturing a criminal? Chen Qi frowned. After some thought, Chen Qi recounted part of the events in the hunting grounds. However, in his version, he was not the one who defeated the hunting grounds, but merely a participant who hunted red wolves with culinary skills, without revealing his dealings with the Flower Witch. That's what happened in the hunting grounds. As for the Flower Witch's appearance, she has flowers growing on her head, and she's about 1.6 meters tall. Her figure is quite good, I suppose. Chen Qi replied. Thank you very much. This information is enough for me to write an article. Pei Lu clenched her fist, looking fierce. Don't let me catch you, Flower Witch. Pei Lu vowed in her heart that if she caught the Flower Witch, she would definitely conduct a thorough interview. Ah, this. Chen Qi looked at Pei Lu. The way she spoke about the interview felt like a gangland shakedown. No wonder she was known as Moonstone City's most brazen journalist. As a chaotic-type journalist, Pei Lu's interviews often involved torture devices. He could only pray for the Flower Witch and hope she wouldn't get caught by this chaotic journalist. Luckily, with the flower witch's strength, she should be able to give this journalist a good thrashing. Then Chen Qi said to Pei Lu. Miss Reporter, can I ask if you have any useful information for me? As the top of Bay Country Royals Big Three and an honorary journalist of Moonstone City, though her mind was somewhat erratic, Pei Lu was undoubtedly a huge intelligence broker. She knew all the big and small affairs in the Witch Sea. There should be a lot of useful information among them. Pei Lu, while writing her article, thought out loud. Useful information for you. Her eyes lit up. Of course, I do. What is it? According to a sea fisherman's discovery, recently, a large group of rare moonlight fish has appeared in the nearshore waters around Moonstone City. This is a rare and delicious ingredient, but nighttime is very dangerous. Thus, to prepare for the culinary contest, many chefs have contacted fishermen to arrange a fishing boat, planning to embark on a big fishing trip the night after tomorrow. Fishing. Chen Qi rubbed his hands together. The other party truly regarded him as a professional chef. Moonlight fish was a seasonal product of Moonstone City, with tender and juicy meat, welcomed by many big merchants. However, the transcendent attributes of moonlight fish were not particularly strong. Even when processed into food, it could only temporarily boost inspiration. Chen Qi shook his head, not very interested in moonlight fish. What he wanted was a transcendent ingredient that could give him a body of steel. Then, Pei Lu continued. But unfortunately, moonlight fish can only appear at night, and in the places where they appear, many dangerous sea beasts will also appear. Ghost fire fish, demon bats, bullet squids, even the nearshore dominator, and those things hiding in the shadows. In other words, the night when moonlight fish appear is a monster night. What did you just say? A lot of dangerous sea beast groups will appear. Plus, fishing at night means the prices of moonlight fish have skyrocketed. To guard against these monsters, at least 5 second-order hunters, or even expensive third-tier hunters, must be hired for them to dare to go to sea. Of course, if you want to join the fishing fleet, and with some gangs being unruly lately, you'll need to spend a lot of money to get a hunter's protection. A first-order transcendent is the starting point of transcendence, their power varies significantly. Whereas, second-order transcendents, compared to first-order ones, had delved deeply into their chosen path, possessed a unique nature form, and had mastered refined breathing, body forging, and meditation skills. Most second-order transcendents had a certain status in Moonstone City. At least 5 second-order transcendents indicated the level of danger of this fishing trip. Hearing this, Chen Qi couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Dangerous sea beast groups. Ghost fire fish, demon bats, bullet squids, those goodies. This monster night was a huge opportunity for him. Chapter 55. Night Voyage. Chen Qi walked to the bedside, picked up Sea Beast Usage Guide, and started flipping through it. Ghost fire fish and bullet squid are dangerous small-sized sea beasts that often move in groups. Once targeted by these schools of fish, one would suffer an attack akin to a hail of bullets. Although dangerous, they are much more valuable than moonlight fish. Seeing that Chen Qi was considering going out to sea at night, Pello cautioned. If you want to follow the fleet and fish at night, never board ships belonging to gangs, especially the Black Rabbit Gang, the Wild Dog Gang, and the Formal Attire Axe Gang. They might charge less, and have maids on board who'll touch your thigh and compliment your looks. But once you're ashore, they'll gouge you with tea fees, weapon fees, protection fees, maid service fees. All just ways to rip you off. So, make sure to choose a proper fishing vessel, which should cost about 50,000 shell coins. As Pello said this, she imitated one of those money-grubbing maids and teased with a flirty wink. Hiss! This sudden assault made Chen Qi frown as though he were an old grandfather on the subway. If Pello didn't speak, she was quite attractive. But with Miss Pello's chaotic reputation in Moonstone City, her wink could scare many into running 300 miles out of Moonstone City in a tumbling panic. She continued. Right, when you go out to sea at night, make sure you have ship lights and kerosene lamps ready. Recently, there have been 6 tragedies caused by people trying to save on kerosene by turning off their ship lights. Don't worry, my little boat's ship light is quite expensive, Chen Qi said with a confident smile. To ensure safe travel at night, he had the foresight to ask the ship repair workers of Morrow Town to equip his small boat with a waterproof, impact-resistant large ship light. Apart from the steam hands engine, the ship light was undoubtedly the most expensive component on his boat. Expensive. Pello raised her head, scanning his boathouse with the eyes of a wealthy woman, somewhat puzzled. To me, it's already quite expensive. Chen Qi helplessly closed the book and asked his second question. By the way, Miss Reporter, what do you know about the Black Rabbit Gang? What's up, are the rabbits eyeing you now? Pello asked. Gangs are a distinct feature in the civilian areas of Moonstone City. Gangs supplement the order of Moonstone City. With the descent of the crack tide, chaos is intensifying, and the gangs are becoming more numerous and bold. Sort of, Chen Qi replied. There was no doubt that his trip to the hunting grounds had caught the Black Rabbit Gang's attention. Not to mention, based on the information he previously had, the Black Whale Group and the Black Rabbit Gang were somewhat connected. Pello frowned. You've caught their attention then, be careful. According to the intelligence from my informants, many gangs in Moonstone City have begun to make contact with pirate groups recently. And the Black Rabbit Gang has a close relationship with the Black Whale Group, the leader among the 4 great pirate emperors. So you'd better be cautious. A rabbit doesn't care about its reputation when it's about to leave its burrow. Pello popped a peanut into her mouth. The size of the Black Whale Group was growing day by day. Chen Qi propped his chin, pondering. Gangs are simply pirates on land, so it's not surprising they would join pirates. After the advent of the crack tide, cracks appeared more frequently in the sea than on land. In such situations, joining the pirates would indeed be quite a far-sighted decision. The Black Rabbit Gang is not to be feared, but one cannot fight off 100 with his bare hands. He would have to be careful when moving around Moonstone City. Chen Qi thought to himself. Pello shook her head, expressing a fondness for the boss's cooking skills. She comforted him. But don't worry too much. In the end, the gangs are like rats in the city, especially at ports under naval jurisdiction, they wouldn't dare cause trouble there. When I have time, I'll go and interview the Black Rabbit Gang to get them to behave. An interview, are you sure that's not a threat? Chen Qi was slightly startled, she truly was the most brazen reporter in Moonstone City. Pello stood up, somewhat reluctantly stuffing her papers back into her bag. It's such a pity, boss. I'm really too busy today to enjoy your cooking, and thanks for the information you provided. Goodbye, and have a safe trip. Chen Qi waved his hand as he bid farewell. Before leaving, Pello clenched her fists in encouragement. Right, boss, keep up the hard work making money. Your restaurant is just too shabby and small. If possible, it'd be great to have a cabinet full of fine wine, a mahogany table, and ideally, a musician to add some artistic atmosphere. And it would be even better if you could add some transcendent ingredients. I hope you become a 5-star chef soon. Pello had always wanted to invite friends for a meal here, but regrettably, the small boathouse was just too small. If only the boat's interior were a bit nicer, it would be perfect. Easy for you to say. Chen Qi clapped his hands and glanced at his small boathouse. If it hadn't been for Old Belly's rush to sell his boat, he wouldn't even have it now. To fit a big liquor cabinet while ensuring the speed of the boat, it would be impossible without 10 million shell coins. Moreover, becoming a 5-star chef, which required passing the chef's union assessment, was a very difficult thing as well. After Pell left, Chen Qi sat on the boat and began to plot his journey ahead in simple terms. The monster night would take place the evening after tomorrow. He could take time tomorrow to go to the market at Moonstone City and sell the items he obtained from the hunting ground. Then he would spend the rest of the time practicing his breathing techniques and body forging skill, as well as training the deep-sea water elf. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. At the port of Moonstone City, the afterglow of the setting sun shimmered on the sparkling sea. Chen Qi sat atop his small houseboat, counting his money. Life had been very ordinary in the past few days, with only occasional probes from members of the Black Rabbit Gang, but he had encountered no troubles. He spent some time selling the spices he had obtained from the crack, as well as the small mechanical armor from the Black Rabbit Gang. The devil pepper sold for 100,000 shell coins, and the small steam-powered armor from the Black Rabbit Gang sold for 270,000 coins due to a damaged neural connection system. With the sale of other items and some expenses, in and out, he now had a total of 400,000 shell coins. For someone who had just begun to make his way at sea, 400,000 shell coins was a significant sum. For non-transcendents, as long as they avoided frequenting places of ill repute and had no family members to support, 400,000 was enough to last a very long time. But for a transcendent, the amount was still too little. Chen Qi finished counting his money and carefully placed it into his backpack card. Outside the boat cabin, the hearty voices of sailors could be heard. "We're preparing to set sail, call the sailors to get ready. And hurry up and find someone to greet the 5 esteemed second-tier hunters. Our cannons have limited power, and if we don't want to be attacked by sea beasts, we still need to rely on them. This operation is extremely dangerous, remind the fishermen who have paid that they absolutely must not lose sight of us. May the goddess bless us, goddess, please bless us." The flames of the day were gradually extinguishing, and night was about to encompass the sea. Chen Qi opened the window of his boat and looked out. At this moment, beside his small houseboat, there were 5 large fishing vessels, equipped with cannons, powerful steam engines, and large trawling nets. And 10 medium-sized vessels. Beyond that, there were over 20 personal boats, just like his. "So many people," Chen Qi remarked. Since the arrival of the crack tide, the number of people setting out to sea from Morrow Town had noticeably decreased. But in Moonstone City, there was absolutely no sign of decline. In the night, sailing in small boats was a very dangerous affair. However, not going out to sea meant that many fishermen with meager savings would go without food, and their entire families would suffer. Life is not easy. Chen Qi packed up, came out of the boat cabin, leaned against the wall of the cabin, blew in the sea breeze, and listened to the noisy voices of people. The fishermen on the small boats mostly hung their heads, clearly filled with fear about setting out to sea this time. On the large vessel beside him, the voices of the captain and first mate were particularly loud. "There's really a lot of people heading out to sea today, but speaking of which, how come there are so many small boats? It's the night of the crack tide. They really aren't afraid of dying." "Afraid of dying? That's moonlight fish, 1 moonlight fish can be worth 10 fresh big fish. You're not supporting a wife and children. Have you ever thought about how much it costs to want to attend a transcendent school and to cultivate transcendent abilities?" Saying this, the 2 men on the boat lowered their heads and glanced at Chen Qi. The coarse-looking first mate, seeing the flag on Chen Qi boat, spoke out loudly. "Young man, you're a chef, right? Your little boat won't even be able to catch a single moonlight fish before being buried at sea. 80,000 shell coins to follow behind our vessel, and our hunters will protect you. All registered." "No thanks, I don't have the money." Chen Qi loudly refused. His target was the group of sea beasts, and he had no interest in following behind the large ships to pick up their leftovers. The first mate laughed heartily. "No money, eh? Well, that's that, but I have to warn you, the boats around you belong to gangs, and they don't follow the rules like we do." Chen Qi glanced to the side and saw a skinny man in a small boat's cabin, staring at him with unabashed malice. The man's spiritual power field was not weak, at a second-tier level. He was an executive of the Black Rabbit Gang. After watching for so many days, finally someone with a bit of skill has come. Chen Qi did not worry too much and walked straight into the cabin, lit the lamp, and started the engine. With the deep-sea water elf, he could even destroy some large vessels with weak defenses on the sea. If they truly dared to attack, he would ensure they had no return. In the sky, as if a giant hand suddenly snuffed out a flame, the day's fire was completely extinguished, and the world plunged into darkness. Night had arrived. Rumble rumble. The lighthouse lit up, and the ships started their engines and switched on their lamps. "To the sea!" the sailors on the large vessel shouted. With the leading of the large vessels ahead, a bunch of small boats lit their lamps and followed close behind, like lanterns afloat on the sea, sailing into the pitch-black ocean. Chapter 56, The Black Ship in the Fog. As they sailed, the tall lighthouse in their view became smaller and smaller. In the beginning, Chen Qi's small boat followed behind the main fleet. About an hour into their journey, they were already far from Moonstone City. Moonlight poured down, draping the entire sea in a layer of pitch-black ink. Chen Qi, holding a kerosene lamp, stepped out of the cabin and looked towards the vast ocean. In the distance, a large school of fish emitting a blue glow resembled a beautiful, translucent ribbon of flowing sand drifting over the ocean. It was the moonlight fish. Everyone was instantly thrilled. "Brothers, we've got work to do. Pay attention to what you haul up. If there's anything mutant and rotten, burn it immediately with fire and then throw it into the sea. Be careful not to confuse the moonlight fish with the ghost fire fish." In front of him, the ships began to fish. "Phew, it's also time to break away from the main fleet." Chen Qi looked around. In the distant sea, he could see some faint blue flames lighting up. It was likely the ghost fire fish. Deep-sea water elves, push the small boat from behind. Chen Qi snapped his fingers lightly. Gurgle gurgle. 7 deep-sea water elves understood his intentions, jumped into the water, and began acting as a second engine for the small houseboat. Taking advantage of people's fascination with the moonlight fish, Chen Qi turned the boat's direction, and with the hard pushing of the deep-sea water elves, his small boat sped off like a speedboat with full firepower towards the distant group of ghost fire fish. The ghost fire fish's ghostly oil was a rare and practical material. With the speed boost, his boat quickly reached the vicinity of the ghost fire fish school. The moment the ghost fire fish saw his boat, they fiercely ignited huge blue flames as a warning. Though these blue flames weren't very hot, they were as sharp as blades. A mere touch of the flames could instantly make flesh and blood splatter, literally separating bone from muscle. The blue fire formed by the school of ghost fire fish could be as large as a mansion, and even the nearshore overlords had to respect it. This was why the ghost fire fish were extremely dangerous. Ghost fire fish were quick-tempered. On the sea, without expensive catching tools, it was almost impossible to capture them. However, the moment they saw Chen Qi, the flames instantly extinguished, and they swam away in all directions. Hey! Why are you running? I'm not a bad guy. Chen Qi looked towards the school of ghost fire fish. The situation before him was beyond his expectations. Most small sea beasts he encountered were very friendly to him, so Chen Qi always felt that his talent could somewhat be described as a deep-sea enchanting demon. Am I not a deep-sea enchanting demon? Why don't these ghost fire fish come near me? I can give you massages. Chen Qi was somewhat anxious. Although the ghost fire fish had stopped their aggressive flames, they also did not voluntarily come close to him. Different sea beast species reacted differently to him. This way, although I could capture them, the efficiency is simply too low. Chen Qi dug at his ear and thought for a moment. He suddenly thought of a way to extract materials from the ghost fire fish. Since he couldn't attract the ghost fire fish himself, he would use extraordinary fish bait. Chen Qi took out a fishing rod and an iron bucket. He used his transcendent fishing skill, gathering an extraordinary fish bait at the end of the rod, then placed it on the water. Following that, he positioned the deep-sea water elves around it. To reach the bait, they had to swim past him. Soul seasoning. For effect. Chen Qi used the soul seasoning to enhance the deliciousness of the extraordinary fish bait. The effect was outstanding. Instantly, the ghost fire fish, which had been ignoring him, smelled the aroma of the bait and rushed toward it. Indeed, some fish can't be attracted by mere scent, it takes delicious food to draw them in. A ghost fire fish approached the extraordinary fish bait. Crouching at the edge of the boat, Chen Qi smirked deviously. The moment it was about to bite the extraordinary fish bait, he abruptly grabbed the ghost fire fish with his hand and skillfully scooped off a layer of black oil from its body. The ghostly fires that the ghost fire fish emitted were primarily because of this ghost fire oil. This was a rather good melee combat weapon coating. Applied to a weapon, it could ignite the blade with blue, razor-sharp flames, significantly enhancing the weapon's attack power. This kind of ghost fire oil was very rare in weapon shops. The ghost fire oil scooped from a single ghost fire fish was worth 8,000 shell coins. After scooping off the black oil and putting it into the iron bucket, Chen Qi casually tossed the ghost fire fish back into the sea. 8,000 shell coins in hand. With so many ghost fire fish, he would catch one after another. 8,000. 8,000. 8,000. Chen Qi, as if picking up money, grabbed one ghost fire fish after another near the extraordinary fish bait, and briskly scooped off the black oil. Bang! Bang! One after another, the used ghost fire fish were thrown back into the sea. The entire process was extremely skilled. In about 10 minutes, he had scooped ghost fire oil from 100 ghost fire fish. He had filled up a whole bucket with ghost fire oil. Even in a large weapons store specializing in weapon coatings, it was hard to have so many in stock. Hey! Chen Qi wiped the sweat from his forehead. Though being a pirate or joining a gang at sea was considered 100 times more profitable than fishing, Chen Qi believed that honest fishing could still bring in big money. In just 10 short minutes, he had earned 800,000 shell coins. Moreover, the ghost fire oil could adhere to his black blade, enhancing his weapon. Chen Qi turned his head contentedly. At the moment, on the sea surface, there were 100 ghost fire fish unable to ignite, looking pitifully at him. Due to Chen Qi's skillful maneuvers, they had not managed to snack at all before he caught them, removed their ghost fire oil, and mercilessly threw them back into the sea. Chen Qi stroked his chin. Am I being a bit cruel to these ghost fire fish? Chen Qi coughed twice and then conjured 2 extraordinary fish baits, placing them on the sea surface for the ghost fire fish to eat. He was still quite kind-hearted and wouldn't treat the ghost fire fish unfairly. Eat more, you need to work on producing new ghost fire oil. Chen Qi said, feeling somewhat guilty. He planned to rest a while, then explore this sea area to see if there were other groups of sea beasts. But at that moment, in the distance, a small fishing boat with its lights turned off was stealthily approaching his houseboat. It was the man who had glared at him ashore just earlier. Because the ghost fire fish had not ignited any flame, he thought Chen Qi was catching some ordinary fish. Chen Qi roughly sensed that the other's spiritual power field had already reached the 2nd tier. The gaunt man with a crew cut approached Chen Qi boat, picked up a lantern, then spoke viciously. Chef, you're the overseer of the hunting ground, aren't you? I'm a cotter from the Black Rabbit Gang, one of the 5 rabbits. In the hunting ground, I had a brother, nicknamed Scarface Rabbit. I've been thinking, and the only ones who could beat him, aside from the Flower Witch, is you. His eyes held a trace of malice. From his words, he clearly considered the Flower Witch the most likely assailant. But now, he had found him. Chen Qi propped his chin, gently tapped on the water elves below the surface. If it was at sea, even a 2nd tier was mostly no match for him. Chen Qi smiled. Scarface Rabbit, hey? I do indeed know a bit about him. Knew it. The gaunt man didn't plan to give Chen Qi a chance to speak, he said to Chen Qi. You really dare to admit it, hey? After this voyage, come to our Black Rabbit Gang headquarters. If you show good behavior and sincerity, our Black Rabbit Gang is willing to forgive you. Bang! Just at that moment, he pulled out a gun, preparing to fire a shot at his houseboat as a warning. However, Chen Qi had drawn his gun first, and opened fire at him. Bang! The other's reaction was incredibly fast. He used the lantern in his hand as a shield, easily blocking the bullet. Impressive! The gaunt man slightly smiled. 2nd tier transcendence, most have mastered the body forging skill and the breathing skill, even the meditation skill. Response times, also far above ordinary people. In addition, there's physical condition, spiritual power perception, transcendent skills. This means we, and someone just entering transcendent like you, are worlds apart. However, he hadn't finished his sentence when he sensed something. When did fog start to form? Chen Qi held his breath, his body growing colder. The surrounding mist thickened, and the temperature was dropping rapidly. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred. Just you wait. Damn it! Damn! Damn, how did we run into this thing? The gaunt man shivered, burst out with a curse, turned his head, and tried to light the lantern of his boat. To sneak up on Chen Qi, he had just turned off the boat's lights. However, the moment he touched the lantern switch, his boat suddenly shook violently, convulsed fiercely, and then whoosh, the entire boat was violently pulled into the sea. The man, along with the boat, instantly disappeared into the sea, as if he had never existed. The faint bloodstain that appeared on the sea surface was the only proof of his presence. What is this? Chen Qi's heartbeat was accelerating. Unknowingly, thick fog had gathered around the area he was in. In front of him, within the mist, a blurry shadow gradually emerged. A wooden black boat with its lantern lit and piled with pitch-black cargo slowly approached him. On the boat, there was only a lantern-holding boatman. The boat came closer. Looking closely, the boatman had no flesh and wore a tattered merchant's hat, his entire body was a charred skeleton. When the boat was 10 meters away from his houseboat, it stopped. Click, click. From beneath the merchant's hat, some deep blue tentacles emerged. And then, it picked up the lantern, producing a strange sound like bones clashing. Good evening. Chapter 57. Deep Sea Merchant. The moon hung high, and the fog grew thicker. The captain on the large boat fishing for moonlight fish glanced at the distant fog and involuntarily stopped commanding. What's the matter, Captain? A young red-haired crew member asked. Someone's been attacked again. The captain shook his head, raising his right hand high and shouting. Everyone, light the ship lanterns, stop your work, we are going to look for other groups of moonlight fish. The crew looked at their captain, perplexed. You must know, each moonlight fish here is worth between 500 to 2,000 shell coins. There are at least 2,000 of them here. If they could catch all the moonlight fish here, they wouldn't have to work for a month. The captain explained, we can't stay here any longer, deep sea merchant has appeared. Deep sea merchant. As soon as the words fell, the ship plunged into a moment of silence. They surged towards the light and then gazed into the distant fog, sighing deeply. Right in the middle of the fog, the lights on the small houseboat were on. Chen Qi paced back and forth on the deck of the small houseboat, looking at the small black boat in front of him, and the black skull with tentacle-like appendages. What was this thing again? Chen Qi touched his chin with his hand. He remembered that this monster was mentioned in the Witch Sea section of the guide, and he had even made a related game strategy. This monster was dangerous, but as long as he was in the light, it wouldn't threaten his life. However, he couldn't remember its name at the moment. Chen Qi leaned against the ship and asked outright. What are you? The pitch-black skull on the black boat slightly lifted the lantern it held. Guessed. I make some small deals on these seas, person. You can also call me Deep Sea Merchant. Deep Sea Merchant. Hearing this term, Chen Qi clapped his hands together. He remembered now. Deep Sea Merchant was considered a famously dangerous monster at night in the Witch Sea. It would steer a pitch-black small boat, approaching ships on the sea to sell some rare items. Of course, among these, there was one item Deep Sea Merchant would pay a high price to buy. That was the ship lantern. Deep Sea Merchant was incredibly powerful, so much so that even a fully armed third-order transcendent or even a large merchant ship had a tough time fighting it head-on. That meant it could rely on plundering rather than trading. However, it had one fatal weakness. It feared light. Even a slight touch of light caused its body to rapidly melt. Thus, Deep Sea Merchant would do everything possible to destroy or buy the lanterns of ships, then devour them entirely in the darkness. Installing a high-end ship lantern for a night voyage was essential, largely because of the Deep Sea Merchant. Only on MVLEMP year. Chen Qi looked at the blood on the sea surface. Just now, a cotter of the Black Rabbit gang, in an attempt to approach him, had extinguished the ship lantern, and at the same time, Chen Qi had shattered his kerosene lamp. The moment the light vanished, he was dragged into the sea by the Deep Sea Merchant, leaving no trace behind. Deep Sea Merchant, hey! Chen Qi lifted his head and flashed a villainous friendly smile at the Deep Sea Merchant. The items sold by the Deep Sea Merchant were quite good, and players had even made guides on how to find him. However, many people leave Moonstone City by sea, and under normal circumstances, the probability of encountering the Deep Sea Merchant was very small. This was truly a rare event. He and the cotter of the Black Rabbit gang had indeed hit the jackpot. In many people's eyes, the Deep Sea Merchant was a frightening monster, and their first reaction upon seeing him was to protect their ship lantern and then run with all their might. But in Chen Qi's eyes, the level of danger the creature presented hadn't reached the point where he needed to flee. Besides fearing light, the Deep Sea Merchant had another huge weakness. That was the charred lantern in its hand. The Deep Sea Merchant's charred lantern emitted a faint glow, and only within this special light could it barely maintain its physical form while directly facing the light of the ship lantern. Without this lantern, it could not look directly at Chen Qi's small houseboat, nor could it have come so close to his small houseboat. This meant that although the Deep Sea Merchant's power far exceeded his own, Chen Qi could also fire at the charred lantern in its hand and then smash the kerosene lamp at it to kill it. As long as he stayed within the light and possessed a ranged weapon capable of attacking the charred lantern, he had a chance of killing it. The Deep Sea Merchant was very powerful, yet also very fragile. As the Deep Sea Merchant approached Chen Qi, the skull's neck emitted a cracking sound. Guest, as you can see, my lantern is broken, can you sell me one? I'm not in the mood for your childish tricks. Tell me, what do you have to sell? Chen Qi interrupted sharply and pointed his gun firmly at the other's lantern. He was short on time and had no interest in playing a cat-and-mouse game with the Deep Sea Merchant. When facing the Deep Sea Merchant, one must never show fear. Otherwise, there was a very high chance that he would use some long-range weapons to directly attack your ship. The Deep Sea Merchant was silent for a while. He had drifted in the sea for many years, but this was the first time someone had been so arrogant. He stretched out his pitch-black bony hand. Guest, people call me, the monster of the deep sea, do you? The lantern in the hands of the Deep Sea Merchant shook, he was after all a famous old monster from the deep sea. The other party should show him some respect. Chen Qi glanced at him coldly. They both mingled on the high seas. If the other was a sea monster, then he was an enchanting demon of the deep sea. This guy, still expecting him to show respect. Chen Qi examined the figure in front of him carefully. On player forums and academic forums of Shell Country, there had always been questions about whether the deep sea merchant was a special type of sea beast. The deep sea merchant was not a sea beast. In the bestiary of the Witch Sea, only special parasitic sea beasts had high intelligence. But even the intelligent parasitic sea beasts could only mimic some human actions. Therefore, the deep sea merchant was very likely a transcendent who had embarked on the path of madness and became shell-like. High-order transcendents, if they chose the wrong method for advancement, could likely distort and evolve into something akin to a monster. In the eyes of transcendents, this kind of distortion was known as the path of madness. To avoid further transformation, they needed to complete their occupational tasks more crazily to stabilize their mental anchors. The fact that the deep sea merchant showed no reaction to his deep sea aura also proved that the other's nature was still human. For such strange creatures, there was no need for polite words, nor should one show fear. Chen Qi propped his chin and said fiercely. Cut the crap. Believe it or not, I'll blow up that lantern in your hand. The lantern. The deep sea merchant hesitated for a moment. He was not angry, instead, he slightly stepped back. The other knew his weakness. The deep sea merchant pulled back the lantern. Guest, it seems you are more knowledgeable than I thought. It seems, the sea goddess has brought us. Say it again, I'm not interested in hearing your nonsense. Chen Qi was getting impatient. Come on, what goods do you have? And, has no one told you that as a merchant, you should polish your spoken language? Speaking so haltingly, why are you even selling things? The whole person of the deep sea merchant stopped for a moment. The other was too arrogant, really too arrogant. He even mocked his speech. After all, he did not have a normal head and his entire body was skeletal, appearing on such a dark windy night. Couldn't he be shown some respect? It would have been nice to see a fleeting look of fear in his eyes. The customer is God. The deep sea merchant felt insulted, but still spoke amiably. Guest, I have many fine items here. I have a special aphrodisiac that can temporarily make you grow tentacles, greatly enhance your constitution, and let your wife experience pleasures beyond her imagination. The items sold by the deep sea merchant were mostly strange objects. Tentacle injections, which upon consumption, would make one's body grow tentacles, and there was a high probability of losing rationality, becoming a monster that only reproduces. A typical rip-off product. Not interested. Next, tell me something useful in actual combat, not this kind of deceptive trash. Chen Qi immediately said. Besides, he still had a tentacle monster inside his spine. The whole person of the deep sea merchant stirred. The rejection by the other was too decisive. Although he had only first-order strength, from the current situation, his knowledge was extraordinary. Guest, it seems you do not like this item. I thought you, like me, also desired to be part of a race. He pondered for a moment, then listed his goods. Tentacle potion, tentacle sword, snake blood staff, storm scroll, professional sea charts drawn by the Ice Devil Pirate Group, sea snake venom, and skill cards for deep sea breathing, Wendy summoning scroll. Chapter 58, The Four Emperors of the Seas. The deep sea merchant listed his goods one by one. At the same time, he explained the rules of trade. Ordinary potions and maps can be bought with money, but as for skill cards or other more rare items, besides money, you also need black blood mutant fish that have not decayed for more than 3 days and have been affected by the tides, he said. Guest, compared to money, I prefer bartering. Chen Qi sat in the small boat, listening with interest. As a special merchant of the night, the items the deep sea merchant sold were extremely rare. For instance, the deep sea breathing technique. Not only did it grant mastery of conventional chi power, but it also significantly enhanced one's ability underwater. The storm scroll and the windy summoning scroll were both incredibly powerful one-time use scrolls. The tentacle sword and the snake blood staff were weapons with both strong negative and positive effects. The items sold by the deep sea merchant were extremely expensive. Under normal circumstances, only those of the third rank could afford the deep sea merchant's items. After listening, Chen Qi pondered for a moment. His money was limited at the moment, and he didn't have any black blood mutant fish, so he couldn't afford most of the items. The cheapest items were sea snake fluid and the Ice Witch Pirate Group's sea chart. The Ice Witch Pirate Group's sea chart. A shock ran through Chen Qi mind. The deep-sea merchant even had this valuable item. Among the many pirate groups of the Witch Sea, there were the infamous 4 pirate emperors. Ranked from strongest to weakest, they were the Black Whale Pirate Group, the Sea God Pirate Group, the Blood Blade Pirate Group, and the Ice Witch Pirate Group. Each of the 4 pirate emperors was founded with a great purpose, clad in a grand premise. The goal of the Black Whale Pirate Group was to hunt large whales. The Sea God Pirate Group consisted of a group of mad devotees who worshipped ancient deep-sea species. The merchant before him was very likely one of them. The Blood Blade Pirate Group was a product of a split within the Shell Country Navy, with countless complicated feelings of love and hate toward the Shell Country Navy. Meanwhile, the Ice Witch Pirate Group was established to investigate the legendary Ice Witch who resisted the large whale hundreds of years ago. They, like the legendary Ice Witch, also had a passion for studying history and archaeology. In player guides, the Ice Witch Pirate Group had an incredibly extensive professional sea chart. Unlike common charts sold in stores, it not only marked the terrain but also the frequent routes of many merchant ships and warships. More importantly, it detailed the conditions of dangerous sea regions. In the nearby seas, there were many accident-prone dangerous areas. The conditions of these dangerous areas were severely overlooked, with scant internal information available. That's why the Ice Witch Pirate Group always treated their sea chart as a treasure, not readily revealing it. Often, to save time, or when encountering pirate attacks, many ships were forced to enter dangerous areas. Thus, for players who frequently engage in trade, adventure, and actions, the Ice Witch Pirate Group's sea chart could be considered crucial. Chen Qi swallowed. The areas known as dangerous territories were so called not just because of sea beasts, but also due to special terrains like whirlpools. If he could get the sea chart from the Ice Witch Pirate Group, it meant his navigation would no longer be limited to ordinary sea routes, but could be more bold. Under normal circumstances, to obtain the Ice Witch Pirate Group's map, one must spend a lot of effort and curry favor with the Ice Witch Pirate Group. This map is very important, I must acquire it. Chen Qi thought to himself and said to the deep-sea merchant before him. The Ice Witch Pirate Group's sea chart, how much is it? The deep-sea merchant made a creaking sound and extended a charcoal black burnt finger. 1 million shell coins. Chen Qi heart missed a beat. The deep-sea merchant said. That's the market price. I never overcharge my customers for their first purchase, so let's say 800,000 shell coins. This map is taboo. You might want to inquire about it. Even the forgeries are worth. Chen Qi thought for a moment. The Ice Witch Pirate Group's sea chart was indeed rare. In some black markets, it could fetch 2 million, and there was also a need to sign a strict non-disclosure agreement. Selling the Ice Witch Pirate Group's map could prompt not only pursuits from the Ice Witch Pirate Group but also from the Navy. And the chance of buying counterfeit items was also very high. Chen Qi checked his backpack card, he currently had only 400,000 shell coins on hand. He would have to barter. Chen Qi picked up a bucket filled with ghost fire oil. Half a bucket of ghost fire oil. How about that? This half bucket of ghost fire oil, if sold to a weapons merchant, might bring about 400,000 shell coins, much cheaper than the price mentioned by the deep-sea merchant. But compared to money, the deep-sea merchant preferred to barter. Ghost fire oil. The tentacles on the head of the deep-sea merchant twisted slightly. With so much ghost oil, the other party was likely a merchant specialized in collecting ghost oil. Without professional techniques, this couldn't be done. It is possible. The deep-sea merchant replied, as this could expand his shop. The two of them took out the goods separately, maneuvered for 5 minutes, then tossed the goods onto each other's vessels. Hopefully, they aren't counterfeit. Chen Qi received a 1-meter-long sea map and scanned it from left to right. The map meticulously described the various terrains of dangerous territories, numerous merchant shipping routes, as well as some well-known pirate group bases. It matched the sea map he remembered. They were genuine. Chen Qi kept the sea map. At that moment, the deep-sea merchant glanced into the distance. Customer, do you have anything else you want to buy? No more. Chen Qi replied. The deep-sea merchant picked up the black ore. Customer, if you have nothing else to buy, I should be leaving. After all, the night is still long. The other became a lot more polite. Chen Qi thought for a moment and asked. Where can I find you? The deep-sea merchant was stunned for a while, Having been a monster in the sea for many years, it was the first time he had seen a first-order transcendent not run away but actually seek him out. An interesting customer. The deep-sea merchant fell silent for a moment before replying. Near the shore, Sea Flower Island. Oh. Chen Qi nodded. He didn't actively want to seek out the deep-sea merchant. With his current strength, venturing into the other's territory would undoubtedly be walking into a trap. Having more information wouldn't be a bad thing. Click, click. The deep-sea merchant picked up the charred lantern in his hand, lifted his head, looked towards the small houseboat's bright boat lantern, hesitated for a long time, and eventually, accompanied by mist, left the place. Sigh. He left. Chen Qi let out a long sigh. He had just completed a trade with a black skeleton whose strength far surpassed his own. This skeleton in the mist had claimed the lives of many people. In the darkness, a second-tier black rabbit gang cotter didn't survive even a second. If he hadn't encountered even more ferocious monsters and had enough understanding of the deep-sea merchant, he might have shown fear as well. Moreover, obtaining the sea map of the Ice Witch pirate group, this voyage could be called a full success. Chen Qi walked into the cabin, spread out the recently obtained sea map, and took out a pen, writing Deep Sea Merchant above Sea Flower Island. Then, he positioned the pen over Moonstone City. He had traveled southeast from Moonstone City for about an hour. It should be at this position. Chen Qi placed the pen where he currently was. At this position, there were marks for ghost firefish and bullet squids. In addition to the shipping route, various sea beasts' activity areas were also drawn. Chen Qi was pleased, this sea map was even more detailed than he imagined. The sea area surrounding his current location was outlined with bright red lines. Within these red lines was a particularly dangerous area, which was also an area that ordinary vessels should never enter. He was already at the edge of a dangerous sea area. Chen Qi pen moved towards the direction of the dangerous sea area. Not far from his current location, there was a white coral pattern. And next to the coral pattern, there was also a drawing of a black sea dragon. A nearshore overlord? Chen Qi observed this hazardous sea area. It was densely marked with many dangerous sea beasts. It seemed that the reason for marking this area as dangerous wasn't related to whirlpools or cracks, but purely because of the sea beasts. Chen Qi paused his pen over the coral reef. From the distribution of sea beasts, this place was likely a habitat for sea beasts. Chen Qi stood up, took out the compass, and looked out the window. Under the dim sea water, the school of ghost firefish that had just finished eating extraordinary fish bait was heading towards the dangerous sea area. Chen Qi suddenly felt a surge of excitement. The night was still long, perhaps, he could take a trip to that dangerous sea area. Chapter 59, Farewell to the Sea Dragon. The ghost firefish's speed became faster and faster, and soon, it disappeared at the horizon. Why did it run away? Chen Qi felt somewhat reluctant, but he went inside the boat cabin and turned the direction of the small houseboat. The direction of the ghost firefish was exactly towards the dangerous sea area. Chase. Boom. The small houseboat headed towards the dangerous sea area marked on the sea chart. About 20 minutes passed. Chen Qi stepped out of the cabin, holding a kerosene lamp, carefully observing the movements on the sea surface. As he got closer to the center of the dangerous area on the sea chart, there were more and more active fish. Moray eels, flying fish, as well as electric jellyfish, black mud monsters. The quantity and quality of fish in the current location were a whole level higher than in the previous sea area. If one were to fish here, they would definitely return with a full load. Chen Qi, holding the lamp, looked down, as 2 or 3 moonlight fish swam past below his feet. Quite pretty. However, just at that moment, a loud bang sounded. The whole small houseboat suddenly shuddered. Chen Qi hurriedly leaned back to adjust his center of gravity and barely stabilized himself. This shake nearly threw him directly into the sea. What happened? Chen Qi turned his head sharply to look. At the sea surface where the houseboat had just passed, there was a small, white, tree-like protrusion. It wasn't very tall above the water's surface, and in the dark of night, it was quite difficult to notice. Upon closer inspection, there were quite a few such protrusions ahead. Damn, if we keep sailing like this, the boat will be smashed to pieces. Water elves, stop the boat. Chen Qi commanded, then entered the cabin and shut down the engine. As a modified boat, the small houseboat's braking system was almost nominal. Even after stopping the engine, there was still a considerable amount of inertia. Are we going to hit it anyway? Chen Qi worried. Woo! The water elves, upon receiving the command, let out a sharp cry, then swam swiftly to the front of the small houseboat like 7 well-trained crew members. Wow! 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 With their combined strength, the small houseboat stopped abruptly and even moved back a bit. Humph! The water elves showed a confident expression to their master. Nicely done! Water elves could be used not only for acceleration but also for braking. Chen Qi praised, then picked up the lamp and carefully surveyed the surrounding sea area. The white protrusions were more like branches of a tree than rocks. On the nearby sea surface, there were far more than one protrusion of white branches. Chen Qi looked beneath the sea surface, initially believing that the sea chart marked white corals. Now it seemed, beneath the surface of the sea, there appeared to grow a gigantic tree. The farther forward he went, the bigger and stouter the protruding branches became. Chen Qi furrowed his brows. The sea area ahead was scattered with white branches. In such a place, it was impossible for any ship to pass through. Even a small vessel like the houseboat couldn't forcefully make its way through these dense white branches. Swim across? No, that would be too problematic in case of an accident. The best way would be to use a spell known as sea walking, but that spell could not be mastered without reaching at least 2nd tier. Chen Qi shook his head and then set his gaze on the water elves beneath his feet. Fortunately, he was a pet beast trainer with rich theoretical experience. Water elves were naturally intelligent and should understand my intent. Chen Qi gave some gestures to the water elves, and then placed them on the water. Woo! 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 The 7 water elves nodded, they were all professionally trained. Following that, Chen Qi stepped out with his left foot, gingerly placing it on one of the water elves. He pressed down with his foot, finding it quite solid, almost like standing on land. Then, he stepped out with his right foot onto another water elf. Just like that, he successfully stood atop the surface of the sea. Phew, it works, but it is a bit of a test of balance. Chen Qi spread his arms wide to stabilize himself. This technique of walking on the sea with the aid of water elves was not as simple as he thought. After adapting for a moment, the instant he lifted his right foot, a deep-sea water elf obediently swam to his landing spot. Stepping down, lifting up, stepping down, lifting again. By repeatedly performing this action, he managed to walk on the sea without using any spells. Sea walking. Deep-sea water elf, youthful model. Perfect. Chen Qi took a few steps and felt immense joy in his heart. He truly was a genius, having mastered an incredibly practical spell for the open sea in just a few minutes. This spell, even many 2nd-tier mages might not be able to learn in a year. Maintain balance, maintain balance. He held a lantern in his left hand and a black knife in his right, carefully walking towards the center of the sea area. The closer he got to the sea region, the more he could see the huge branches on the sea surface, and more schools of fish. Apart from being spectacular, this giant tree seemed to grow highly nutritious food, which was why there were so many fish around. Chen Qi thought. He had never before seen such a peculiar scene as a giant white tree growing inside the sea. Before he knew it, he had already reached the center of the sea area. Chen Qi lifted his head. A massive white tree grew here, showing at least 30 meters above the water surface. And this was just the height visible above the sea. What a spectacle! Chen Qi cautiously crouched down, picked up the lantern, and peered below at the roots of the white tree. The roots under the seabed were the main part of the tree. In the pitch darkness below the sea surface, he saw the giant roots extending like a staircase to the depths of the ocean, bottomless. At that moment, the quiet deep-sea water elf beneath him stirred. The lantern in Chen Qi's hand swayed slightly. He saw it. At the root was a bright white fruit. And beside the fruit, there was a large black shadow. A sea dragon was coiled on the massive roots of the white tree. In an instant, the creature that was coiled around the roots moved abruptly, and the entire ocean seemed to shake. A tremendous oppressive force overwhelmed the sea surface at that moment, causing the surrounding fish to instantly flee from the center of the sea area. Whoa! 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 Aside from the 2 deep-sea water elves at Chen Qi's feet, the other 5 deep-sea water elves suddenly leaped out from under the water and clung to him, trembling ceaselessly. They felt an unprecedented fear. Boom! A sea dragon, covered in pitch-black scales, violently burst out of the water, causing huge waves, then opened its bloody, fang-filled maw and roared at Chen Qi. Roar! It was horrifying. The deep-sea water elves were so frightened that they vibrated at an extremely high frequency. Such a huge case of getting up on the wrong side of the bed. Chen Qi, holding the lantern, stood up and then smiled. Long time no see, near sea overlord. I didn't expect your home to be here. The newcomer was none other than the acknowledged overlord of the nearby sea. The black ship Sea Dragon. From its youthful size and unique demeanor, it was undoubtedly the same black ship Sea Dragon he had encountered on his first sea journey. The resting place of the near-sea overlord was actually here. Chen Qi patted the near-sea overlord's head with his hand. Seeing the other party again brought an indescribable sense of affinity. Their tone was as dominant as ever, and the oppressive feeling was just as terrifying. He had changed since then, having mastered the body forging skill and advanced to the first order. But still, facing such a colossal creature, he could not help but feel instinctive fear. Chen Qi subconsciously glanced at the creature's mouth full of sharp teeth. The other party was gaping, begging him for extraordinary fish bait. It was apparent that it really enjoyed the junk food extraordinary fish bait. Sorry, I didn't bring a fishing rod, I can't gather extraordinary fish bait. I will feed you later. Chen Qi patted the black ship Sea Dragon's head again and then soothed the deep-sea water elves. Worrying. The deep-sea water elves lay trembling on his body, turning him into a vibrating electric motor. Chen Qi steadied his stance and soothed. Don't be afraid, it's okay, it's just a little sea dragon. After a long while, the deep-sea water elves ceased trembling and looked up at their master with adoration. The deep-sea water elves didn't think I tamed the black ship Sea Dragon with dominance, did they? Chen Qi laughed, clapped his hands, and looked at the white tree before him. More than the black ship Sea Dragon, he was even more curious about the white tree before him. He leaped onto the white tree and then looked at the surrounding fish. This place might make for a fine sea farm. Chapter 60, Deep Sea Giant Tree. White Giant Tree. Chen Qi stood on the white tree root, gently stroking the rough bark. He picked up the black knife and lightly slashed it, and a small amount of white sap flowed out. It should be nutritious. He picked up the lantern and carefully inspected it again. Besides, on many branches under the sea, there were a lot of algae growing. Chen Qi stared intently and saw some fish eating the algae. From the appearance, it was the same school of ghost fire fish. After Chen Qi harvested the ghost fire oil from the ghost fire fish, they almost lost the ability to prey on other small fish. Having no other choice, the poor fishes could only come to this place to eat some algae to supplement their nutrition. Chen Qi excitedly rubbed his hands together. This place was really great. Undoubtedly, for sea beasts, this was a natural buffet restaurant. The giant tree attracted small fish, and the small fish attracted sea beasts. And the sea beasts attracted him. The special terrain led to the number of sea beasts here being far more than in other places. Wasn't this a natural sea beast farm? Chen Qi looked at these ghost fire fish. As expected, until new ghost fire oil grew, ghost fire fish could only stay here and eat algae. So every once in a while, he would come here to harvest the ghost fire oil from the ghost fire fish and earn a large sum of money. If he had a net, perhaps he could even keep the ghost fire fish here. In the future, he could completely throw some weak sea beasts directly into this place. Good, good, this place is mine. Who agrees, who opposes? The deep-sea water elf nodded in agreement, they all agreed. With 7 agreements, even the boss around here, the black ship Sea Dragon, had no objection. Chen Qi memorized the place, then looked at the tree root under the sea. At the root of the white giant tree, the black ship Sea Dragon's lair, there was a gleaming white fruit. This is... Chen Qi's heartbeat quickened. His intuition told him that the fruit at the root of the tree was likely a very powerful extraordinary material. It was too far from him. With his current diving skills, it would be really difficult to get it. Deep sea water elves. Go get it. Chen Qi said. However, the 7 deep sea water elves paused, their round blue eyes widened. They seemed to be saying, "Me go." That place was where the nearshore dominator, the black ship Sea Dragon, resided. Boo-hoo-hoo. The deep sea water elves blinked their big blue eyes, pleading with their master. Please no. They really didn't want to do it. These guys were quite good at acting cute. For a moment, Chen Qi actually felt a bit reluctant to force them. At this moment, the black ship Sea Dragon, which had been waiting to be fed, looked at Chen Qi. The wise dragon understood. With a boom, it instantly dived into the sea, then used its large mouth to pick the fruit and swam back up. The entire process was as fast as a frisbee-catching frenzied husky. Ha, ha, ha! The black ship sea dragon swam up to the surface, opened its bloody mouth, and seemed to show off, glaring at the deep-sea water elves with its copper bell-like eyes. On its huge tongue was the glowing fruit of the white giant tree. Chen Qi was shocked and then glared at the panicked deep-sea water elves. See, what efficiency! If you don't do it, there are sea beasts that will. Black ship sea dragon, you are amazing. Chen Qi was overjoyed, holding the white fruit in his hand. A very special prompt appeared before his eyes. Pale scale fruit. Nature form, cup, lantern. Description: a legendary extraordinary potion material, cannot be consumed directly. When mixed with other materials, it can be used to create a potion that greatly enhances physical defense, inspiration, and constitution. If consumed directly, it will cause excessive inspiration, leading to temporary spiritual madness, and uncontrollable growth of white scales. Note: the fruit, which absorbs the essence of the sea, can make the body capable of resisting sea beasts and inspiration capable of seeing ghosts. Chen Qi clicked his tongue. He recalled that this fruit was well known on the forum. Ordinary people who took the potion made from this fruit would find their physical strength nearly comparable to transcendents who mastered the body forging skill. Besides that, it could greatly enhance inspiration. Chen Qi swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This was undoubtedly the rarest extraordinary material he had encountered so far. The only downside was that the potency of this extraordinary medicinal material was too strong and must be mixed with other materials to be made into a potion that could be consumed. If he took a bite now, it would be like eating a poison mushroom raw. To handle this fruit, I need a pharmacist. Chen Qi thought. An ordinary pharmacist simply couldn't handle a medicinal material as potent as the pale scale fruit. At least a third-rank cup phase pharmacist was needed to process the pale scale fruit. He only knew two people capable of making potions, Little Raven and the Flower Witch. No, with Little Raven's level, it's probably impossible to handle the pale scale fruit. Only the Flower Witch. The Flower Witch's third-rank profession was precisely pharmacist, and her skill level far exceeded anyone else's. Her powerful potion-making skills were renowned even in Moonstone City. The potions she produced were at least 30% more effective than those made by ordinary third-rank pharmacists. Chen Qi shook his head. The Flower Witch's skills were indeed high. But he had no idea where she had gone. To find the Flower Witch, he probably needed miracle journalist Pei Lu. Of course, Moonstone City was not without other skilled pharmacists. However, the fee charged by third-rank pharmacists was daunting to even think about. Their prices were enough to ruin an ordinary city family. And not everyone in this world was as kind as the Flower Witch. Power was the currency of this world. If an unbacked first-order transcendence life were weighed against a pale-scale fruit that could greatly enhance physical strength, most transcendents would choose the pale-scale fruit. Seeking their help to make potions? You'd be lucky if they didn't turn you into one. Chen Qi put away the pale-scale fruit and placed it at the bottom of his backpack card. This trip out to sea, harvesting the pale-scale fruit, could be considered a huge gain. Ha, ha, ha! The black ship sea dragon opened its mouth wide. It couldn't wait for Chen Qi to reward it with an extraordinary fish bait. Ahem! I didn't bring a fishing rod. Chen Qi coughed twice. He didn't yet have the ability to dismantle knowledge, nor did he understand the principles behind using extraordinary fish bait. Therefore, his extraordinary fish bait required a fishing rod to use. Don't worry, follow me, little sea dragon. Chen Qi once again used water walking and headed to his small houseboat. Just like that, the deep-sea water dragon followed behind him. As he walked, he scanned the surrounding area once more. Apart from ghost fire fish, there were two main types of sea beasts in this sea area. Bullet squid and black mud. Bullet squid, in the sea, used a skill called bullet dash to capture prey like a bullet. It had a special oil that could be used to make an extraordinary potion that temporarily increased speed, but extracting it was incredibly difficult and time-consuming. Black mud, as its name implied, was a massive piece of black mud. Although it appeared weak, it was the most aggressive sea beast here. Especially towards humans, it would crawl onto ships, devouring any human it saw. But, unfortunately, this sea beast was almost worthless. The most valuable was still the ghost fire fish. The materials were easy to obtain, and they were gentle by nature. One ghost fire fish was worth 8,000 shell coins. Chen Qi thought for a moment. The more ghost fire fish he gathered, the more ghost fire fish would come close to the white tree area. The more ghost fire fish attracted to the white tree area, the more ghost fire oil he would have. Upon arriving at the houseboat, he took out a fishing rod and condensed 2 extraordinary fish baits, feeding them to the black ship sea dragon. The black ship sea dragon happily swam around him a few times before going back to sleep. He had been in the dangerous sea domain for some time. Before dawn, Chen Qi harvested another bucket of ghost fire oil, caught 10 moonlight fish, and gathered a bit of bullet squid material. Busy times always flew by, and before he knew it, the day had begun to burn, illuminating the sea before him. Sunlight shined on Chen Qi back, as if coated with a golden glaze. It was time to head back. Chen Qi wiped the sweat off his forehead and steered the houseboat back onto the normal route. At this moment, a distant fleet of ships gradually sailed by. The busy fishermen, who had been working overnight, were all smiles, raising their glasses on the ships to celebrate their luck and their harvest. That night, apart from last night's mist, they neither encountered the fierce black mud nor the dreadful ghost fire fish. Returning safe and sound with a full load, there was nothing worth celebrating more. My harvest was not small either. Chen Qi adjusted the direction of his houseboat and followed behind the fleet, heading towards Moonstone City. After selling the ghost fire oil, he would have enough money to upgrade his equipment again. An hour later, the bustling port appeared in their sight. Chen Qi steered the houseboat towards his familiar docking spot. However, at this moment, he noticed someone he knew on the shore. The old man from the newsstand who provided him with information. The old man was among the crowd, frowning, making a shh gesture. Is he telling me not to say much? Why are you here? Chen Qi tilted his head in confusion. The old man frowned but didn't say much. At this moment, a man in a light blue uniform, wearing a beret and holding an iron rod, walked towards Chen Qi houseboat. Judging by his attire, he was a harbor police officer, responsible for maintaining order at the port. The storm badge on his chest symbolized power and strength. He was also someone many ordinary fishermen least wanted to deal with. Being targeted by Moonstone City's police was quite troublesome. Looking for me? Chen Qi touched his chin and looked at the man. The harbor police officer, with a cigarette in his mouth and a scar on his left eye, looked exceptionally fierce. He walked up to Chen Qi, took out his badge, and coldly said, "Did you kill someone? Do you know that?" Chapter 61. Great Internet Celebrity. The port police showed their credentials briefly and then quickly tucked them back into their pocket. "I killed someone." Chen Qi's eyes widened slightly, his mouth agape in confusion. "Yes." The port police took a firm stance, not wanting to give Chen Qi a chance to defend himself. "Someone suspects you of killing a hunter employed by the rabbit tailor shop in the hunting grounds for your own benefit." Rabbit, hunting grounds. Chen Qi thought for a moment. It was about the previous incident. In Shell Country, there was a law that prohibited harming others for monetary gain within cracks unless it was an emergency. But the cracks were places governed by strength, and coupled with the difficulty of gathering evidence, this law was practically nominal. To invoke this law, extensive eyewitness and physical evidence was needed. Usually, it was only applied when two groups engaged in a fight resulting in casualties and compensation was sought. In the hunting grounds, he had indeed fought with members of the Black Rabbit gang. But it was mutual combat, not a one-sided attack. Moreover, reopening the crack in the hunting ground would take at least 30 days. By then, all evidence would have vanished. In other words, this was merely a suspicion, and a superficial one at that. A rather lame excuse. Bad news, he was falsely accused of murder. Good news, he really did kill. Chen Qi was about to speak. However, the next moment, the port police continued firmly. "This incident is very serious. If handled improperly, you could face at least 20 years in prison. Now, we need you to go to the rabbit tailor shop in District 3 to verify something." Rabbit tailor shop? 20 years in prison? Just spouting anything. Chen Qi didn't quite know how to describe it. Even if they really suspected him, shouldn't he be going to the police station? Because of concerns about the Black Rabbit gang, Chen Qi had been confined to the port and commercial streets of Moonstone City these past few days. Gangs had strict territory demarcations, and they were not allowed to cause trouble in the port and commercial streets. Heading to the rabbit tailor shop in District 3. It was clear they wanted to lure him into their territory to slaughter him like a pig. Chen Qi touched his neck and looked speechlessly at the uniformed port police officer. This might not even qualify as a fabricated charge but rather a clumsy scam. His case was probably not even filed at the police station. The so-called murder was merely a clumsy method by the Black Rabbit gang to draw him into their den. Chen Qi smiled and said cooperatively, "Officer, I will go to the police station to explain this matter." The port police hesitated, their steady tone suddenly quickening. "No need, your case has not reached the point where we need to involve the police station. Go to the rabbit tailor shop first." He gripped the iron rod in his hand, intending to coerce the other party more aggressively. He sized up Chen Qi, who still had a gun tucked under his clothes and wore clothes that emitted a certain transcendent aura. He appeared very calm. The port police silently lowered their cap. "This matter is still under investigation. When the investigation reaches a certain point, someone will come to find you." Then, as if nothing had happened, the port police left the area. "Is that it?" Chen Qi crossed his arms and shook his head. What the heck? He thought the other party would come up with a decent excuse. After seeing the police leave, the old man from the newspaper kiosk who had been watching the drama closely came over. "Customer, that was quite a close call, but don't worry. With the gang's power, framing someone isn't so easy." The old man from the newspaper kiosk looked sympathetically at Chen Qi. He had seen such tricks too many times before. The gangs, relying on their numbers and the law, bullied the young arrivals in Moonstone City, squeezing every bit of value from them. Although he was old, he still felt indignant seeing these examples of bullies using their power to falsely accuse good people. At that moment, pedestrians by the port, seeing the police had walked away, also whispered, "Yes, boss, rest assured, although there are some bad apples in the Moonstone City police force, overall there are more good ones. As long as you explain things clearly, they don't just arrest people without reason. Yet, picking on a young chef is no great feat." Chen Qi looked around. "Where did you all come from? Normally, this place wouldn't be so crowded. And it seemed like all these people were here waiting for him. What happened? And what are these people here for?" Chen Qi came down from the boat and walked up to an old man at the newsstand, asking softly, "Thanks for the heads up, boss. Also, why are there so many people here? From the way these people dressed, they weren't fishermen. Could it be that he had gotten into some trouble again?" The newsstand old man was startled. "Hasn't Perlu told you?" Chen Qi looked puzzled. Following that, the newsstand owner handed Chen Qi a freshly printed Dove Times newspaper. Chen Qi opened the newspaper and quickly scanned through it. It was the latest edition, filled with recent major news. The legendary treasure exists, and the Black Whale Group has found the deep-sea hunter's treasure and is now holding an unprecedented gathering. The flower which appeared at the hunting grounds, slaughtering the entire field single-handedly. A person suspected to be the blade which appeared in a pub for a barmaid, causing a massacre. The Navy reorganized, establishing a system of 3 major admirals. Life changes after the crack tide descended. This has nothing to do with me, right? Chen Qi looked at these headlines. The news segment on the flower which didn't mention him either. Wait a minute. Chen Qi flipped to the back of the newspaper. In a little corner, there was a title. Miracle Reporter Perlu's Little Fun Encounter. During an investigation, I was so hungry I literally fell from the sky, landing on a shabby chef's boat. I thought it was just another overpriced sea restaurant, but to my surprise, it was super delicious. Indeed, during busy times, one's luck improves. This must be the goddess's reward for my hard work. Dear readers, I will strive to bring you more thrilling and explosive news. Besides the text, there was also a selfie of Perlu sitting on the flying dove, stylishly set against the sea in a small houseboat. Chen Qi raised an eyebrow. What the heck? Is this supposed to be in the newspaper? Doesn't the management of the Dove Times care at all? And when did she take that picture? Perlu, are you posting for social media or what? After mentally commenting, Chen Qi collected his thoughts. Perlu, as the most famous journalist in Moonstone City, although only of the first order in public perception, had built a considerable reputation through her fame and various maneuverings. In Moonstone City, there were many who loved her and many who hated her. Simply put, Perlu was a super internet celebrity. Meaning, the people in front of him, unlike the police from earlier, weren't here to cause trouble. They were purely influenced by the celebrity effect, here to eat. And judging by their excited expressions, they had been waiting quite a while. I've become a celebrity hotspot? Chen Qi touched his head, somewhat surprised as he looked at the crowd. Chapter 62. The First Deal. Chen Qi looked at the expectant crowd before him. Why had things turned out this way? Why were they so idle? You see, being a chef was just a disguise for his hunter profession. If this went on, he was afraid he would actually become one of Moonstone City's famous 5-star chefs. But judging by their excited expressions, they had waited for him for a full hour in this place. And that didn't even include the time they spent contacting their connections to find him. It was hard to refuse. Oh well, might as well complete a career task. There were 10 people who had come specifically for a meal, and the small houseboat simply could not accommodate so many people. Chen Qi thought about it, moored the small houseboat in a less crowded corner, then found some wooden chairs and tables and set up a small street food stall. Ladies and gentlemen, today we only have fish, no other dishes. Chen Qi said. It was a good opportunity to handle all the moonlight fish he had caught last night and make a decent amount of money. You only offer fish, no other dishes? Is this how you run a business? A clothing store owner in a plaid shirt said. Sorry everyone, we don't have many ingredients left, but today we have freshly caught moonlight fish. Chen Qi shook his head. If he offered a full menu and kept the shop running all day, he really would become a professional chef. Just opening the shop occasionally and cooking some dishes was enough. The customers looked puzzled, but then thought to themselves. Could it be that this chef is the legendary type who seeks quality over quantity? Moreover, moonlight fish is not a common dish, but a real high-end dish. It greatly challenges a transcendent chef to enhance the natural flavor of the meat. This kind of chef truly deserved Pelu's recommendation. Chen Qi went into the boathouse and placed the moonlight fish on the chopping board. The flesh of moonlight fish was delicious. To preserve the original flavor of the meat, steaming was a quite good method. He peeled off the unusable luminescent cells on the fish's skin, then removed the blood clots, innards, and other impurities. Then he washed and cut the spring onions into sections, sliced the ginger, and sprinkled some seasoning to marinate. Finally, he steamed the fish, seasoned it, drizzled oil, and lastly, sprinkled some sole seasoning and a bit of spring onion on top, then served it. In no time at all, a beautifully fragrant steamed moonlight fish was ready. You have cooked steamed moonlight fish, earning 100 spiritual points. 100 spiritual points. That was higher than the previous record of 80 spiritual points. The spiritual points provided by transcendent ingredients were higher than those from ordinary food. Chen Qi clapped his hands and served the steamed moonlight fish to the eagerly waiting customers outside. As a high-end rare ingredient, even without any processing, moonlight fish could sell for 1500 shell coins. So, Chen Qi quadrupled the price. 6,000 shell coins per serving. 6,000 shell coins. Everyone was surprised. That's too cheap. Boss, do you really do business this way? It was their first time seeing moonlight fish sold so cheaply. Indeed, as Pelu the reporter said, although this small shop had a simple environment, it was really affordable. Chen Qi raised an eyebrow. Even with the price quadrupled, they still found it cheap. The price of transcendent ingredients after cooking was more outrageous than he had imagined. 10 fish would be 60,000 shell coins. Chen Qi wasn't relying on being a chef to make money. After all, cooking was just a hobby, and being a hunter was his main job. But this income was quite decent. After serving the outside customers, Chen Qi went back inside the boathouse and placed 2 servings of moonlight fish on the table. The newspaper stand old man didn't sit at the small outside stall, but inside the boathouse. The newspaper stand old man was a devoted fan of moonlight fish. Every season, he had to have a meal of moonlight fish. Of course, besides wanting to taste the delicious moonlight fish, he also had some information to share with Chen Qi. Really delicious. The newspaper stand old man cut a small piece of fish meat with his fork, placed it in his mouth, and savored it carefully. Ah, this preserved the original flavor of the meat. Boss, you really did a great job. Soul seasoning and transcendent cooking greatly enhanced the natural taste of the moonlight fish. Outside the boathouse, praises could also be heard. Delicious, and so cheap. I told you, Pelu only speaks the truth. Although the presentation could be better, it certainly enhanced the flavor of the moonlight fish. With some wine, it would be perfect. And, it seems to have successfully unlocked some extraordinary power. Really, such a dedicated chef, and yet he has been targeted by the Black Rabbit gang. Damn it, the online store's reviews shouldn't be so bad. Chen Qi smiled, and also tried a piece. You have consumed moonlight fish, gaining an inspiration boost, medium, sensory enhancement, lasting approximately 12 hours. Inspiration enhanced, along with sensory improvement. Chen Qi felt the sensations in his body. Moonlight fish was a transcendent ingredient, and coupled with chef skills, it could yield some unexpected effects. Watching the newspaper stand old man devouring big chunks of meat, Chen Qi steered the conversation back to the main topic. Boss, about that police matter, do you know anything? Chen Qi was still somewhat worried. This gang clearly wouldn't let him off easily. Moreover, as expected, they were connected to the Black Whale group. That is to say, they were related to the black-eyed captain of the Sauce Hark. With his current strength, he was good enough to take on ordinary gang members, but he was nowhere near ready to confront the black-eyed captain. However, he was now dressed in hunter attire, his body had developed muscles, and he had shed the disheveled look he had when he first entered this world. The overall demeanor had changed, making it not easy to recognize him. And judging by the reaction of the Black Rabbit gang, they clearly had no idea that he was connected with the treasure of the deep-sea hunter. The newsstand old man paused for a moment, then shook his head. Ah! I do know some of it. It's about the Black Rabbit gang. Lately, they have a significant operation in the works. A significant operation? Yes, although there's no concrete evidence, according to our guesswork, it's very likely that the Black Rabbit gang will abandon their gang identity and become pirates. Moreover, they would be pirates under the Black Whale group, one of the 4 great sea emperors. The tone of the newsstand old man grew serious. The people of the Black Whale group, for their rule over the distant seas, are madly gathering forces in various coastal cities, just like recruitment. And now, our navy in Shell Country is still undergoing so-called restructuring, establishing the so-called 3 great admirals and 7 great legions, and they don't have the time to deal with them. Join pirates? Chen Qi was startled. After the crack tide, the number and quality of cracks on the sea are far superior to those on land. The pirates' income will increase considerably. But a gang is tightly connected to its region, and becoming pirates means giving up their long-established connections and resources. In a sense, it indeed constitutes an extremely bold decision. Following that, the newsstand old man picked up his rum and took a swallow. If they are joining the pirates, it also means they no longer have to worry about their reputation in their own city. Before leaving, do some even more ruthless acts. Apart from you, there are quite a few first-order and even second-order transcendents in the civilian district that the gangs have their eyes on. Those bastards, most likely because of what you acquired in the hunting grounds, are about to frame you criminally, forcibly take your possessions, and force you to join them. The tone of the newsstand old man became vehement. This is typical bullying by exploiting power. He himself is a resident within the jurisdiction of the Black Rabbit gang, and having suffered quite a bit by them, he had long harbored resentment towards the Black Rabbit gang. Is that so? Chen Qi shook his head. His current personal strength wasn't yet capable of contending against the entire gang. Even though he might manage to fight a second-tier hunter, facing a gang of over 100 members, he definitely was not an opponent. But as long as he is careful, keeping himself safe under the gang's hostile view is still feasible. The newsstand old man reassured. However, don't worry too much. Perlu is currently tracking the Flower Witch. Once she deals with the Flower Witch, she will investigate the relationship between the Black Whale group and the Black Rabbit gang. Perlu. Yes, the collusion between the Black Whale group and the gangs would also make news. She wouldn't miss it. Then let's pray Miss Perlu quickly locates the Flower Witch. Chen Qi took a sip of his drink. The newsstand old man made a joke. By the way, you are also quite young. Perlu has a significant background. When you meet her, calling Perlu a big sister might get her to cover you. To acknowledge Perlu as an elder sister? That sounds like a gang, doesn't it? Chen Qi swallowed his fish meat. All the big companies in Moonstone City are maintaining a bunch of mercenaries, indeed no different from the gangs. The newsstand old man gave a bitter smile. Boss, our White Dove newspaper is also a big company, and we have employed a great number of transcendents. In terms of strength, far surpassing the ordinary gangs in Moonstone City. However, I'm different from Perlu, I'm just an old man who sells newspapers, an extern staff member, barely scraping by. The newspaper. Chen Qi swallowed his fish meat. He remembered from the forums, the White Dove newspaper seemed open but was actually a quite secretive and closed lamp phase organization. The newspaper never recruited outsiders, hence the guides about the newspaper were extremely rare. The newsstand old man continued eating, reiterating. Before Perlu takes action, be extremely careful. I will. Chen Qi remembered the Black Rabbit gang as he looked out the ship window, gazing at the distant sea. In the afternoon, in the 3rd civilian district of Moonstone City. A room inside a 3-story small villa. It used to be a room brimming with a classic elegance, but now, most of the furniture had been moved out, and the entire room looked starkly bare, with only a sofa and a table left. The Black Rabbit gang was already preparing to leave Moonstone City to become pirates, and now, they were selling off a large number of properties in the city. On the sofa in the room sat a middle-aged man with a worried face. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses opened the door and said to the middle-aged man on the sofa. Black Rabbit, the brothers of the gang have been here for so many years, and there are still many who don't want to leave. Black Rabbit, that was the code name for the leader of the Black Rabbit gang. But he didn't resemble a rabbit at all, from outward appearance, he was just a blonde middle-aged man, more like an overworked office worker than a gang leader. And the glasses-wearing man was the gang's vice leader. Black Rabbit took the documents handed to him by the glasses-wearing man and stated calmly. After indulging for so many days, haven't the brothers' grievances subsided yet? By the way, how's the progress on kidnapping the wives and daughters of the 3 dissenters and then saving them? The glasses-wearing man shook his head. It was done quite well, no traces left behind. Those troublemakers, owing us favors, no longer have objections. As he spoke, the glasses-wearing man heaved a sigh and asked. Black Rabbit, why must we leave Moonstone City, by using such tactics, to become pirates? As a typical regional organization, the connections they had made in the civilian district, the properties they had purchased, and the shops they protected were all critical sources of income for them. Selling off their assets and buying large steamships to leave the civilian district was undoubtedly cutting off their own means of profit. Black Rabbit lit a cigarette. Hey, did you know about the top layer of this world, the 13 major hunter organizations? The top layer, 13 major hunter organizations. The man with glasses asked, puzzled. Black Rabbit stood up. Yes, the 13 major hunter organizations. Just proceed on the transcendent path, and at its end, you will inevitably meet them. I have personally seen a merchant from the Chamber of Commerce who could use other people's souls as currency to conduct demonic trades, and in the blink of an eye, a village of 1,000 people became mere chips in a bargain. I couldn't believe that I was inhabiting the same world as someone with such powerful abilities. Noble's power is more terrifying than we can imagine. Black Rabbit fell into reminiscence. The nobles and hunter organizations monopolized the transcendent resources. If it weren't for this crack tide, we might never have had a second chance to see these monsters. We were supposed to end up as dust on the ground, dying like sludge in the end. But this tide has granted us possibilities, a possibility toward a higher world. Join the Black Whale group, join the wave, only then can we reach the upper layers of the world. Remaining in this civilian area, we will surely decay. Sigh. Advancing to a higher rank isn't that easy. The man with glasses shook his head and said. Black Rabbit, your idea is good, and it's for our brother's future. But the matter of the hunting ground and the death of Scarred Rabbit and others still makes many of our brothers uneasy. They fear that becoming pirates will lead them to die obscurely like those brothers. Hearing this, Black Rabbit rubbed his forehead. This is easy to resolve. There should already be quite a few brothers believing that those who killed them were neither the Flower Witch nor the old hunters, but another survivor, the supervisor. Yes. Black Rabbit continued. Then it's easy to deal with. This way, our brothers will have an outlet, and we'll find an opportunity to deal with him, letting our brothers vent their emotions. The man with glasses shook his head. Boss, that man is more cautious than we thought. We already bribed a port policeman this morning to try to lure him to our territory. But it was useless. The Navy is restructuring, and there have been a lot of personnel changes in the police department. Our old connections are useless now. We can't make a move at the port, it could easily attract the Navy's attention. Moreover, his strength should be stronger than a typical first-order transcendent, not easy to handle, and the newspaper people have mentioned him too. He's not just some ordinary man from a small island, he's also a somewhat renowned chef. Another supervisor. Black Rabbit rubbed his brow. You bribed a policeman to deal with him? Idiot, that's not a person a small-time cop can handle. Being chosen as a supervisor, even our executives might not be his match. We must be cautious in dealing with him. Trust me, in the crack, his rating is second only to the Flower Witch. So what should we do? The man with glasses asked, puzzled. The Black Rabbit gang had always bullied the weak and feared the strong. It had been a long time since they had taken on a tough challenge. The brothers of the Black Rabbit gang now needed a resolution, an explanation for their brothers' tragic deaths in the hunting ground, an explanation that would allow them to become pirates. Black Rabbit was silent for a moment and then asked. How much longer until the Black Rabbit, equipped with a water bullet system, is completed? The Black Rabbit, a steamship purchased by the gang for a large sum, not only was equipped with cannons but also with a transcendent weapon system resembling torpedoes. They believed that with this large steam ironclad ship, they could make a name for themselves near the sea. 3 days. Does that man go out to sea? The man with glasses thought for a moment and answered. He's a chef, seems to go fishing out at sea. Speaking of which, we had an executive who went after him on his own and we haven't heard back yet. But according to the information I've gathered, it's very likely he's been attacked by either ghost firefish or a deep-sea merchant. Went after him on his own, then no news. Black Rabbit fell into thought. Let's pause the actions for now. This man's strength is definitely not as simple as imagined. In Black Rabbit's view, the clearance of the hunting ground might be related to this man. They can't make a move at the port, the law protects him. But atop the Great Sea, just like the crack. It's a lawless land not governed by any laws. No matter how strong he is still just a human. Under a large steamship, he is as fragile as an ant. The reformed Black Rabbit gang needed an operation to establish confidence for their future maritime ventures. Black Rabbit, pacing back and forth while smoking, asked again. Are you sure he goes out to sea? Sure, this time he even caught quite a few moonlight fish. Hearing this, Black Rabbit's calm face finally curled into a faint smile. Next time he goes out to sea, we go too. We need to let our brothers know that the money earned from being pirates is no less than in the gang. Just right, make this operation our first business deal since transforming into pirates. Chapter 63. Qi Power. The sky was overcast, drizzling lightly. 3 days later, at the port of Moonstone City. Chen Qi pressed his hands on his constantly heaving abdomen, feeling the inhalation and exhalation, as well as the flow of spiritual power throughout his body. During these 3 days, he hadn't caused any trouble but instead devotedly cared for the ghost firefish while practicing the white mist breathing and blade body forging skills. However, contrary to his expectations, the Black Rabbit gang, which should have caused chaos, only resorted to verbal threats despite looking for trouble with him repeatedly. It was like the calm before a storm. Facing the Black Rabbit gang and the unknown threats from the sea, only strong physical power could ensure his safety. Breathing techniques and body forging were prerequisites for many skills and equipment and were also important benchmarks for whether a first-order player met the combat standards. Whew! Chen Qi slowly exhaled a breath, feeling a burning sensation throughout his body. Thump thump! His heart beat strongly and powerfully. On his body, a layer of invisible gas had already formed. I've done it! Chen Qi was overjoyed. You have fully mastered the blade body forging skill, Constitution +5, slight increase in defense. You have mastered the white mist breathing, Agility +2. You have mastered Qi power, white mist type, which can enhance your body or attach Qi power to your weapon. After days of practice, he had finally completely assimilated the body forging and breathing techniques. Next, Chen Qi instructed the deep-sea water elf to bring him 2 apples and toss them into the air. Then, grabbing the black blade, he leaned forward in a sword-drawing posture. A flash of the blade. The black blade produced a harsh swooshing sound. Without the blade even touching the apples, they were sliced into halves. An invisible Qi power clung to the blade, then transformed into blade energy during the slashing, cutting the apples near the blade into 2 halves. Qi power, which can be used for defense and attack, is a comprehensive enhancement for a first-order transcendent. Now, his constitution had reached 23 points, and his agility reached 22 points. Now, even if someone attacked him with a knife or shot him with a regular bullet, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, he had only mastered the simplest usage of Qi power and couldn't yet produce those incredibly powerful blade energies. Regardless, he now had the strength to pass through ordinary D-level cracks. Chen Qi immediately stripped off his shirt, took out his newly bought small mirror, and looked at himself. Now, his body had shed its frail form, displaying firm contours. He had the kind of figure that seemed slim-clothed but muscular unclothed. At the same time, bolstered by his muscles, the blue spider sea beast pattern on his back appeared even more terrifying. Whew, it wasn't easy mastering the body forging and breathing techniques. I've finally reached the average level of first-order noobs mentioned on player forums. Chen Qi reflected, putting his shirt back on. While it might only be considered average level by players, mastering breathing techniques and body forging had already put him ahead of most first-order transcendents in the New Day world. Even the player-acclaimed Best Academy-style startup hardly produces such a strong powerhouse in such a short time. But in the crowded New Day game player forums, his accomplishment would probably be met with comments like inferior to sports students, that's it, needs more training, can you tackle a tiger? He still needed to press on. Chen Qi stored the black blade into his backpack card, then walked inside the boathouse to the miscellaneous box to check his newly purchased fishing nets and fish feed. Over these days, by catching ghost fire fish in the White Tree area, he had amassed 3 barrels of ghost fire oil. He had sold a barrel in batches to various weapon stores, earning a total of 800,000 shell coins. He had refrained from selling 2 barrels for fear that the abundance of ghost fire oil might intimidate the store owners and arouse suspicion. Ghost fire fish were relatively rare transcendent creatures, and he had almost depleted the entire White Tree area of them unknowingly. Now, the White Tree area no longer had tales of fierce ghost fire fish, only some pitiful little fish surviving on seaweed. To help the ghost fire fish regenerate their oil faster and regain their prowess, Chen Qi bought some feed, planning to reward these ghost fire fish. Meanwhile, he planned to return to the White Tree area and practice the advanced water walking skill water sprinting with the deep-sea water elf. Chen Qi decided on his target and walked out of the boathouse, looking towards the large ship in the distance. Recently, a black steam iron-clad ship had appeared at the port. Moreover, from time to time, people on the ship glared at him with ferocious eyes. Chen Qi was not one to sit and wait for disaster. In the past few days, he had also spent money to gather intelligence on the Black Rabbit Gang. The members of the Black Rabbit Gang were fully preparing to set sail. This black steam iron-clad ship was, indeed, a large vessel the Black Rabbit Gang had purchased with a huge sum. Within the Black Rabbit Gang, more and more people wanted to kill him and saw him as the murderer of Scar Rabbit. A vicious fierceness flashed in Chen Qi's eyes. Although he was generally mild-mannered, he was not without temper, and his patience had its limits. He had never liked gangs that bullied the weak by relying on their numbers. Add to that the constant severe malice released by the gang due to their numbers. If it's a fight they want, then a fight they'll get. This method of threatening in various ways was utterly annoying. Chen Qi held his collector at his waist and had already entertained the idea of stealth kill. Unfortunately, the other party was ultimately a gang from the city. Moonstone City, no matter how chaotic, still had its own order. Within Moonstone City's law enforcement, there were powerful transcendents of scales. Scales symbolized rules, order, balance, laws, and other elements. For these transcendents of scales, the order of Moonstone City was inviolable. In Moonstone City, it was not wise for him to act rashly, otherwise, he might truly end up in prison. The level of perversion among the criminals in Shell Country's prison was no less than that on Earth. From the current situation, it seemed like they would soon set sail. And that would be his chance. Boom boom boom. Chen Qi returned to his small houseboat, started the engine, and set off towards the dangerous waters of White Tree territory. The small houseboat gradually left the port. However, not long after, Chen Qi heard the roaring sound of steam coming from behind him. He walked to the side of the boathouse and carefully looked back through the boat window. A huge steam iron-clad ship was cutting through the waves at sea, like a steel fortress shuttling over the ocean. The steam engine emitted a booming sound, and the ship's body stirred up waves as if paving a path for its hunt. This was the Black Rabbit Gang's iron-clad ship. Heading for me. Chen Qi's heart pounded violently, and his pupils inadvertently widened. He had seen large ships before. But this was the first time he had seen a large ship coming for him. On this ocean, the Black Rabbit was like a giant, ferocious rhinoceros chasing a poor little duck. Chen Qi lifted his head and activated the skill hunter's eye, looking into the distance. Just then, he could vaguely make out a tattooed bald man on the steam iron-clad ship, making a throat-slashing gesture towards him. Chasing me on the sea? Chen Qi blinked and the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. The Black Rabbit gang was actually mobilizing an iron-clad ship loaded with its members just to eliminate him. Since arriving in the New World, he had never had experience battling large ships. But for some reason, at this moment, facing an iron-clad ship, facing an entire gang's pursuit, he felt no fear whatsoever. Instead, he felt an intense passion. A passion for them to experience the fear of the ocean on this brand new iron-clad ship. Chen Qi silently turned his head back, walked into the boathouse, and activated the overdrive mode on his small houseboat. Chapter 64. Racing boats on the sea. The sky darkened, as if a massive black curtain had lowered itself upon the heavens. Above the dreary sea, the enormous Black Rabbit pursued the small room boat with all its might. Aboard the steam-armored vessel Black Rabbit. On the bow, a tattooed bald man laughed loudly, spreading his arms and addressing the leader of the Black Rabbit gang. How does it feel, hey? The thrill of the wind at sea. But I never expected that an armored boat would give its first chase to a chef's little boat. Isn't this a classic case of the strong bullying the weak? Even if we rob them, it's just 500,000 shell coins. The bald man aboard the Black Rabbit was from the Black Whale Group, sent to guide the Black Rabbit gang's maritime journey as an expert. Black Rabbit lit a cigarette and leaned on the rail. 500,000 shell coins? You're underestimating the people we're after. You also overlooked the price of a transcendent chef, who alone could fetch at least 3 million shell coins. If the chef has practiced the body forging skill, the price could double. Underestimating? Are you questioning my judgment? I hope he's as big as they get. The bald man said angrily, his temper flaring. Black Rabbit frowned and picked up a telescope, gazing at the small room boat in the distance. They had been chasing for a while now. But the small room boat constantly maintained a safe distance from the Black Rabbit. Black Rabbit questioned. Didn't you say we could catch up to him in 10 minutes? That little boat is pretty fast, the bald man yelled out. I'm a professional, we won't lose track. This boat's got decent hardware. But don't worry, this kind of small boat can't maintain high speed for too long, as long as we keep chasing. We'll catch up with it eventually. I love watching these little boats trying to flee. The bald man explained, then commanded loudly. Add coal to the boiler. And initiate the overheating mode. At the bald man's roar, the iron-clad vessel emitted an unprecedented roar, like a deranged colossal iron bull. Chase. Full pursuit. As expected, with the engine firing on all cylinders, the Black Rabbit rapidly closed the distance with the small room boat. Then, after a minute, the gap widened again. Black Rabbit shot the bald man a glance. That's your full power? Can you actually do it? The bald man's face turned bright red as he retorted. What's the rush? Are you the expert, or am I? Black Rabbit shook his head. The Black Rabbit's speed was simply too slow. The engine of the small room boat was a product of steam hand, which could accelerate further in overclocking mode. Combined with a deep-sea water elf brand booster, it could fly. Unless it was a large military vessel produced by the Hammer Phase industry, catching up to his little room boat was not an easy task. As long as Chen Qi wanted, he could easily shake off the Black Rabbit. Above the vast sea, the two vessels relentlessly chased each other. The bald man kept yelling. Chase! Keep chasing! Full chase! Yet, the shouting was of no use. Whenever there seemed a glimmer of hope for the Black Rabbit, the small room boat would speed up. The distance between them always maintained at a delicate range. Thus, the two sides continued this for a full hour. Drip drip. Raindrops hit Black Rabbit's face. Black Rabbit wiped the rain off his face and asked. Hey, man from Black Whale Group, is it possible for two boats to have such similar speeds? For an hour, the two boats had maintained such a distance. Black Rabbit's instincts from years mingling in gangs told him this was too coincidental. This made Black Rabbit think of the times they used bunny girls as bait. Always keeping the enticing bunny girl at a distance, then leading the target into a dark corner. The bald man gripped his chin with his hand. Are you saying he's luring us? Have you lost your mind? I'm just putting forth a low probability, reasonable hypothesis. Shut up. Are you guessing or what? Are you the expert, or am I? Let me tell you, on some small vessels, a special engine is installed that has an overheating mode, which can temporarily increase the boat's speed. The fluctuating speed of that small boat is exactly due to this reason. After explaining, the bald man chuckled. But, this overheating mode is ultimately limited and cannot be used continuously. Haven't you seen, their little boat is already trembling? We're about to catch up. Black Rabbit frowned, looking towards the distance. Just as the bald man had said, the speed of the small room boat was decreasing. The distance between them and the Black Rabbit was rapidly closing. Is this what a professional looks like? Black Rabbit was slightly alarmed. Seeing this, the bald man proudly displayed his teeth edged with a black whale. You should learn from this. Then, the bald man issued another command to slow down the Black Rabbit. He said leisurely. We're about to catch up. How should we divide it up? This person's belongings, including his selling value, I want 30%. By the way, do you want me to tell you about our Black Whale Group's rules for splitting loot? We haven't caught him yet, and you're already talking about splitting the loot. Black Rabbit changed the subject. According to his estimation, the value of Chen Qi far exceeded his expectations. Moreover, just shouting on the boat and already thinking about taking 30%. The bald man clenched his fist. Haven't caught him? Facing our ironclad ship and over 50 brothers, what can he do, hey? Well, 30%, do you accept? Let's see what he has first. Black Rabbit furrowed his brows. He looked around, seeing some protruding white branches above the sea surface. At that moment, the small room boat's speed continued to slow down until it gradually stopped. The bald man raised his hand. Slow down. All you youngsters of Black Rabbit Gang, come to the bow, let me show you what it means to be a pirate. With a thunderous noise, the Black Rabbit stopped beside the small room boat, the bow facing it directly. At that moment, Chen Qi walked out of the cabin, raised his head, and looked towards the people on the bow of the steam-armored vessel. The path ahead was the land of white trees, impassable any further. However, the speed of the Black Rabbit had been slower than he expected, and he had decreased his speed several times throughout. They almost lost them. The members of the Black Rabbit Gang walked to the bow, their eyes fierce. Overseer, was it you who killed Scarface Rabbit Big Brother? We've been chasing you for a long time. You must pay with blood today. Bang! In anger, someone shot at Chen Qi. Chen Qi carried a fishing rod in his right hand and a black knife in his left, not dodging. With the hunter's dynamic vision, he could clearly predict the bullet's trajectory. From the moment the other party fired the gun, he knew the bullet was off. Quiet! What are you doing? Didn't your leader ever teach you any rules? At that moment, the bald man shouted loudly. Suddenly, the whole Black Rabbit ship fell silent. The bald man, a professional hired by the Black Whale Group, was a powerful second-order transcendent. The bald man smiled, revealing teeth engraved with a black whale pattern. Let me introduce myself, I'm with the Black Whale Group. Little chef, you're quite brave to not dodge bullets. I respect you as a warrior. Our Black Whale Group is about to become the true emperor of the Witch Sea, and it's precisely the time for us to use people. How about it? You give up some things, and we'll consider our grievances settled. We could even let you join our new ship, the Black Rabbit. Settling the score. Upon hearing this, Black Rabbit instantly furrowed his brows. They had long attributed the deaths of Scarface Rabbit and the others at the hunting ground to the opponent to avenge their brothers. If Chen Qi were to join their Black Rabbit, it would inevitably cause strong dissatisfaction among the brothers. This could even lead to mutiny on board. Black Rabbit was about to speak, interrupting the bald man. But at this moment, the bald man patted him on the butt. Black Rabbit immediately understood, the people of the Black Whale Group didn't actually want him to join the Black Rabbit, it was just a nasty joke to taunt him. Giving hope and then despair, this was the cruel pleasure of pirates who lived at sea for a long time. Chen Qi asked. Giving you guys things, can I join you? Yes, consider it a membership fee. We value you as a talent. This is my most valuable possession. Chen Qi reluctantly glanced at the fishing rod, then with a burst of muscle strength, he tossed the rod towards them. This fishing rod was the black-eyed captain's salary deduction from the crew. Saving up for this limited fishing rod, it was extremely expensive, possibly even costing more than 200,000 shell coins. The bald man caught the rod and examined it closely. Just as he expected, in this situation, the opponent showed no hint of resistance and behaved very submissively. Gorgeous stuff. Indeed a brand item. But why is there a strange bait on this fishing rod? The bait appeared to be made of spiritual power. The bald man asked smilingly. What is this? Chen Qi calmly replied. Extraordinary fish bait, I was just about to go fishing. Fishing at this time, you're quite humorous, the bald man asked smilingly. Fishing for what? Black ship sea dragon. Drib. Drib. The sea breeze blew, and raindrops continuously hit everyone's faces. At that instant, the entire Black Rabbit vessel plunged into an indescribable silence, a death-like silence. All smiles and expressions of hatred froze in that moment. The bald man swallowed. The Black Ship Sea Dragon is the scientific name for the overlord of the nearby seas. This must be a joke. It's a joke, right? Logically, they shouldn't be so quiet. Boom. Only then did a thunderclap break the silence. Black Rabbit perked up his ears, instinctively retreating to the side. Why had everyone fallen silent? The bald man caught his breath. He now stood on an ironclad ship with no reason to feel any fear. He should continue toying with the opponent. The bald man calmed down and touched the fishing rod with his hand. This rod is nice, but as a membership fee, it's still not enough, is it? Not enough. Chen Qi looked up, silently picking up the black knife while assuming a battle stance. Dare to attack us? The bald man immediately showed a fierce look. What about you, you want to resist? Yes, and let me remind you, we have a bite. We have a bite. The bald man didn't catch on immediately. Seeing Chen Qi didn't stop his actions, he picked up his shotgun, ready to shoot Chen Qi's chest. You're asking for death. Boom. In an instant, a gigantic figure surged from the sea at unimaginable speed, rushing towards the extraordinary fish bait. The shadow was like a pitch-black small hill. Boom. 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 The ironclad ship's steel hull shattered in an instant like tofu. A terrifying tear suddenly appeared on the steel bow. And the bald man, the strongest on the Black Rabbit, was during this impact thrown high into the air, only to crash heavily back down, his body torn and mangled. What happened? The crowd scrambled in confusion, having never seen such a terrifying creature. Its scales shimmered with a cold, dark metallic sheen, radiating a suffocating chill. The shadow curved its body, biting off the bait that landed on the ship, then lifted its enormous head, opening its huge mouth. Its eyes, like brass bells, seemed to burn with the fire of hell. Roar! The bleeding mouth opened. A deafening roar tore through the sea's silence. The Black Rabbit gang's crew, untrained professionally, faced a large sea beast, and their innate fear made their heart rates spike in terror. However, on the steamship, there was no land for them to flee. People kept retreating, converging by the ship's edge into a small group. As the shadow opened its terrifyingly wide mouth, all on board realized the existence before them. It was the legendary overlord of the nearby seas. Chapter 65, The Black Rabbit. Under the gloomy sky, the torrential rain continuously pounded on the Black Rabbit. The sovereign of the nearby sea's scaled body slid across the deck, cutting fresh, deep marks. Before boarding, under the guidance of Black Whale Group personnel, the Black Rabbit gang had learned how to start the boiler, how to deal with storms, and how to handle sharks and cannon fire. Now, they were facing the sovereign of the nearby seas. We've just learned how to steer the ship. Stop talking nonsense, get your weapons out. Where's the expert? Expert, save us. The Black Rabbit gang glanced at the expert at the bow of the ship. The Black Whale Group expert, who had been holding a shotgun, now lay on the deck, his body gruesomely mangled by the sovereign of the nearby seas attack. Amid the howling storm, fear turned into chaos, and chaos into the instinct to survive. The Black Rabbit gang members picked up their fighting guns and aimed them at the massive creature before them. Driven by a gangster's instinct, the leader of Black Rabbit yelled out, "Do not fire!" Before possessing absolute strength, attacking the sovereign of the nearby seas was a direct path to self-destruction. However, under the oppressive presence of the sovereign of the nearby seas, the leader's command was utterly ineffective. The Black Rabbit gang picked up their firearms and pulled the triggers. They believed that all their fears stemmed from insufficient firepower. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The sound of gunfire and scales clashing emitted brilliant sparks. A round of bullets was quickly exhausted. Under the full firepower of the Black Rabbit gang, the sovereign of the nearby seas, the Black Ship Sea Dragon, slowly turned its head. Its copper bell-likewise blue eyes blinked, as if saying, "Ah, are you shooting at me?" The members of the Black Rabbit gang reloaded their rounds while retreating. Boom! The sovereign of the nearby seas opened its massive jaws and charged towards the gang members shooting at it. On this chaotic ship, the only person who could keep calm was the leader of the Black Rabbit gang, a man who had survived many gang fires. "Anyone who can still move, abandon the ship, follow me to the lifeboat." In the storm, Black Rabbit shielded himself from the rain with his hand, struggled to light a cigarette, straightened his suit, and quickened his pace along the slanted deck towards the lifeboat. He kept muttering to himself to stabilize his emotions. The sovereign of the nearby seas is a beast, but judging from its current size, it's just a juvenile, its attacking desire is limited. The key to escaping is not the sovereign of the nearby seas, but the chef from before, who led us into this trap, to the territory of the sovereign of the nearby seas. A chef could actually pull off such a dangerous move. Our lifeboat is limited in speed, the best escape tool, is that chef's boat. The best course of action is to seize the other party's boat, then escape. No, he was too calm, showing none of the respect that should be accorded to the sovereign of the nearby seas. Saying this, Black Rabbit leaned towards the side of the ship and looked out over the sea. Out on the sea, Chen Qi had already descended from the cabin boat and was walking on the water. He walked slowly, his black blade slicing through the water. Beyond that, masses of black mud, as if answering the call of the sea, streaked past beneath his feet. Black Rabbit bit down on his cigarette. How could a first-order transcendent possibly master water walking? Water walking required a very high degree of control over spiritual power. Black Rabbit curiously asked. "Chef, why can you master water walking? Are you a newly trained mage apprentice from the Shell Country Navy?" Even with the enhancement of a skill card and the official training of Shell Country, this was not a skill that a first-order transcendent should have easily mastered. Chen Qi turned his head. "Navy? No, just an unregistered hunter." While shifting the topic to divert attention, Black Rabbit walked towards the lifeboat. "Not the Navy, really? I thought you were sent by the Navy to eliminate us." Qi power. Chen Qi circulated Qi power within his body and with a big jump, he landed directly onto the deck, blocking the path of Black Rabbit to the lifeboat. The nearshore overlord had the nature of a wild beast and limited intelligence. Luring the nearshore overlord with food was a relatively reliable method. At the moment, the nearshore overlord dashed toward the restaurant on the Black Rabbit just like a greedy husky, giving the people of Black Rabbit's gang a little foodie shock. Chen Qi, on the deck of the Black Rabbit, looked toward the Black Rabbit standing in front of him. Many things still needed his personal involvement. However, in these waters, it was not just the nearshore overlord that was a sea beast. Black Mud, a slime-like sea beast, although not as notorious as the nearshore overlord, was also extremely dangerous. A large mass of black mud writhed beneath the Black Rabbit, continuously gathering and climbing up the side of the ship like a giant black hand rising from the sea, clutching the Black Rabbit in its grasp. In fact, the temper of the ghost firefish in this sea area was also very volatile. If the ghost firefish had not been plucked clean, the current scene would have been even more spectacular. Black mud spread onto the deck, enveloping and devouring any humans in its sight. For some reason, some black mud also ran up from Chen Qi non-slip hunter boots, along his thigh, and into his clothes. The black mud adhered to Chen Qi body but did not attack. This scene, in the eyes of Black Rabbit, made the ordinary Chen Qi seem all the more terrifying. The people of the Black Rabbit gang all looked toward Chen Qi, entwined in black mud. Monster! Why can he stand within the black mud? This guy is definitely not normal. He's a monster. The monster who lured us here. The people of the Black Rabbit gang backed away, and in this storm, they even dared not look directly at Chen Qi. At that moment, only one person stepped forward. Bang! Black Rabbit took a step forward. If even he, the leader, shrank back, then of the 50 people on board, who could confront the man in front of them? Who else could live to return? As the gang leader, Black Rabbit had mastered the breathing skill and the body forging skill, and also possessed a powerful small armor. Chen Qi took a deep breath and circulated the airflow within his body. A desire for battle warmed his heart and brought him in front of Black Rabbit. Whether it was the breathing skill or any other skill, they could only improve in real combat. It was time to feel the strength of a second-tier enemy in this world. Perhaps I am meant to choose the blade phase. Chen Qi's eyes hardened as his fingers gently slid across the blade, igniting the ghost fire oil coated on it. Blue flames lit up the grey sea. Black Rabbit's eyes were no longer weary, and he tore open his own clothes. I really didn't expect to use this the first time out at sea. On his robust body, a large number of steam pipes were attached to his skin, resembling a multitude of dark tattoos. Chen Qi eyes lit up. The latest model of Black Rabbit's small armor, and moreover, a rare implanted type. Chapter 66, The Beginning of the Legend. Under the storm. On the grey ship, Chen Qi, dressed in hunter's attire, stood amidst the pouring rain, like the reaper of lives in the storm. Black Rabbit stepped forward slowly, mustering up his courage. With a determined look in his eyes, he assumed a professional boxer's stance. There is a rank gap between you and me. You are the challenger. The next second, he accelerated with all his might against the storm and threw a punch. This punch not only combined his chi power but also the strength of his implanted armor, crashing toward Chen Qi's chest like a sledgehammer. Clang! Chen Qi activated the hunter's eye. With the dynamic vision granted by the hunter's eye, he successfully saw through the trajectory of the punch and blocked it with his black blade, which ignited with ghost fire. The ghost fire, enchanted by ghost fire oil, could even damage steel. Coupled with the black chi, despite Black Rabbit's strong body forging skill, he could not withstand this dual attack. The black chi and ghost fire instantly set his iron fist ablaze, causing blood to splatter. As the leader of the gang, Black Rabbit had rich combat experience and, after years of effort, had overcome the weaknesses of his Black Rabbit-type small armor. His speed and reaction far surpassed those of a first-order transcendent. He did not hesitate, quickly retracting his fist and kicking off forcefully with both legs to get to Chen Qi's side. A large amount of black steam pillars suddenly erupted from Black Rabbit's body. It was the overload mode of the armor. The new Black Rabbit-type armor, manufactured by the workshop, allowed him to execute moves beyond his limits. However, as a price, his body would sustain severe damage after the attack. But before Black Rabbit could fully unleash his attack, a large amount of black sludge crawled onto his body, wrapping him layer by layer. His movements slowed. Chen Qi let out a long breath, both hands gripping the black blade, imbuing it with chi power. Diagonal slash. The flaming blade cut from his opponent's abdomen, along his chest and neck, to his face, carving out a crimson blood groove. Boom! Boom! The bloodied Black Rabbit rolled several times on the deck. Under the attack of the black sludge, Black Rabbit could not throw his punch, and was slashed down to the deck by the black blade. Cough! Cough! Black Rabbit lay on the ground, letting the raindrops hit his face. He coughed twice. I lost. He did not get up again. From the previous attack, he had already realized that Chen Qi was no ordinary first-order transcendent. This was a battle that could not be won. From the moment we came to the sea, we had lost, didn't we? He admitted defeat. Chen Qi picked up the black blade, looking down at Black Rabbit at his feet. Yes. A second-tier transcendent already had a formidable physique, and combined with steam armor, his true strength was far beyond what was visible. If it were an arena without external interference, the two would have at least fought for 10 rounds. As Black Rabbit said, the moment the Black Rabbit docked in this sea, there was no chance of survival. He was not the kind of man who would keep fighting before his death. In this final moment, Black Rabbit had no thoughts of battle, just wanting to reminisce as much as he could. If he was going to die, he might as well die a bit more comfortably. Now, reconciliation was impossible. Black Rabbit let the heavy rain wash over his body. So this is the sea. If I have to die, at least it's not in the city's mud. Bloodied, he lay on the ground, coughing up a lot of blood. The black sludge slowly crawled onto his body, eroding his flesh. Boss! Everyone looked towards Chen Qi. Members of the Black Rabbit gang mustered up the courage, aiming their guns at Chen Qi, preparing to ambush him. However, before they could attack, the nearshore dominator emerged from the restaurant, then came to Chen Qi's side, lowering its head submissively and opening its mouth wide. The nearshore dominator had bitten into the food from the Black Rabbit ship's restaurant, but still found the extraordinary fish bait the best. Chen Qi extended his hand, patted the black ship sea dragon, then took out a fishing rod, condensing an extraordinary fish bait. Good job, little sea dragon. The nearshore dominator quickly snapped up the extraordinary fish bait. Under the torrential rain, everyone silently lowered their guns. It was an incredible sight. Black Rabbit strained to lift his head. I didn't expect that besides that childhood encounter, I would be lucky enough to meet a top-tier monster before my death. As a child, Black Rabbit had seen a powerful soul merchant. To meet those powerful monsters again, he would have given up all his land-based property to come to the sea. But he never expected that a chef he thought he could easily crush would make him feel that childhood fear again. On the brink of death, Black Rabbit turned his head and asked, "May I ask, what family are you from? And which hunter organization are you associated with?" "Associated with a hunter organization." Chen Qi blinked. The other party actually asked him this question. He was quite familiar with the settings of the New Sun game. According to the game setting, before the new sun had risen, in a place shrouded in darkness, humanity had lived in struggle. That era was called the Era of Darkness. In that dark world, humans faced swarms of monsters every day, and only by hunting monsters could they survive. People who hunted monsters in that era were usually called hunters. Eventually, through the course of history, bounded by 13 nature forms, 13 great hunter organizations rose to dominate the Dark Era. In the legend of the New Sun, the strongest of these 13 hunter organizations traveled a long path, eventually reaching the crack in the sky and obtaining the seed of the day, igniting a new sun. On the surface, with the rise of the new sun and the establishment of the Six Kingdoms, the names of the 13 great hunter organizations were no longer familiar to ordinary people. But in reality, even after a millennium of refinement, these hunter organizations still held significant influence, shaping the course of the world. For example, Shell Country, which governed the Shell and Hammer, had two major hunter organizations, the Commerce Guild and the Workshop. The establishment of cities, commercial rules, the formation of heavy industry companies, the use of city destroyer mecha, and the promotion of official Shell Country transcendence were all influenced by these two organizations. These two organizations were highly bound to the royal family of Shell Country. This was not a secret, it was a common understanding among high-order transcendents. The 13 great hunter organizations were recognized as the upper class of this world. And indeed, there were many pathways to these classes. From childhood inspiration tests to military assessments around the age of 18, annual college exams, to promotion assessments in large companies, and even wars between countries. The roads were many, but each was extremely difficult, eliminating at least half of the people with every step forward. This was an ascension path through a sea of corpses and blood. Black Rabbit was no exception. The glimpse of the extraordinary power in his childhood instilled a strong sense of unwillingness in him. He did not want to live in a world ruled by transcendent beings like everyone else. All this drove him to become the gang leader, abandon his land-based assets, and join the Black Whale group. In his view, the first order power Chen Qi had shown either made him the offspring of a great family or a transcendent nurtured by a hunter organization. Chen Qi shook his head. However, contrary to Black Rabbit's imagination, he was neither a scion of a great family nor a first-order transcendent specially cultivated by an organization. The other party at least used honorifics, and he was about to die. Chen Qi thought for a moment and decided to tell him. "I am not from a great family, nor am I from a big organization, just a young man who cooks. If I have to say, I am a successor of the deep-sea hunters." "Successor of the deep-sea hunters?" Black Rabbit looked at his affectionate interaction with the nearshore dominator. Did the being in front of him really have anything to do with the deep-sea hunters he had heard about as a child? He shook his head and quietly awaited his death in the storm. Boom! Chen Qi turned around and dodged the bullet attack. Besides dynamic vision, his hunter's eye could also sense disturbances behind him. Behind him, members of the Black Rabbit gang aimed a Gatling gun at him. At the same time, someone behind the gunner took out a radio-like object. A wireless device? A communication tool? Chen Qi speculated. The gang member holding the radio-like object looked at Chen Qi in horror and activated the communication tool. "Groove's monster. If you don't want to face the Navy's wrath, you'd better stop." Chapter 67. At that moment, under the assault of the Black Mud and the local sea tyrant, the once newly refurbished Black Rabbit had turned into a wreck. Under the torrential rain, 10 gang members huddled together. "Say it again, one more step closer, and we'll let you taste the Navy's wrath." "The Navy's wrath?" Chen Qi gripped his dark blade, for a moment doubting his own identity. "Aren't you the pirates? Why threaten me with the Navy's name?" It seemed, somehow, he should have been the one saying that. In some sense, he was combating the evil forces at sea, contributing to maritime peace. If left unchecked, the Black Rabbit gang might carry on their gang's traditional arts, instigating a more severe slave trading at sea and becoming a maritime mafia. And as a victim, while being tracked, he contacted the enthusiastic sea civilians, the local sea tyrant and Black Mud, to extinguish their criminally lit fires at their inception. It was a significant achievement on this vast ocean. If the Navy knew, they should grant him a bonus and present him with a white cape emblazoned with the word justice. However, he must prevent the opposition from transmitting this location's information to the mainland. Pirates having contact methods with the Navy. Chen Qi flicked the blood off his dark blade and took a calm step forward. "You damned monster!" The Black Rabbit gang members suddenly pulled the trigger, and bullets from the machine gun poured down like heavy rain. Da-da-da-da-da. Ordinary bullets, and the firing was too obvious, better keep practicing. Chen Qi dodged sideways, stepped forward against the storm, and horizontally slashed a gun-wielding gang member at the waist. However, at that moment, something beyond his expectations occurred. The device, surrounded by gang members and resembling a harvested radio, suddenly began to distort. Ga. The radio-like object twisted continuously, making squeaky noises, then suddenly, a slender tentacle extended outwards. A long tentacle suddenly opened, an eye stained with blood, scanning the surroundings constantly. A transcendent relic. The opponents even had this thing. Chen Qi instantly performed a flash step to the blind spot of the eye. He couldn't allow his features to be exposed under that eye. This device, called Eye of Long Voyage, is a high-end communication tool commonly used on ships. On the high seas, affluent merchant ships, in order to track pirates that attack them, would spend substantial amounts of money to acquire these special communication tools. Eye of Long Voyage is worth 500,000 shell coins and can transmit the images it sees, along with vague coordinates, to the corresponding item on land. In such cases, even if attacked by unknown pirates, the people on land at least have some clues. Simply put, it's a video transmission tool. What a troublesome thing! Chen Qi dodged around, for although he was doing a good deed now, it was still better not to become too famous. The blood-red eye kept spinning, sweeping over the tragic state of the Black Rabbit. The torrential rain continuously battered it, the local sea tyrant stared with its bell-sized eyes, slightly opening its giant mouth, curiously watching the Eye of Long Voyage. Numerous bodies lay in pools of blood. The ship was trembling on the verge of capsizing, with a substantial amount of black mud continuously eroding everything on the ship. If not witnessed firsthand, these gang members who originally planned to make a big score would never have imagined the Black Rabbit turning into such a tragic state. Such scenes, even fishermen with over a decade of sailing experience, might not encounter. A gang member silently squatted down, speaking to the radio like Eye of Long Voyage. "People from afar, my brother, although unbelievable, what we are facing now, is not human. My name is Ben, just a regular tailor shop staff member. Today, my first time at sea, I encountered a sea monster." Lost in confusion, Chen Qi activated the hunter's clothes skill, forming a faint mist around his body, then charged towards the opposition. Accompanied by the Qi power concentrated in his hands, his dark blade, tinged with ghostly flames, drew a luminous slash through the grim heavy rain. Horizontal slash. This slash cut through the heavy rain, cleaving the radio-like Eye of Long Voyage and nearby gang members in two. Following that, a vast amount of black mud responded to his slash, sweeping past Chen Qi feet like a dark tide, engulfing all the gang members in front of him. "Hey! Your next read awaits at MVLE Novel Bin." Chen Qi adjusted his breathing and finally looked towards the person in the corner of the stern. Under the erosion of the black mud, at this moment, of the 50 members aboard the Black Rabbit, only 2 gang members praying to the sea goddess remained. Praying was useless. The battle had already ended. He walked up to the 2 of them and crouched down. Facing the Black Rabbit gang, he still had some questions. After using some minor tricks, Chen Qi extracted some intelligence from the 2. Bang! In the torrential rain, with the fall of the last 2 people, the farce came to an end. "Is that so?" Chen Qi, covered in blood, stood up, and after dealing with the last 2, went to the bow and sat down. "Whew!" Chen Qi took a long breath. This rightful self-defense had finally ended. The last few people, the way they looked at him, was as if they were seeing a monster that had broken out of a disaster relief shelter. It made him seem quite frightful. Chen Qi removed some of the black, sticky mud from his body and looked towards the dim sky. There should be no enemies left. Just now, he had asked about two things. One was about the Black Whale Group's Sauce Hark, and the other was about the Eye of Long Voyage. The pirate from the Black Whale Group responsible for contacting the Black Rabbit Gang was not from the Sauce Hark. As Chen Qi knew, the black-eyed captain had sought out the Black Rabbit Gang and had asked them for information about him. But the black-eyed captain, for his own greed, concealed a lot of information about him. It could even be said that the black-eyed captain did not want to blow this matter up and swallowed it down. He did not want others to find him first. Moreover, the Black Rabbit Gang never cared about the origins of slaves. This matter did not stir up giant waves within the Black Rabbit Gang. Indeed, if it were not for Chen Qi deliberate questioning, they would never have connected the two matters. Chen Qi picked up a deep-sea water elf. Deep-sea water elf, your stress-relieving toy. Chen Qi looked towards the distant sea. The Sauce Hark, at this moment, should still be tirelessly tracking him across the vast ocean. This was good news. As long as the black-eyed captain could conceal this matter, then the threat of the Black Whale Group to him would be much less. What really worried him was the Eye of Long Voyage that had just sent information to the land. According to the intelligence he had gathered, the Black Rabbit's Eye of Long Voyage could not record sound, it could only send video clips. This video of the Black Rabbit being attacked by a sea beast would be sent to the headquarters of the Black Rabbit Gang in Moonstone City. With 50 members wiped out, the Black Rabbit Gang members were only existent in name now. The remaining members being eaten by other gangs was only a matter of time. But if the scene just now were seen by the Black Rabbit Gang and then shared with others, it would cause quite a bit of trouble. Chen Qi's gaze turned icy as he looked at the shattered Eye of Long Voyage on the ground. Fortunately, he had dodged in time, and he had constantly worn the hunter's clothes and used a skill that clad him in a layer of mist obscuring his figure. To identify him based on this information would be an extremely difficult task. Robbery, no, maintaining peace in the Great Sea, indeed had its risks. Chen Qi shook his head and looked towards the grey sea ahead. This was a transcendent world. If there were any light phase transcendent skilled in tracking, there was still a slight chance they might find his trace. But in Shell Country, the light phase organizations were few and far between, finding him through a video was even more difficult. At the moment, the black mud was continuously devouring the corpses. If this continued, many valuable things would be destroyed by the black mud. Chen Qi turned back, removed some of the black mud from his body and excitedly rolled up his sleeves. Let's loot first. Chapter 68. The storm raged on. Chen Qi stepped over the black mud and walked to the bodies of the Black Rabbit and the Bald Man. The value of these two far exceeded that of the others. Both were wealthy second-tier transcendents, naturally equipped with backpack cards for convenient storage of items. The implanted armor couldn't be sold, so Chen Qi took their backpack cards. One backpack card with a space of 112, another with a space of 113. Even without considering the contents of the backpack cards, the value of these two cards alone exceeded 1 million shell coins. Fat pickings. Chen Qi mused. Not long ago, he had been fishing honestly, earning money as a fisherman. Robbing wasn't a bad way to make money either. Backpack cards were rare and valuable, and one could never have too many. Lately, his own backpack card had been getting a bit crowded. Next, Chen Qi opened the backpack cards to check their contents. Among them, the most valuable item was an unused skill card. A grey, epic-level skill card with an image of a dashing man standing on a wire, constantly twisting his waist to dodge bullets. Balance posture LV1. Activation requirement, agility must reach 15, and breathing techniques must be mastered. Description, use Qi power to enhance balance. Once mastered, it significantly improves one's balance and agility. Note, footwork, good footwork, dashing footwork. Balance. Chen Qi looked at the unused skill card. Balance was incredibly important for sea battles. Mastering this skill would make running on water alongside water elves no longer just a dream. Chen Qi looked at the skill card in his hands, his fingers trembling slightly. He had been using skill cards quite frequently. But it couldn't be helped, he was acquiring skill cards faster than he had anticipated. It shouldn't have damaged my spirit yet. It's fine. Use it, I can handle it. Chen Qi activated the card. With the daily tasks and spiritual points saved from previous dungeons, he still had over 600 spiritual points. He used 500 spiritual points to upgrade it to LV2. A flood of knowledge entered his mind, and after a series of pains, he felt subtle changes in his body. This was a special technique, manipulating one's qi power to perform maneuvers that seemed to defy Newton's laws. He could even basically perform stunts like running up walls. Chen Qi thought to himself, then clapped his hands and looked at the other items. Besides that, there was a large shotgun owned by the bald man from the Black Whale Group, produced by the large armaments company Magic Bullet, capable of loading heavy, large particle ammunition. Magic Bullet Company, a famed firearms manufacturer in Shell Country, was renowned worldwide for its weapons. If the gun hit the scales of a nearby sea overlord, it could likely inflict effective damage. Too bad it was a close-range shotgun. Chen Qi put it aside, having already developed the semblance of a melee player. He didn't have knowledge of gunfighting skills, and shotguns weren't suited for him. Chen Qi continued searching. In the backpack cards of the two men, there were mainly various firearms and knives, some high-damage grenades, and a few personal items for men and women, along with 1.5 million in cash. There were also 10 bottles of strong healing potions, 10 bottles of regular antidote potions, and 10 bottles of berserker potions with significant side effects. There were also 100 special incendiary bullets, quite rare and priced at 500 shell coins each. Healing potions, bullets, and grenades could be kept, the rest could be sold on the black market. Chen Qi estimated. The unwanted items added up to a value of about 3 million shell coins. Then, he went back into the black mud to take the items from the Black Rabbit gang members that couldn't easily prove their identities and put them into his backpack card. The belongings of the Black Rabbit gang minions weren't expensive, many of them wore just a simple layer of bulletproof vests. Chen Qi counted, and it should be about 1 million shell coins. Together, that was a haul of 4 million. 4 million, sufficient for a first-order hunter and even a second-tier hunter to purchase a rather luxurious set of equipment. If the skill card, backpack cards, potions, and cash were counted too. Altogether, the gains from this trip were close to 10 million shell coins. That was a very substantial amount of money. If he got greedier, selling parts of this ship could fetch an even higher profit. But that would also make it very easy to expose his identity. After weighing his options, Chen Qi decided against it. Not a bad haul. Chen Qi walked to the bow, took off his hunter hood, and felt the sea breeze brush against his face. Unwittingly, he had amassed quite a savings. This money could easily buy a nice villa in Moonstone City. Earning money through acts of justice wasn't less profitable than bullying ghost firefish. Save it up, and maybe he really could afford to buy a mid-sized ship produced by Steam Hand. Chen Qi smiled, then his expression turned serious. Next, I need to lay low for a while, he said. According to his original plan, he needed to come to the land of white trees to pluck some ghost firefish, and then practice water surface sprinting with the deep-sea water elves. But now, plans had changed. The Black Rabbit might have already exposed this location's information through the Eye of Long Voyage. It was not out of the question that the Black Rabbit or the Black Whale Group might send someone to investigate the option of salvaging the sunken ship. If it was the Black Rabbit's people coming, the issue was very easy to resolve. But if it was the Navy, or the Black Whale Group, then things would become quite troublesome. He couldn't come here again until things had settled down. Chen Qi looked at the torrential rain in the sky. Damn it, his ghost firefish aquaculture plan had to be put on hold as well. The ghost firefish were about to be free. He hoped that by the time he returned, the ghost firefish would have grown successfully and produced new ghost fire oil. Chen Qi turned back to thoroughly clean up the crime scene and removed the bloodstains from his body. The disappearance of the bodies could easily be blamed on the black mud and the local sea overlords. Afterward, he fed the nearby sea overlords and the ghost firefish with extraordinary fish bait in the land of white trees, bidding them a simple farewell. After saying goodbye to the ghost firefish and the nearby sea overlords, he returned to his small cabin boat. Now that his breathing technique and body forging skill were fully mastered, along with the ample supplies provided by the Black Rabbit, it was time to prepare for a new journey to the crack. At that moment, some of the black mud seemed reluctant to let him go. Chen Qi spent a lot of effort by various means to remove the continuously wriggling black mud from his body. Goodbye. Then, he started the engine of the small cabin boat and took a roundabout route toward Moonstone City. Inside the cabin boat, Chen Qi used a towel to wipe his rain-soaked body and glanced at the mirror. This incident could very likely attract the covetous eyes of high-order transcendents. He gazed out at the distant sea. Who knows whose hands that Eye of Long Voyage's information will end up in? Hours later, in Moonstone City, within the 3rd Civilian District, the headquarters of the Black Rabbit Gang. The vice leader of the Black Rabbit Gang and other underlings were seated on a sofa. The bespectacled man lit a cigarette, lay back on the sofa exhaustedly, and looked deeply at the projector in front of him. The projector was replaying the scene from the sea just now over and over. The grim sea, the storm, the fierce black ship Sea Dragon, corpses everywhere, waves of black mud, the destroyed large ship, and a fleeting shadowy figure. The underlings of the Black Rabbit Gang were sitting on the sofa, watching this extremely brutal scene repeatedly. Boss! Boss! Get up and fight back! If this keeps up, you're going to be torn in two by the black mud. Replay, play back the footage of the boss and that bald-headed guy from the Black Whale group again. The boss looked pretty cool when he died. Vice leader, this is truly a disgrace to our gang, revenge. We must take revenge for the boss. The Black Rabbit Gang values loyalty. We can't just let this go. Glasses bro, if you lead us to a successful revenge, you'll be the undisputed speaker in our hearts. Glasses bro. We believe in you. The bespectacled man saw the hot and hopeful looks in his underling's eyes. He shook his head, thinking to himself. It's over, the Black Rabbit Gang is left with only these idiots, it's completely hopeless. Apart from me, those who didn't board the ship are all brain-dead hotheads. Me, take revenge on the Sea Overlord? Is that something a human would say? Why don't you ask your grandpa to take revenge? The bespectacled man took a deep breath and explained calmly. Everyone, we must accept the fact that the boss and the Black Rabbit can't come back and can't be revived. Facing a Sea Overlord and black mud, it's a natural disaster. A natural disaster is not an object of revenge. This isn't an issue we can solve with mere passion. Next, our first goal is to explain to the people from the Black Whale group and then deal with the remaining assets. It's time to break up the gang. The bespectacled man sighed deeply. Right, replay the scene from just now one more time, and bring me another rolled cigarette. I need to think about how to explain things to the Black Whale group. All right, little glasses rabbit. The bespectacled man reached out and took the cigarette passed to him. Thanks. But the next second, he broke out in cold sweat. He was the second in command of the Black Rabbit Gang, apart from the boss, who dared to call him Little Glasses Rabbit. And the voice was a woman's, androgynous and confident. Who was it? The bespectacled man, having lit the cigarette and taken it into his mouth, slowly turned his head around. He saw a short, disheveled, blonde young woman holding a camera, smiling broadly at him. Hee hee. Chapter 69, Big News. The sudden appearance of the woman with golden short hair plunged the Black Rabbit Gang's meeting room into a brief silence. Leaning on the sofa, the golden-haired woman said somewhat lazily. Why has it gone so quiet all of a sudden? Have you got something to explain to the Black Whale group? Keep talking, won't you? The newcomer's presence was that of a first-order transcendent. One brave Black Rabbit Gang member kicked over a chair and drew a black pistol, aiming it at the woman's head. Dare to break into our important meeting, do you have a death wish? Brothers, grab your weapons. Slap. The next second, the gang's deputy leader, a bespectacled man, rose to his feet and delivered a resounding slap to the gang member, knocking him to the ground. Have you lost your mind? Then, the bespectacled man stood up, straightened his suit, and whispered to the gang member. She has a powerful background, we can't afford to offend her, just endure it. At this moment, under the light, everyone finally got a clear look at the visitor's face. Golden, beautiful short hair, blue eyes like a cat's, and a camera in hand. She was not an ordinary person but the chief reporter of Moonstone City's Dove Times, the miracle reporter Pearl. However, Pearl's hair was disheveled at the moment, and there were dark circles under her eyes. In the gang legends of Moonstone City, although Pearl was only a first-order transcendent, all the gangs that tried to oppose her had paid a painful price. No matter how big the trouble she caused, there was always someone to clean up after her. People speculated that she might be an insane princess banished by the king of Bay Country, or a witch with demon blood, or perhaps the daughter of a mental hospital's director. There were countless urban legends about her. Seeing Pearl, without a strong background, resistance was a suicidal choice. One either had to accept the interview obediently or run away. The bespectacled man, of course, knew this, and he bowed proficiently at a 90-degree angle. Miss Pearl, I apologize, my subordinate was impolite just now. Please forgive us. At least you're sensible. Pearl walked up, looked around, and then found the most luxurious chair in the room to sit down. That was the precious chair of their Black Rabbit gang leader. Only a speaker of the Black Rabbit gang dared to sit in that chair. The gang members were shocked. Their boss had only been dead for 1 day, and already someone else was sitting in his chair. Pearl crossed her legs, took out her draft papers and pen, and said casually, "Just a reminder, there's something serious going on right now, so you'd best cooperate with the interview." Something serious happening? Could it be that the guards outside had already encountered an accident? The bespectacled man slowly straightened his back and asked, "Miss Pearl, may I ask, what is this serious matter?" Pearl dug her ear with her pen. "Today, I'm in a very bad mood." The bespectacled man was speechless. A bad mood counts as a serious matter? The next second, Pearl looked at the dark images on the projector, furrowed her brows, and said, "Do you know, I've been looking for the flower witch for 3 days, yet I've only gotten a tiny bit of information. Besides, that jerk in the office who only knows how to draw men's and women's physiques has achieved a new sales record, almost surpassing me. Furthermore, after 3 sleepless nights, I wanted to go to the seaside to enjoy a meal of moonlight fish made by my lovely fans, but that guy is nowhere to be found. A transcendent chef, who's not at all professional or money-loving." From Pearl's tone, one could clearly sense her irritability. The bespectacled man calmly said, "With the crack tide descent, moonlight fish ingredients are indeed limited recently. That's definitely a terrible thing." "Yes. Of course, the key point is I haven't had any good news lately. I had no choice but to come here and interview you about your dealings with the Black Whale Group, hoping your troubles are worthy of making my newspaper." As she spoke, Pearl turned her head and placed her pen on the draft paper. The usually composed bespectacled man now clenched his fists. The gang's kidnappings, extortion and other misdeeds were also allowed by the higher UPS. As long as they didn't overstep, the 3rd District's law enforcement often turned a blind eye. However, collusion with pirates was a totally different matter. A collusion with pirates, especially with the most notorious of the 4 major pirate groups, the Black Whale Group. With the Navy's recent reorganization, they were certain to reclaim Shell Country's dominance of the sea. At this time, this was an unforgivable crime. They could even be subjected to a punishment more severe than the death penalty, being used as test subjects by Shell Country's special agency. They couldn't talk about it carelessly. Pearl yawned. "Hurry up and talk, once I'm done with you, I still have to return to the paper, hand my article to the review team, then I can finally go home to sleep. And yes, I have to find time for a meal too, time is precious." The man with glasses bit his lip and placed his hand on the gun at his waist, extremely conflicted. The arrogant woman before him, though she had a significant background, was at the end of the day only a first-order transcendent. This was their turf. She was merely flesh and blood. When a bullet pierced her skull, she too would become a corpse. If the boss were still alive, even if they killed her and were pursued by the vast background behind her, they could escape to the open sea and remain beyond the reach of the law. And their Black Rabbit gang would become a renowned faction in Moonstone City for having killed Pailu. If the boss had not encountered the Sea Overlord, if they had chosen another day to take to the sea, if the boss were alive, they would have had the courage to act. But now, the entire Black Rabbit ship lay buried in the storm at sea. The boss was beyond revival. The Black Rabbit gang was in name only, not to mention killing Pailu. Even the crime of killing a civilian was more than they could bear. They could only kneel down obediently and submit to Pailu's judgment. Without any room for resistance, without any room for negotiation. After recognizing the facts, the man with glasses slumped. "I'll tell everything. 3 months ago, our leader, Black Rabbit, chanced upon the Black Whale Group's matriarch in the city's red light district. Eventually, at her suggestion, we considered joining the Black Whale Group. The Black Whale Group informed us that in about 3 months, the entire ocean would undergo drastic change. And to let the Navy know who the true master of the Witch Sea was, they needed a large number of hands, so they extended an invitation to us. Thus, under Black Rabbit's arrangement, we began preparations to set sail." "The matriarch? That pirate matriarch who keeps 100 handsome men, and your leader settled the details of joining the Black Whale Group with her in the red light district? Roughly how many people were involved in this?" "A dozen people. All the officials of our gang participated, and we were almost caught by a Navy officer. The Black Rabbit gang and the pirate matriarch conducting forbidden activities in the red light district attracted the attention of the Navy. Pilo jotted down a headline on her paper, then after a moment's thought, she changed it. As the reporter with the highest circulation for the Moonstone City newspaper, she did not need to resort to such deceptive titles. She rested her chin on her palm and twirled her pen. So, the Black Whale Group knew about the crack tide's descent coming in 3 months, interesting, something even the Bay Country Meteorological Bureau didn't know about. What else? The man with glasses swallowed nervously. That's it. Many matters were settled by our boss, Black Rabbit. Unfortunately, he has now encountered an attack out on the open sea. Putting all the blame on a dead man, hey. By the way, when he died at sea, it wasn't a staged death? Nothing more interesting to tell. Many gang leaders, before leaving their gang, would fake their own deaths to prevent being hunted down. Pilo slowly wrote down the information. In fact, there were more than just the Black Rabbit gang collaborating with the Black Whale Group. Other newspapers had reported on related matters as well. The news of the Black Rabbit gang could only be considered a minor piece. The man with glasses said helplessly. No, it wasn't a staged death. The Black Rabbit ship encountered the sea overlord, Black Mud. We have evidence. This is probably the ultimate fate of our gang members. A sea overlord, Black Mud, the chances of an encounter with those two are quite low. Your gang is really lucky. Pilo became intrigued and walked over to the projector. The images still played on a loop from the film projector, displaying the stormy sea. The grey ocean, the howling storm, waves of black mud, and the terrifying sea overlord. This footage was much more interesting than these boring gang members. Pilo watched intently, not looking away. Hey, is there a possibility of infighting happening on your Black Rabbit ship? Infighting? Unlikely. What's up, Miss Pilo? The man with glasses asked, puzzled. Pilo bent over, a glint in her eyes. A shipwreck, you say? She replayed the footage once more, closely watching the images before her. No, that's not right. She murmured to herself. The footage is blurry, yet many people in it are clearly looking at a target, something that instills fear in them. The black mud on the ship has traces of being trampled in a short time. And there's a fleeting shadow at the edge of the frame. Upon your fallen leader, besides black mud, you can vaguely make out knife wounds. The crowd listened to Pilo's analysis, still somewhat bewildered. Miss Pilo, what are you getting at? Pilo's eyes flashed, and then she voiced a speculation that shocked all the gang members present. Someone on this ship, in the midst of the chaos, murdered your Black Rabbit gang. Chapter 70. Bounty. Murder, a simple word, echoed in everyone's minds like the tolling of a bell. They all looked towards the projector screen once again. How could it be possible? On a ship covered in black mud, did someone really dare to make a move? Could anyone even make a move? The bespectacled man swallowed his saliva. Under Pilo's reminder, he also noticed this fact. Not the Black Whale Group's people, in the footage transmitted by the Eye of Long Voyage, the bald man who was in charge of docking for the Black Whale Group is dead as well, and besides, the Black Whale Group has no reason to harm us. To dare attack our boss under the joint assault of the nearshore overlord and the black mud, it would have to be at least a third-tier expert. Could it be the deep-sea merchant? Pilo propped her cheek, watching the footage over and over again. It's not the deep-sea merchant. Despite the storm, there was still light, the deep-sea merchant wouldn't appear during the day. Pilo had been captured by the deep-sea merchant once during an interview and thrashed wildly in the water. She barely survived, thanks to the flash from her camera. So she was certain that the people on the Black Rabbit were not deep-sea merchants. The fleeting shadow in the footage was very likely the perpetrator. Pilo reviewed the footage 3 more times. Above the deep sea, to attack an ironclad ship while the nearshore overlord and the black mud are present is indeed a monster. Suddenly, Pilo thought of something. Her intuition told her that the other party possessed some special skill, one that could make them immune to the attacks from the black mud and the nearshore overlord. Interesting. The Black Rabbit, seeking to align with the Black Whale Group, was killed on its maiden voyage by an unidentified monster atop the ocean. This makes for quite a good piece of news. Pilo started writing, transferring the events from the projector screen onto her draft paper. After a busy 3 days, she had finally found some interesting material for her news story. When the deep-sea merchant first appeared, people just thought it was an ordinary boatman. The monster before them might become just as famous as the deep-sea merchant, a renowned creature of the ocean. and her report was likely to be the first to cover this mysterious entity. The lips of the bespectacled man moved. He suddenly remembered the Black Rabbit's first business deal. Could it have been the chef who arranged for someone to do this? He pondered whether to spill the beans about the Black Rabbit's plan to rob the chef. But he quickly dismissed the thought. How could a first-order chef afford to hire a third-order transcendent? Speaking out would only tarnish their reputation, adding to their crimes. Pello picked up her camera, took a few pictures, and then prepared to leave. The bespectacled man swallowed another gulp of saliva. Finally, this plague was leaving. Goodbye, Miss Pello. I'm a fan of yours. Can I ask when this newspaper will be published? They, the Black Rabbit gang, needed to move their assets before the newspaper article was published, clean up all the slaves in the basement, and then flee. Pello turned her head, revealing a playful smile. You don't really believe you can walk out of this meeting room in peace after seeing me, do you? Let me tell you about some news that's about to be published. Following the Navy's reorganization, to curb the increasing piracy, they are preparing to punish a batch of scum that joined the pirates recently. Guess who's on that list? All the gang members felt their hearts stop for a moment. As she spoke, Pello pushed open the large doors outside the meeting room. At the entrance, there were civilians who wanted to thank Pello. But aside from the civilians, there were also 10 law enforcers clad in heavy steam armor. Their thick iron boots trod across the meeting room, and gang members drew their weapons. Da-da-da-da-da-day. Da-da-da-da-day. Pello cleared her ears. She wasn't interested in a heated fight. After signing autographs for the grateful crowd, she headed towards the White Dove newspaper. She just wanted to finish her work and then take a short nap before enjoying a delicious feast. Twilight. The waves gently lapped the shore, sounding deep and rhythmic. By the harbor, a small houseboat with a resting sign hung on it. Chen Qi sat inside the boathouse, opening the Ice Devil Pirate's sea chart, contemplating his next destination. Single-handedly taking down an ironclad ship was a big deal. For safety's sake, he decided to leave Moonstone City temporarily. Better lay low in case things got out of hand, Chen Qi thought to himself. And just then, there was a hurried knock on the door of his little boathouse. Open up. Boss. Don't you want to make money? It's time to open up for business. This lively and self-assured voice. Chen Qi put away the sea chart and opened the door of the boathouse. Outside the door, a short-haired blonde woman looked at him with a cheerful smile. What's the matter, Miss Pello? My fan, you finally opened the door for me. The confident Pello sat down at the dining table, holding a copy of a freshly printed newspaper. Chen Qi looked puzzled. When had he become her fan? Though it was true that Pello had many die-hard fans in Moonstone City. Clearly, he was not one of them. As if reading Chen Qi's mind, Pello crossed her legs. I'd like a moonlight fish please, and by the way, let me guess, are you wondering when exactly you became my fan? When? Chen Qi was confused. If she wanted a moonlight fish, he would have to go to the neighboring big ship to buy one at a high price. But Pello's visit was a good thing. He could take this opportunity to ask her if she had any information about Grade D cracks. At that moment, Peril handed Chen Qi a freshly printed copy of the White Dove newspaper. Chen Qi took the newspaper. Today's White Dove newspaper reported that 3 major admirals were leading ships, preparing to retake the nearby seas and the hegemony of the Crack Sea, in addition to increasing bounty rewards. It also covered gang-related issues. 3 gangs were captured for colluding with pirate groups. They were the Wild Dog Gang, the Black Rabbit Gang, and the Dice Gang from Moonstone City. Black Rabbit Gang. Chen Qi tried to remain calm and continued reading. The entire Black Rabbit Gang was captured, many facing the death penalty as a starting point. In Shell Country, there is a tradition of using death row prisoners as experimental subjects. Suddenly, a message appeared before his eyes. Number amid the crack tide and storm, a new deep-sea monster was born, brutally slaughtering the Black Rabbit Gang number. At the same time, a photo of the Sea Overlord was attached. This monster couldn't be me. Chen Qi quickly schemed through the section. The newspaper described the disaster of the Black Rabbit vessel and speculated through some clues that another deep-sea merchant-level monster might have emerged on the sea. This monster was extremely strong, strong enough to disregard the Black Mud and the Sea Overlord, and had slain the leader of the Black Rabbit Gang, Black Rabbit. Chen Qi was slightly startled. He was in the newspaper. Although not shown, there was no doubt that he was the protagonist of this news. Under Pearl's pen, he had completely become a bloodthirsty monster. He immediately thought of many possibilities. Pearl's White Dove newspaper was very likely to attract a bunch of idle detectives who, through the photographs in the newspaper, would attempt to find him. What a hassle! Chen Qi rubbed his head. He hadn't expected that his first time in the newspaper in this world would be for such a reason. Wait! Chen Qi noticed that there were some strange numbers and photographs on the back of the newspaper. Wild Dog, leader of the Wild Dog Gang, joins the Black Whale Group, formerly organized an underground boxing club, bounty of 1 million shell coins. A new female member of the Bloodblade Pirate Group, name and origin unknown, bounty of 3 million shell coins. Identity and gender unknown, the pitch-black remnant shadow slaughtered 50 people on the Black Rabbit vessel, bounty of 5 million shell coins. Below the paper, there was also a photo of the fleeting shadow he left behind on the Black Rabbit vessel. Why? Chen Qi was shocked. Why could just a shadow be worth a bounty? Could anyone be caught based on this fleeting shadow? A mere shadow, why would it hold a bounty of 5 million? Chen Qi rubbed his forehead. He had some difficulty understanding the Navy's way of thinking. Were these navies filling out bounty amounts with their feet? Hopefully, no one will really see his accidental shadow and start searching everywhere. The shadow's deeds had nothing to do with me. Pearl sat at the dining table and explained. Shell Country decided to tackle piracy by increasing everyone's bounty and collaborated with our White Dove newspaper to introduce a new bounty newspaper as a way to heat things up. By the way, you can also receive a bounty just for providing clues. Is that so? I wonder if I could claim a bounty. Chen Qi smiled and continued reading. Besides the 4 major pirate groups, it featured quite a few well-known figures from the nearby seas, Big Mama, the Black-Eyed Captain, the Bullet Shooter, the Butcher, and others. Another new name appeared on this glory list. The Flower Witch, though not a dangerous entity on the seas, nor showing any hostility towards civilians. But considering her historical status, if someone could capture her, or get her to the naval headquarters, it could fetch a whopping 20 million shell coins reward. And just providing clues could earn 500,000 shell coins. Beyond that, if someone was to first submit to the White Dove newspaper, they would get an additional 1 million shell coins. The Flower Witch is really worth a fortune. Chen Qi remarked, feeling somewhat tempted. Seeing Chen Qi finish reading the newspaper, Pearl looked up and smiled. Don't thank me, it's part of my job, just casual help, treating me to a meal of moonlight fish will do. Chen Qi suddenly grasped. Previously, the Black Rabbit Gang had threatened him because of the hunting ground issue. Although in his eyes, the crisis of the Black Rabbit was something he had resolved by himself. In Pearl's eyes, however, she took down the Black Rabbit Gang by reporting and interviewing. Boss lady that she was, she easily settled the gang threat for her chef Fan. Thank you, Miss Pearl, no problem, I will make an amazing moonlight fish. Pearl looked up, touched her nose, feeling as if she had gained another fan. It's nothing much, just a hand lent during work. If you really want to thank someone, you should thank the coastal overlord that attacked the Black Rabbit, or that mysterious shadow. The coastal overlord, I should indeed thank them. Thank them too. Chen Qi laughed, went to the large ship next door, and bought a luxurious moonlight fish for 5,000 shell coins. Just in time, he hadn't had dinner yet. Cooking moonlight fish, gained 100 spiritual points. Soon, a fragrant dish of scallion oil moonlight fish was ready. Chen Qi served the moonlight fish on the table. So delicious! Indeed, one just can't miss out this dish during this period. Pearl's face blushed slightly, excitedly tasting the fish with her fork. The savory taste blossomed on her taste buds. Just as she imagined, it perfectly brought out the delicious flavor of the moonlight fish. By the way, Miss Pearl, how is the investigation on the Flower Witch going? Chen Qi asked. These past few days, he had digested the breathing technique and the body forging skill, earning the qualifications to head to a D-level crack. He was just looking to lay low for a while, plus he urgently needed a reliable pharmacist for the pale scales fruit he obtained from White Tree Land. Taking advantage of the fact that the Flower Witch hadn't stirred up big trouble yet, Chen Qi wanted to see if he could find her. Once the Flower Witch got involved in big troubles and was pursued by various factions, it would be difficult to find her. As expected, you're also interested in the Flower Witch. Pearl smiled mysteriously. The whereabouts of the Flower Witch are very secretive, she has a unique way of hiding, evading my numerous pursuits. These are top-secret information painstakingly gathered by us at the White Dove newspaper, and must not be told to others. Chen Qi was skeptical, showing a slightly doubtful expression. Since when did you become someone who can keep secrets? The reason the Navy and gangs are wary of Pearl is because of her big mouth. Asking her for information doesn't require deliberate questioning. She would volunteer information. Why aren't you begging me to continue talking? Pearl clenched her knife and fork, showing a meaningful expression. Although the boss explicitly said that this information must not be leaked, I, Pearl, love to do the opposite of what the boss says, can't help it, it's just my nature. Actually, telling you is not impossible. After all, I am the most famous reporter at the White Dove newspaper. If even I don't know the clues about the Flower Witch, then nobody knows the clues to the Flower Witch. Chapter 71. Sea Flower Island. The small boat cabin was aglow with the soft light of the ship's lantern, adding a touch of warmth to the interior. Chen Qi bent down to take a bottle of wine from under the table and handed it to Perlu. He was quite curious about how she had found the clues to the Flower Witch. After finishing a bottle of wine, Perlu started to recount her experiences over the past 3 days. Based on the information from the old newsstand owner and Chen Qi, the Flower Witch had flowers growing from her head, which meant that she must find a way to hide her appearance. But in a place as extraordinary as Moonstone City, it wasn't uncommon to see people concealing their looks. Walking down the street, at least 1 in every 10 people was hiding their appearance. There were also quite a few of the same stature as the Flower Witch. So, she began to lift their cloaks and masks under the guise of conducting interviews. All sorts of characters with concealed faces, faceless men, master thieves of hearts, ghost brides, soul-stealing clowns, piggy heroes. Anyone hiding their face. If she saw one, she'd unveil one. Finally, thanks to her relentless efforts, in front of a herbal medicine shop, a person in a cloak took to their heels the moment they saw her. That actually worked. Chen Qi's eyes widened. He never imagined that Perlu's method of finding the Flower Witch was the legendary exhaustive approach. What's crucial, this brute force method actually led her to success. At this point, Perlu lowered her head and furrowed her brows. Unfortunately, I still let her get away. Not only that, but because I exposed a bunch of masked people's true appearances, my damned boss called me in for a talk, saying that I disturbed the peace of the commercial street and violated many people's portrait rights. This also caused me to miss the best opportunity to pursue her. It's already pretty good that you weren't beaten up for unveiling people like that. Chen Qi couldn't help but comment. I had no choice, I'm not as lucky as you, bumping into the Flower Witch in a crack. Perlu frowned. However, it's a good thing that after I left the watch house, after having a friendly conversation with the police, thanks to the information from my informant, a thin female in a cloak boarded a Flower Sea ferry boat and headed for an island near the edge of the coast. This person is very likely to be the Flower Witch. I'm planning to set out tonight to find her and give the Flower Witch a little surprise. Chen Qi was somewhat speechless. After all the trouble, it was still the newspaper's vast network of information that prevailed. He had to admit, the news agency of Moonstone City was indeed quite a powerful organization. Curious, Chen Qi asked. Which island is it? Perlu paused in her eating, her eyes showing a hint of surprise. You want to find the Flower Witch? Aren't you afraid she'll turn you into fertilizer? In the legends, the Flower Witch was a madwoman who buried the bodies of 100,000 soldiers in the ground to cultivate the black soil. Although reports indicated that this appearance of the Flower Witch was not the legendary Flower Witch. Most people, under the influence of these legends, would not dare to look for the Flower Witch even with a high bounty reward. For all they knew, their own bodies could become fertilizer for the flowers. Of course, as far as Chen Qi was concerned, the past was the past and the present was the present. The current Flower Witch's foolish appearance aside, before ascending to 4th rank, it was already quite an achievement not to end up as fertilizer. Expectantly, Chen Qi said. After all, with so much money at stake, if I could provide some clues, there would be as much as 1.5 million shell coins to be had. That's striking rich overnight. True, that's even faster than what rich players make. You may be a chef, but you're brave indeed. Perlu pondered for a moment and then smiled. If she brought Chen Qi along, wouldn't that mean having an additional traveling chef with her on the road? She tapped the table and said softly. The edge of the coast, Flower Island. The edge of the coast. Chen Qi was slightly shocked. The destination for this journey was farther than he had imagined. The domain of the Witch Sea could be roughly divided into the Near Sea, the Sea of Cracks, the Sea of Fog, and the Lightless Sea beyond the edge of the new Sun world. Above these seas lay countless islands. With so many isles and complex maritime governance, coupled with a perennially weak navy, these islands had also become the lairs where pirates hid. It could be said that Shell Country had zero control over the seas beyond the coastal waters. It was for this reason that, in recent days, the upper echelons of Shell Country had reorganized the navy, established the position of admiral, and tried to take back their dominant position in the Witch Sea. The coastal periphery was a very dangerous place for ordinary people. Chen Qi looked at his palm, clenched his fist, and thought to himself. By now, I should have the strength to set foot on the edge of the coastal waters. Delicious. Having finished the moonlight fish, Pelot said. I will depart on the White Dove tonight. It's too dangerous for you at night, you can leave tomorrow morning. However, you need to be careful. There are many legends of treasures about Flower Island, and with the recent descent of the crack, many travelers have headed to Flower Island. This is also good news, that place lacks meat supplies, so the food must be terrible. Your business as a chef will do well. Chen Qi nodded his head. After Pelot had her fill, she left the small houseboat. Once Pelot was gone, Chen Qi closed the doors and windows, took out the sea map from the Ice Pirate group and the treasure map from the Deep Sea Hunter. Before heading to Flower Island, he needed to confirm some things. What, exactly, was the Flower Witch going to Flower Island for? As a main character of the Witch Sea, she certainly wasn't going for tourism. Her journey to Flower Island was surely for something important. Chen Qi opened the sea map. According to the indications on the Ice Pirate map, the location of Flower Island had markings of a treasure chest and flowers. Was the Flower Witch after medicinal herbs, or treasure? Chen Qi rubbed his head. He had a vague feeling that the Flower Witch was also there to seek the hunter's treasure when he saw her at the hunting grounds. All signs indicated that there was more than one treasure map left by the Deep Sea Hunter in this ocean. And the treasure of the Deep Sea Hunter seemed to be something everyone knew about. Chen Qi placed his finger on the Deep Sea Hunter's treasure map and swept it from top to bottom. In the middle section, the coordinates for Flower Island were written. This place, indeed, also held a treasure buried by the Deep Sea Hunter. Chen Qi glanced toward the far left of the coordinates to check the difficulty of this treasure. However, to his surprise, there was no level of difficulty indicated before this piece of treasure information. Aside from a simple sketch of clothing and a set of coordinates, there were no hints. Why? Chen Qi was puzzled for a moment. No difficulty hint. Did it mean that the difficulty of this treasure was 0, or was it simply forgotten to be written? Can't figure it out. Chen Qi shook his head, put away the maps, and walked out of the boathouse. Stars twinkled overhead, the nighttime sea breeze blew through his black hair. He looked toward the merchant ships ahead, the bright lighthouse, the moon in the sky, until that boundless, faraway place. Chen Qi reached out toward the direction of the moon and made a grabbing gesture. By now, he had gradually become familiar with this world, and had become a qualified first-order transcendent. After this trip, he could consider his one and only principle, advancing to become a second-tier transcendent. Flower Island, hey! Chen Qi felt excited yet somewhat apprehensive in his heart. The high randomness of the New Day world dictated that even with a strategy for the crack and formidable power, he could still encounter accidents. A world fraught with dangers. But if one does not dare to brave the stormy seas, their progress would ultimately be slow and they couldn't stand at the pinnacle of these waves. Oh, the sea and the stars! Chen Qi gazed into the distance, his eyes filled with expectation. On the second day, the bright day ignited in the sky, illuminating the dark city. The small houseboat set off from the harbor, heading toward the distant islands. Chapter 72. Ice Witch Background Plate. Near the edge of the sea, so far, we're almost there. Chen Qi, holding a map, walked out of the cabin. With the aid of the deep-sea water elf boosters, his little houseboat had sailed for an entire day. At this moment, the daytime flames were gradually weakening. The afterglow of the setting sun spread across the sea, the light reflecting off the water interestingly, complemented by the falling flowers drifting from Flower Island to the sea. It was like a grand floral carpet at sea, welcoming the arrival of travelers. Chen Qi raised his head and looked towards the distant island. Mountains filled with flowering trees, a small town at the base of the mountains, and a simple dock. Flower Island, with its fertile land suitable for cultivating herbs and flowers, housed nearly 1,000 people. A fairly nice small town. However, compared to the people of the Moonstone Islands, the inhabitants of this remote outlying island were more secluded and less likely to leave their homeland. In their eyes, such remote islands far from the cities were peaceful and beautiful, and they could easily make a lot of money from tourism every year. Of course, this peaceful life was predicated on the absence of pirates and the crack tide. Chen Qi slowed down the speed of his little houseboat, preparing to dock. At that moment, a large white dove flew across the sky, slowly descending in height, landing in front of the port of Flower Island. It was Pelu. She had arrived as well. Chen Qi docked the small houseboat at the dock, took a big jump, and stepped onto the land of Flower Island. Pelu, noticing the movement behind her, looked back at Chen Qi with a puzzled face. How did you get here so fast? Did you also depart at night? After all, she had been traveling since last night, and she had flown from the sky. Chen Qi stepped forward. Barely, my boat's engine is quite expensive. The speed of the small houseboat was indeed fast. But the main reason he and Pelu arrived at the same time was due to the booster he was proud of. Deep Sea Water Elf brand booster. And there were 7 of them. With the help of the Deep Sea Water Elves, the speed of the small houseboat was incredibly fast. The only side effect was that compared to machines, the Deep Sea Water Elves tired too quickly. After pushing for just a day, they turned into a sloppy mess. This must be because the Deep Sea Water Elves lacked exercise. They would get better with more practice. Deep Sea Water Elves did not need to breathe oxygen, only needing to regularly absorb seawater. So, Chen Qi put them in the backpack card. Later, he could summon them out just like throwing a poke ball. Pelu picked up her camera, took a few pictures. Forget it, it's good that you're here, just in time to show you how Moonstone City's most famous reporter, with her eagle-like vision and wolf-like keenness, captures the Flower Witch. At the dock, the 2 of them presented their IDs, briefly verified their identities with dock workers, and then headed towards the village of Flower Island. It's really lively. Chen Qi looked towards the village. The houses in Flower Island were built of red bricks, each one fronted with fresh flowers. At this time, although there was the crack tide, it was spring, the peak season for tourism. There were many tourists. Moreover, many people at the head of the village were discussing information. Chen Qi pricked up his ears. Have you heard? That crack is going to open again. It won't end up like 10 years ago, with the deformity rate rising to over 40%, and then running out again, will it? Impossible, this time, the village chief said they've brought in an expert. The crack revival had happened in this place too, and the crack rating of this region should be D. Chen Qi observed his surroundings while walking forward with Pelu. Just then, at the town square, 2 giant statues in the central flower bed caught his attention. One was a hunter holding a bone-shaped greatsword, massively tall and draped in thick hunter light armor, his hood covering his rugged face. The statue, made of rock, was beginning to show a layer of deep green moss, but nevertheless, it stood like a majestic hunter gazing at the sea before him. Deep Sea Hunter. Chen Qi was slightly startled. It was his first time seeing a statue of the Deep Sea Hunter. This statue must be the legendary Deep Sea Hunter, the only being that had repelled the great whale after the witch. If this one is the Deep Sea Hunter, then who is depicted by this statue? Chen Qi looked at the other statue. The other statue was that of a young woman, dressed in clothes resembling a nun's attire, holding a holy book in her right hand and a lantern in her left. She stood like a tall lighthouse, watching over the Witch Sea, both beautiful and sacred. Bigger than the one constructed for the Deep Sea Hunter. Moreover, it was even older than the statue of the Deep Sea Hunter. What is this? Chen Qi, for a moment, didn't recognize the figure before him. Peru took out a camera and photographed the 2 statues. You don't know this? This is the pride of our Witch Sea, the statue of the Ice Witch. The Ice Witch. Chen Qi remembered for a moment, and memories suddenly flooded his mind. It was that omnipresent giant backdrop. The Ice Witch was also a quite famous character in the Witch Sea region. However, unlike the Flower Witch who was the main character, the Ice Witch was a typical backdrop character. During the crack tide 500 years ago, as it swept across the sea, humans faced oppression by the great whale, severe hunger, monsters appeared like a tide, and people were forced to cannibalize each other. At that time, Shell Country was deeply embroiled in a serious civil war due to the out-of-control Chuisiang rift, incapable of dealing with the matters of the crack tide. Without the support of any terrestrial powerhouses, all the residents of the sea once plunged into despair. It was then that the Ice Witch emerged, defeated the great whale with her own strength, and saved countless people and numerous struggling families. To commemorate the Ice Witch's deeds, the sea was renamed from Whale Sea to Witch Sea by the king's authorization. Additionally, the Ice Witch was also an incredibly powerful mage, the pride of many mages in the Witch Sea. Today, the name of the 4 great pirate crews, the Ice Witch Pirates, is also derived from this Ice Witch. Also, the Ice Witch had an interest in studying history and archaeology. Thus, many major events and relics bear traces of this Ice Witch. In many places, the status of the Ice Witch exceeds even the ancient sea goddess. Especially on the islands just off the coast, it is commonly believed that the Ice Witch's statues can bring safety to their voyages. Chen Qi remembered that there were many posts about the Ice Witch on forums. In the eyes of most ordinary people in the New Sun world, human life has its limits. In the deeper layers of this world, there exists a void lantern death god who reaps the lives of all those who attempt to transcend the natural limits of life. Any lifespan that surpasses 100 years, in the sea of spirit, the death god will duly arrive. Even those with the transcendent bodies capable of moving mountains and overturning seas cannot resist the erosion of time. But according to various pieces of information from player forums, this Ice Witch, famous hundreds of years ago across the sea, hadn't died. Instead, she lived on like a ghost and participated in many historical events of great impact. Truly magnificent, was the Ice Witch formerly a warrior nun. Chen Qi clapped his hands, shifting his gaze away from the statue. At that moment, having finished taking photos, Peru had already begun to look for clues about the Flower Witch. Peru was randomly picking passers-by, questioning them for information. Chen Qi was shocked. Peru's method of finding people was indeed very direct and crude. Moreover, her manner of holding the microphone was too conspicuous. She approached an old woman, and took out 1,000 shell coins. "Grandma, by chance, have you seen a person wearing a cloak?" The old woman took the money expertly and replied. "No." Peru watched her money disappear and was stunned for a moment. Then, the old woman stood up, looked around. "People in cloaks are everywhere. Let me help you look. Is it that person?" Come to think of it, that young lady's head was still wriggling, having quite the mysterious air. In the open-air herbal shop ahead, there were many travelers. And a person wearing a cloak was there, head bowed, picking herbs. At that moment, seeming to sense the gaze from behind, she pulled down a corner of her hood, turned her head, and glanced at the two. Upon seeing them, her hood wriggled wildly like the waves of the sea. The Flower Witch! Chen Qi was surprised. He hadn't expected to find her so easily. The person was really right at the entrance of the village on Flower Island. No, wait. Chen Qi suddenly thought of something. "Hold this for me." Peru's eyes were determined, and she abruptly handed her backpack to Chen Qi. She crouched down, arms hanging naturally, palms slightly open, assuming a runner's ready stance, then took a deep breath. "My fans, it's time you see the speed of a reporter. Flower Witch, this time, you won't get away." Chapter 73, The Flower Witch's Hidden Technique. The Flower Witch had several startled little flowers pop up around her. She hadn't expected that the annoying reporter from Moonstone City would actually be able to chase her to Flower Island. "Boss, I've already paid for the herbs." The Flower Witch calmly paid, then pulled out a bottle of energy potion, drank it, and ran towards the big mountain on Flower Island. As the supposed heir of a legendary witch, did those two mere first-order transcendents really think they could capture her? The Flower Witch appeared unruffled, not believing that Perlu could catch her. But Perlu, considering herself half an athlete, decided to give it a try. Beyond the villages on Flower Island, there were extended mountains. The Flower Witch, leisurely but swiftly, ran into the forest and deeper into the mountain. Perlu also exerted all her strength and dashed into the mountain. Perlu really isn't afraid of death, daring to chase inside the mountain. Chen Qi crossed his arms and stated. It was simply unrealistic for Perlu to want to interview the Flower Witch. The Flower Witch intended to keep her identity hidden, she wouldn't accept her interview. However, from this reaction, the Flower Witch seemed quite afraid of Perlu. Chen Qi shook his head. He still had to find the Flower Witch to make potions. If the Flower Witch saw him without Perlu around, perhaps she would talk to him. But now, she wouldn't think that he was in cahoots with Perlu, would she? Even if he saw the Flower Witch herself, asking her to make potions would still be challenging. Chen Qi followed Perlu and also ran towards the forest. As a reporter, Perlu was quite fast. With strong, powerful legs, the flower witch remained in Perlu's sight for a long time. Yet despite this, she eventually lost sight of the flower witch and could only aimlessly look up at high branches in the forest. Chen Qi walked slowly through the mountain, not in a rush to search but rather sniffing the air. The flower witch, due to her blood flower disease, had a body scent like that of flower fragrance. Smell was a good choice for tracking her. However, Chen Qi looked around. Many trees on Red Island were flower trees, filled with fresh floral scents everywhere. Not easy to find. Chen Qi shook his head. The flower witch had gotten some money from her last crack-induced trip and likely wouldn't be lured by the smell of food. Wait a minute. Chen Qi suddenly recalled some information. In player forums, it was mentioned that hiding was the flower witch's favorite method. Perlu's speed wasn't slow, she had suddenly lost track of her. The flower witch has probably hidden herself. Chen Qi thought and continued along the trail Perlu had followed, looking at the grass near the ground. Right then, he suddenly noticed something odd. Underneath a large flowering tree, there were 3 very unnatural-looking yellow flowers. Chen Qi sat down, leaning against the tree, and took out a water bottle. Following Perlu the whole way had made him somewhat thirsty. Glug glug. While he was drinking, a black flower suddenly popped out of the dirt next to the little yellow flowers. It was a scared little black flower. I knew you were here. Chen Qi rolled his eyes silently. According to the information on player forums, the flower witch was very skilled in earth escape, which involves hiding underground. But in the beginning, her earth escape skill had a fatal flaw. Whenever she wasn't deep enough, the flowers on top of her head would emerge through the soil. Chen Qi took a deep breath and carefully chose his words. Well, flower witch, rest assured, I am not in league with that reporter just now, and I have no intention of capturing you for the bounty. I just have some herbs and need your help with them. Would she agree? Chen Qi quietly waited for her response. In the early stages of the game, no player dared to approach the flower witch. It was only in the middle stages that players began asking the flower witch to make potions. But by then, the flower witch had already become a prominent figure, always caught up in major events, and had little time to make potions. Now, likely being quite poor, if he offered enough money, she would probably be willing to make potions for him. Chen Qi thought to himself. After a long silence, he heard a faint sound from under the soil. You're mistaken, I am not the flower witch, I am just a flower. What are you talking about? Chen Qi was stunned. Hold back, hold back. In what scenario could she come up with such a blatant lie? The people of the Witch Sea are indeed a bit off. Staying too long in such an environment can affect one's mind, which is very normal. Chen Qi calmed his breath, holding back his desire to retort. Flower witch, there are some matters for which I need you. That woman has already run off, she should now be in the towns on Flower Island, going from house to house looking for you. I absolutely won't betray you. And besides, with your formidable power, we 2 first-order transcendents can't do anything to you. I swear by the sea goddess, I absolutely won't reveal your whereabouts, or else, may I encounter a sea tyrant when I go out to sea and face a black mud tidal wave when I return. Another moment of silence. The flower witch finally responded. Fine, if you dare reveal my whereabouts, I'll show you why witches are called witches. The tone in her voice was clearly a bit angry, even threatening. Stalking someone discreetly seemed to be definitely out of bounds. Even beings known for their order and goodness could unleash havoc once provoked. Indeed, one must be careful with words and actions when speaking to a witch, never crossing the line carelessly. After all, she was a witch. Chen Qi nodded his head. Time passed, and a few orange-red flowers popped out from the ground. Chen Qi took a sip of water. So, flower witch, why haven't you come out yet? Did I do something wrong? At that moment, a mosquito-like faint voice came from under the ground. Well, I've been standing too long. My hands and feet are a bit numb, and the earth is packed too tightly, it's a bit hard to come out. Could you help me? Numb feet. Hold back, she's an esteemed witch, suppress the urge to make a comment. Chen Qi looked at the flustered little flowers sprouting from the soil. He hesitated for a moment, then reached out, grabbed the flowers from the ground, and yanked like pulling up a radish. Pull. Pull. Finally, with great effort, she popped her head out like a potato mine in Plants vs Zombies. After scanning her surroundings, she burst out. After emerging from the earth, the flower witch patted the dirt off her body and spat out the mud in her mouth. She hesitated for a moment, then looked at Chen Qi. To ease the awkward situation, she coughed twice and said, "Ahem. In our academy in the Golden Flower Bird Kingdom, floral appearance symbolizes nature, and many aspire to blend into nature. Merging with nature is a compulsory course for every floral appearance student. Some can stand unmoved like a rock under the onslaught of a waterfall. Some can sit still and have birds land on them. And I can merge directly with the earth, even letting aggressive wolves walk over my head. In this aspect of blending into nature, I've even surpassed my teacher, although I've gotten a bit rusty from not practicing for quite a while." The flower witch said with a bit of pride. "Is that really blending into nature? Isn't that more like running away?" Chen Qi looked at the muddy flower witch and pressed his hand to his forehead. He never imagined that just the second meeting with the flower witch would change his perspective on witches so dramatically. In online gaming forums, the flower witch, being the protagonist, always seemed mysterious and powerful. Indeed, what one sees online and meets in person can differ greatly. After ensuring no more interview crazy Pearl was around, the flower witch sat down, exhaling deeply. "That monster who strips clothes in the street has finally left. You're really not with that guy, right? Rest assured, flower witch, although I know that street stripper, I'll definitely not betray you. You actually know that pervert." The flower witch took a step back. "Pearl, what exactly did you do on the streets to make an orderly and nice flower witch speak with such disdain?" Chen Qi felt somewhat regretful for having walked into the village with Pearl. The flower witch thought for a moment, then crossed her arms and said, "Oh well, since you've sworn. So, what potion do you want to make?" As a witch's heir, my fees are quite high. Also, I still have some important tasks to complete on Flower Island, can't give you the potion right away." Chen Qi organized his thoughts and replied. "At sea, I happened upon a pale scale fruit, I'd like your help in making it into a potion." "What did you say?" "I said, I found a pale scale fruit and want to turn it into a potion." Pale scale fruit is not just any ordinary herbal material. A few flowers of surprise popped out above the flower witch's head. "You say, you found a pale scale fruit, where did you get it?" "I just happened by a huge white tree and found it with my little pet beast." The flower witch blinked incredulously at Chen Qi. "You're really lucky, hey? Well, if it's pale scale fruit, that's high-end material, and it also needs 10 types of neutralizing ingredients. I need my workstation to mix it for you." In the flower witch's memory, pale scale fruit grew under the sea, and finding one would require quite some luck. She had only seen it in textbooks. The flower witch doubtfully looked at Chen Qi. From the first glance she took at him, she thought he was rather bold. Seeing her, he didn't shy away but dared to follow. And he even managed to break her perfect hidden technique and obtain a pale scale fruit. Plus, he was accompanying that mysterious Pearl. This guy must be extraordinary. The flower witch leaned against the tree, beginning to mentally wrestle with herself. She had some issues she was dealing with and needed an outsider's help. But stubborn her whole life, she disliked asking others for help. Asking others felt somewhat undignified. This isn't asking for help, it's striking a deal. This is an opportunity. The flower witch coughed twice and began to speak. "So, Chen Qi looked at the flowers falling from the tree. "My name is Chef, just call me Chef." The flower witch whispered. "All right, Chef, do you dare to enter a D-level crack? I have some rather explosive information here." So, the flower witch was also here for the crack. Chen Qi replied without hesitation. "Yes, what's the information?" Chapter 74. The first transaction. He was originally going to go, and contrary to that, the treasure of the hunters was not a difficult thing for him. Chen Qi decisively agreed, turned his head, and quietly waited for the flower witch to provide the information. He agreed. 3 happy little yellow flowers popped up above the flower witch's head, followed by a mysterious expression. "This matter involves the legendary person and is not suitable for idle chat here, please follow me." The flower witch dusted the dirt off her bottom and, with a brisk pace, moved forward, then turned her head and waved at Chen Qi. "Damn Riddler, couldn't she just talk here?" Chen Qi got up and obediently followed her. Under the Flower Witch's guidance, the two of them followed the mountain road through the forest, heading towards the highest point of the mountain. At last, the two reached the peak of Flower Island's great mountain, at a towering cliff. The Flower Witch walked to the edge of the cliff, placing her hands behind her back, quietly savoring the high floral fragrance and the sea breeze. "How about it, chef? The spot I've chosen offers a pretty nice view, doesn't it?" Chen Qi stepped forward, looking down at the entirety of Flower Island from the mountaintop. The dusk's dim light sprinkled among the mountains, dyeing the sky a gentle golden hue, harmonizing with the deep blue of the distant sea, forming a lush painting of flowers and sea water. The port and the villages below the flowers also appeared particularly peaceful. "Indeed, it's a very nice view." Chen Qi took a deep breath, the air quality also quite good. "But, this is off topic. Weren't they supposed to discuss something very important?" Chen Qi turned his head, looking at the Flower Witch with a skeptical gaze. "Ahem." The Flower Witch coughed twice, pointing towards the easternmost seaside part of Flower Island. In that place, one could see many tents, a temporarily constructed settlement. Many hunters were stationed there, probably waiting for the crack to open. The Flower Witch explained. "In that place, there exists a special large grade D crack dragon nest site, and every decade, this crack reopens. If no one attends to it, the crack will get out of control, affecting the entire island." Dragon nest site. Chen Qi stroked his chin, pondering. As a former pet trainer, he had cleared many similar cracks. If disregarding the mutation level, it ranked medium in difficulty within grade D cracks. The Flower Witch continued. "Inside the dragon nest site of Flower Island, there exists a special herb, dragon breath grass, which grows beside dragons. I currently, desperately need this herb. However, Dragon Nest Island has strict class restrictions, and my rank is no longer sufficient to participate in this level of crack." Chen Qi looked into the distance. "Simply put, it means I need to go to the dragon breath site, find the dragon breath grass for you as a reward. That's not simple at all, that's a herb growing beside the ultimate monster, which means, to get the dragon breath grass, you have to face the final enemy in the crack, the dragon. It's manageable." Chen Qi smiled. As a player, how could he possibly miss the final boss? Since he had entered the crack, he would go all out to achieve a perfect clear. The Flower Witch looked serious. "Actually, I was initially planning to ask the Hunter Group's Red Crystal team from Flower Island for help, but during the conversation with them, I felt something was off. This Hunter team, they actively invited many traveling First-Order Transcendents, planning to enter the crack with them. From my observations, this Hunter team seems quite mild-mannered, but they are far more dangerous than the Black Rabbit gang we encountered in the hunting field. Hence, I did not entrust them with finding the dragon breath grass." The expression on the Flower Witch's face was very earnest. "Is it really not because you are short on money?" Chen Qi remembered that the price of dragon breath grass was certainly not a small sum. The Flower Witch paused for a moment. "There is a small part of that reason, of course, but the dangers of that crack far exceed this hunter team." She looked at Chen Qi. Although she had shared some intelligence about the grade D crack, she still saw no signs of fear in his expression. The Flower Witch moistened her throat, looking towards the distant hunter team. "Next is the most crucial intelligence. After hearing this information, reconsider whether you want to enter the crack, whether you want to accept my request." The Flower Witch's face was earnest. She took a deep breath and, after a minute of gathering her thoughts, she said. "In this grade D crack, there likely exists the treasure of the deep-sea hunters." "Oh." Chen Qi nodded his head. After the "oh," the Flower Witch fixed her gaze on him. "Hunter's treasure, this is the treasure of legend in the Witch Sea. Should I act more surprised, giving due respect to the treasure of the deep-sea hunters and the serious Flower Witch?" Chen Qi's mouth opened, and he exclaimed cooperatively. "Oh." This reaction was about right. "I know you're shocked now, but please stay calm." The Flower Witch continued mysteriously. "Don't ask me how I know about the legendary deep-sea hunter's treasure, it's a secret I cannot reveal. However, I can tell you clearly that there's a 50% chance that the deep-sea hunter's treasure exists in this crack. And this will change the whole situation of the crack. The hunter's treasure is like gold scattered everywhere, it can change a transcendent's life, enough to make a kind person take up the slaughtering knife, enough to turn close brothers into sworn enemies. According to my guess, I am not the only one who knows the information about the deep-sea hunter's treasure. Therefore, by setting foot here, you are very likely to become the victim of people killing each other. The flower witch crossed her arms, releasing what she considered the most important information. Chen Qi nodded. For many people, a D-grade crack that definitely contains a hunter's treasure would indeed be a shocking piece of news. This piece of information was still very valuable. Contrary to his expectations, the flower witch actually trusted him unexpectedly, telling him such important information. Similar ages, having met once, plus a trading relationship. Compared to those inexplicable hunter groups, the flower witch was more willing to trust Chen Qi. Of course, trust must be mutual and respected to maintain. I'll take this mission. Chen Qi lowered his head, pretending to think. Hunter's treasure, hey? It means while I am helping you find dragon breath herb, it's likely that people will want me dead. I see some danger. If we could agree on a bit more reward. Indeed, he was still scared. The flower witch frowned and scratched her head. It's indeed dangerous. Sorry, I shouldn't have told you this info. Just pay with money for the potion costs. I will deliver the potion to you if I have time. She thought it over. After all, he was just a first-order transcendent. It was too dangerous to let him go for the dragon breath herb. Even though theirs was just a trading relationship, Chen Qi provided the herbs, she made the potion. But if just because of this, she let Chen Qi enter the Dragon Nest Island and then he died. In the flower witch's view, to some extent, it was as if she'd indirectly killed a young chef. She would rely on herself then, and think of another way, sighed the stubborn flower witch. Chen Qi was startled. She was not playing by the rules. This was the time to raise the price, wasn't it? Chen Qi stepped forward, looking towards the distant hunter group. Flower witch, what I mean is, we need to talk money. Extra money? Say that again, that's the hunter's treasure, aren't you scared? The flower witch's head sprouted several question mark flowers, as she touched her empty pocket. The existence of the hunter's treasure was enough to dramatically change the entire crack. Chen Qi spread his hands and said. Being scared is normal, but if I shrink back because of fear, then I should never go out to sea in this lifetime. The flower witch fell silent for a moment, then nodded. I don't have much cash, I can only pay with potions. In addition to helping you with the medicine, I can give you another potion to use in conjunction with pale scale fruits as compensation. That's fine. He agreed really fast. She remembered, her teacher had told her that to survive in the great seas, never fight alone, and if possible, it's best to develop your own followers. This was her first trade after arriving in Shell Country, and he was the first person she got familiar with. A chef who knew no fear. The flower witch bit her lip and reached out her hand. Deal. Chen Qi stepped forward and shook hands. Deal. Chapter 75. Bloodblade Pirate Group and Blade Witch. The sea breeze blew, and flowers drifted far away with the fallen leaves. Pleasure doing business with you. Chen Qi and the flower witch high-fived, sealing their first deal on Flower Island. The flower witch repeatedly cautioned that she bore an important mission and must not have her whereabouts exposed. If he truly obtained Dragon's Breath grass, the flower witch would naturally find a way to contact him. Before leaving, the flower witch took out 2 strong healing potions from her withered medicine bag and handed them to Chen Qi. According to my information, the dragon nest in this place is not a blade phase crack, but a floral appearance crack, which may have a special way to clear it. These are all I have left. I hope they can help you a bit. Please be careful. The flower witch shook her head. When she arrived in the Shell Country waters, her ship was attacked, and all her belongings fell into the sea. Therefore, she had been so poor as to eat grass earlier. Now, relying on the money earned from the previous hunting ground, she barely managed to purchase herbs and produce 2 new potions. But because of the ship fare and the cost of the herbs, she was once again penniless. Chen Qi took the potions. Healing potion, modified. Nature form, floral. Description, transcendent potion that boosts overall stamina and strength within 10 minutes, while also increasing the body's healing speed. High-end stuff. These transcendent potions were worth at least 30,000 shell coins per vial. Moreover, if the potion was made personally by the flower witch, the price would be even higher. Chen Qi accepted the potion. Thank you, I'll do my best to get the dragon's breath grass. After the deal was done, the flower witch said her farewells and disappeared into the woods. Chen Qi clapped his hands and returned to the village on Flower Island to gather more information about the cracks. near the sea along Flower Island, where the hunters resided. Chen Qi came to this place. The dragon nest was a crack that remained open for a long time and could only be entered at night. Here, there was a specific red crystal hunter group that tackled cracks. Chen Qi looked around. In this place, Pei Lu was asking people for information. Besides her, there were some people in fancy clothes who were likely village officials or wealthy merchants from Flower Island. So many people. Chen Qi approached the traveling transcendents and joined their discussion. They were discussing a simple battle plan. Dragon nest, indeed, it's impossible to drive away the dragon. Our mission this time is still to gather herbs. As a floral appearance crack, the herbs within it contain unimaginable transcendent power. Don't say that, dragons can be driven away. The leader of the Red Crystal Hunter group said, as long as we work together, we can defeat the dragon. Moreover, the dragon on Dragon Nest Island isn't as powerful as the sea dragons in the Witch Sea. Yes, there are so many of us. Exactly, we're so many, and the villagers of Flower Island still look down on us. Keep your voice down, better not provoke these villagers, we are outsiders after all. Chen Qi listened and summarized the personnel composition for the crack expedition into roughly 3 factions. First, lone wolves like him who came to this place. Second, the Red Crystal Hunter group. In this world, transcendents who specialized in dealing with cracks were also called hunters. Organizations that aimed to clear cracks were called hunter groups. In gaming communities, hunter group was also the name of many guilds. The Red Crystal Hunter group was a registered hunter group with all its members being second-order experts. The third and the most dangerous faction according to Chen Qi. He looked at the villagers here. Many villagers were gazing at the distant sea. After a while, as the moon rose, a loud steam roar came from afar. Everyone stopped their discussions and looked towards the distance. On the horizon, a blood-red flag flew in the sea breeze. On the flag, a long knife was thrust into a sea of corpses. The Blood Blade Pirate Group's flag. Chen Qi was startled. At that moment, some villagers smiled. They had been waiting for the Blood Blade Pirate Group. From the fringe of the near sea, it was pirate territory. Flower Island was a fertile island with a population of 1,000. Without the protection of a powerful faction, normal life couldn't be maintained. Places abandoned by the navy would be governed by pirates. Surprisingly, the one protecting Flower Island turned out to be one of the 4 great pirate groups, the Blood Blade Pirate Group. Chen Qi took out his black knife from the backpack card. Transcendents from the hunter group also drew their weapons. This is the Blood Blade Pirate Group's ship. There shouldn't be any former navy members here. Nor any Black Whale Group members. Put away your weapons, don't act rashly. We don't need to confront the Blood Blade Pirate Group head-on. Why is the Blood Blade Pirate Group here? Pei Lu, who was gathering information nearby, rarely showed a frightened look as she backed away. Pei Lu was almost a universally taunting unit in the near sea. A massive red steamship stirred up huge waves and docked at the shore. Soon after, a gangway dropped down from the ship. SH. 50 members of the Blood Blade Pirate Group, dressed in red uniforms, disembarked from the ship in neat steps, holding heavy firearms at their chests, forming a straight line formation. They were uniformly outfitted in red and white military-style clothing and equipped with weapons from the Magic Bullet Company. The Blood Blade Pirate Group was born from an internal navy war, its founder was also the former admiral of the navy. Therefore, both its uniforms and its system bore traces of the navy. They viewed themselves as the true navy, ruling over many near-sea islands. Are there participants from the Blood Blade Pirate Group in this crack expedition? Chen Qi felt a bit uneasy. Under everyone's gaze, a man and a woman descended the gangway. The woman was petite, wearing a red cloak. The young man was tall, dressed in a wolf hide coat, with a terrifying black wolf tattooed on his chest. Chen Qi had seen them in the newspaper. Fierce Wolf Fenrir and Little Red Riding Hood, 2 recently notorious pirates. Little Red Riding Hood, slender, a second-order transcendent, with the profession of blood soldier, had a bounty of 3 million shell coins. Fierce Wolf Fenrir, a third-tier transcendent, and a key member of the Blood Blade Pirate Group, had a bounty of 13 million shell coins. Little Red Riding Hood, this person. Seeing the two in front, Chen Qi was secretly amazed. These two were not only famous in the Witch Sea but also prominent on gaming forums. Especially Little Red Riding Hood. Chen Qi thought for a moment. Given her physique and appearance, coupled with the Bloodblade pirate group affiliation. He hadn't expected to encounter her in this place. This person was also a significant NPC in the Witch Sea. In the near future, Little Red Riding Hood would acquire another title, the Blade Witch. But completely opposite to the gentle Flower Witch, the Blade Witch's temper was notoriously irritable. Of course, at this point in time, no one knew her witch identity. The Flower Witch did not know the Blade Witch at all. Chen Qi shook his head. Frankly, he didn't want to meet the Blade Witch here, nor did he have any intention of getting acquainted. Her temper was bad, and she frequently resorted to violence. Countless players, attracted to Little Red Riding Hood's beauty, joined the Bloodblade pirate group, only to die by her blade. The appearance of Fierce Wolf Fenrir and Little Red Riding Hood caused a brief panic. If the Bloodblade pirate group attacked, all 50 people here might die. Chen Qi took a deep breath. The Bloodblade pirate group had their pride. Especially Little Red Riding Hood and Fenrir, who valued their reputation even more than the Navy did and would not attack without reason. Little Red Riding Hood stepped forward, scanning everyone present from the Red Crystal Hunter group's leader to the village head of Flower Island, then to Chen Qi and Pei Lu the journalist. The village head did not speak, subtly signaling Little Red Riding Hood. Here was a reporter known for her taunts. Suddenly, Little Red Riding Hood conjured up a red blood crystal spear. Blood manipulation, a primary skill of the second-tier blade phase profession blood soldier. She pointed the red spear at Pei Lu. Ms. Journalist, our Bloodblade pirate group won't harm you out of respect for the press. But no matter why you're here, we don't want to see our whereabouts in tomorrow's paper. Okay, got it. Pei Lu obediently raised her hands. The Bloodblade pirate group loathed the current Navy, while Pei Lu had recently been close to them. After the warning, Little Red Riding Hood moved to the center of the community. Checking the time, she addressed everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, our Bloodblade pirate group is not like the Black Whale group, those cowards who bully the weak, nor are we the Navy, those backstabbing bastards. We have our own rules. As long as you don't attack us, we won't attack you. This journey, like you, we are participants in the crack. Like you, we are brothers seeking strength in this vast sea. Exactly. We are just here to send our charming Little Red Riding Hood to the crack. Of course, if you pay us, we don't mind protecting you. Rest assured, every agreement with us is a contractual one. Fenrir said lazily, showing their confidence in securing everything. Chen Qi gripped his black knife. The Bloodblade pirate group was also a participant in the crack. This added a formidable competitor. Chen Qi thought. The Bloodblade pirate group did not display overt hostility, setting up like the Navy amidst the hunter group, waiting for the crack. As dusk turned to night, cracks appeared in various forms and entry methods. E-grade cracks were often just wormholes you could crawl into. With higher crack levels, entry methods varied. In this place, a mysterious unmanned boat appeared nightly. To enter the Dragon Nest, one must board the boat when the moon rose. Only clearing the crack could stop the nightly appearance of these boats. People gathered around bonfires, anxiously waiting. This hunt differed from before. The Bloodblade pirate group's involvement implied the crack might be cleared tonight. Everyone, time is running out. This is our once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Red Crystal Hunter group decided to go all out after discussions. Both the Red Crystal Hunter group and the Bloodblade pirate group probably knew about the hunter's treasure. Chen Qi observed from behind a tree. This expedition, as the Flower Witch said, not only posed threats from the dragon but also from people. A tense atmosphere filled the area. Finally, at midnight, with a misty breeze, over 100 flower-laden unmanned boats sailed toward them. A prompt for the crack finally appeared before them. Inspiration appraising.